that in there. Bam! Oh, should be more gentle. I don't know if the hard drive works or not. Yeah, wow. Look at this one, huh? I mean, it gets you worried when there's no damage on the outside, but the screen is obliterated. But then the back's okay. Oh, it's got a name on it. Christian. Well, let's see if we can get it going. Let's glove up. Oh, yeah. Ow. Alrighty. So, I'm gonna get our fix-it blade here. This looks like our best bet, right here. Yes, in and down, and matey, we're in. Filth is already revealing itself. Disgusting. Interesting. I don't know why, but those numbers are weird. I haven't seen. I got a parts pod here. See, it doesn't have those big numbers in it. That's weird. Maybe this was a replacement, but if this was the replacement, nah, it can't be. It's engraved. Let's plug it in. This is just a wall power here. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear this. It's making chirping noises. All right, well, that was a power outlet. Let's plug it into the actual computer here. This 2007 iMac. Lovely beast. It's clicking. Let's do the golden thing first. Honestly, so many iPods, like they come in and they won't turn on even if you plug them into the wall. But if you put a battery in them, that's original. Righty. So you should give up. Yeah! Winner! I got a brand new ear. Alright, let's put this original drive in. We do have a good one to test with. Let's see what this deal is. Good enough. I doubt you're hearing that, but it's making funny noises. Do I want to put the good drive in there and risk killing it? Because it could be sending funky power through it. But I have a million of these. When in Rome. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. A battery did not fix its woes. Well, guess we're doing a motherboard, maybe. Let's have a look at this screen, though. There. You. Oh, that is not good. All right, we got this nugget here. Let's rub this screen because this case is slightly better than this one. This one's very sad. Junk everywhere now. Right. Struth, mate. It's like I've done this like 2 minutes ago. Treasure. Alrighty. Oh dear. Okay, that's right. We've got spares over here. Why am I screwing this all the way in? I don't even know if this motherboard's good. Yeah. Whoa, holy Moses. That is not good. Oh my. That is special. Now, I know that screen works, by the way. I've used it. I've used that iPod. I've got video proof as well. Piece of junk. Bits of the case coming off. God, this thing is thrashed. We're gonna have to do a motherboard swap on this. Do I have a motherboard for one of these? Whoa, man, look, the screen's still blue. Oh no. All right, now I'm curious. I mean, this is what the screen's meant to look like. I think this one even turns on. Like, this is like the best one on the show. Ooh, look at this one. Oh, see, yeah, man, when people see this, they put them in the bin. On this show, this is the best iPod here. That's fixable. This is a good one. It just needs a new hard drive. But we're trying to get this one. That's around the screen. Oh man, God, it's turned into a lot of work. I'm gonna have to open it and everything. If you get her on the corner, down in the street and you're straight in. Great. Now we're trying to fix one iPod and now we're trying to fix another. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know if you can see that. That's healthy. Ooh, look at this. Oh man. And it's charging the battery. Huh. Oh, look, it fixed itself. Let's put this motherboard in this one and see if that touch wheel works better. All right, keeping track here. Good motherboard, bad touch. Bad motherboard, hopefully good touch. Wait, no. This was the one. The weird lettering one. Whoa! Whoa! What? What happened to this screen? It's still kind of working. That old motherboard really upset this old girl. Oh, it's getting better. Kinda. What I reckon we'll do, let's do a restore on it. Oh! Ooh, the screen's looking okay. I mean, it's a little bit weird. The loading bar. Oh my golly. That is good. Yeah. Alrighty, good touch. There you go. Well, there was one useful thing on this thing after all. Still Christian's iPod, even though, yeah, the serial numbers won't line up anymore. Hang on, I didn't check the lock. Oh. Aye. What do we do for a hard drive though? Because that's my testing hard drive. I'm not thrilled at giving it up. Let's go through. You guys get the abridged version. You guys will just see the quick edit of me. Oh, whoa, that one's a bad one. Yeah, we're just gonna test some old drives. I mean, some say bad on them already, some say untested. So, yeah, let's plug a few in. Ooh, oh, it's already woken up on me. Sounds okay. Oh, what's this? It's in a different language. What? Vent med the cover. What is? Oh, looks like it's Gears iPod. Whoa, it's got heaps on it. Lots of Aha. We got Green Day, Joni Mitchell, Metallica, Steely Dan, Sting, Vamp. Oh wow, man. So this is Gears iPod music. Yes, she works. Gears iPod. Sorry, Christian, you've lost your iPod. Get a look at her dirtiness, because it won't look like this for long. Oh, there we go. Yeah. There we go. It's disgusting still. So, that's stage 1. Stage 2 is secret sauce. Brasa. This stuff stinks. You really should be using it outside. I'm gonna try and use as little of this stuff as I can. It's a metal polish, but it is so fine. It just takes the top layer off of these old iPods. She ain't like new, but if you ask me, that looks like someone's pretty normally used looking iPod. But dang it, it works. Gears iPod has been restored. Not bad. So, what did it need? Well, a screen, a battery, that's pretty normal. Oh, and I don't know, a whole new motherboard. Yeah, so, there we are. See you on the next one. Oh, I should be gentle.
Yeah. Man, this thing, turns out, it was it was a hard drive out of a Norwegian iPod. How neat is that? Hard drive works good, man, this thing runs great. But 20 gigs, man. That doesn't cut it for me. Look how filthy this thing is after. That's Gear's fault anyway. I'm gonna show you how you take out ye olde hard drive and replace it with one of these. Go make sure you glove up. Ah, diddly diddly. Ow. First things first, we gotta get this puppy open, always the hardest bit. Let me show you how to use one of these. Every time you get a battery or anything to fix an iPod, they give you one of these. And what most people try and do is you just dig it in there and they try and reef upwards. Nah, mate. In, down, and then you slide. Because, look at these clips. Look at them. You just want to push them down and pop, 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 pop. You're in, mate. Awesome hard drive. That's got gear. Oh. Yeah. This is a special hard drive to me now. If I ever want Norwegian music, I just got to put this into an iPod and off we go. Right, she's already got a brand new battery from our little servicing in the first video. We're gonna get those pins that line up with these pins. So you just put it in there and we basically have to do, like, this is like reverse Pokemon now. We have to devolve this thing. Micro SD to SD, SD to compact flash to 1.8 IDE. Right, and you just stick her in there. And no lie, if we've done everything right, it should work. Let's plug it in. Oh, poor thing. Still thinks it's Gear's iPod. Look at this filth. Alright, hold up. We're gonna put it into disc mode. So, menu middle to reset. And then the bottom two. Give. Uh-oh. Oh man, now we're gonna have to do debug. Menu and middle to reset. Middle and left. Wow, it's not giving us debug mode. Okay. Let's try a more reputable SD to compact flash adapter. The cheap and dirty usually works. Get in there! Oh, it goes that way. Oh, my jimmies. Oh. Weird. That weird. Whatever. This one's more reputable. They usually are. Well, look, we're putting that to bed. Hey. That is interesting. That's good. Oh, whoa. Yeah. Go, baby, go. Oh, my jimmies. It's still formatted for the last time I did this. Then why didn't it just work? Well, what if it does just work? Gear. Oh. Yeah, it's my new favorite sound now. Let's do a reset on it. Literally, you just treat it like any old other. Like, this is my favorite bit, this little part here. Look how official it is, man. It gives you a little 128 tag and everything. Let's try restoring it. Ooh, all right. Gear. Come on, Gear. Yes, go Gear, do it. Welcome to your new iPod. IMAX iPod 128. Oh, baby. We are done. And there it is. Right, one last little thing to do before we wrap this one up. So I've taken some cloth back gaffer's tape. I've made a little double-sided doodler like this because I don't like that board resting on that. So I'm just gonna lift this up. I'm gonna slide that in. It's just something. It doesn't have to be pretty. And I've got these little pre-cut pieces of foam that I like to stick in there. That's all you need. And when that foam compresses, oh, yeah. Ready? No rattles. There you go. 128, good track. This guy was no good. iFlash, they're the ones you want. I'll see you on the next one. We can do this now, it's Flash. We're going all the way. Oh, iPod 5th gen. It's probably my favorite. It just stinks of the mid 2000s, really. But this is the holy grail of modifiable iPods. This is a 5.5 gen. We know that because it's got 80 gigabytes in it. The very last of these white iPods. Can't wait to see that screen running because it's just... So why is this one so good? Well, people agree that the 5th gen is the best sounding iPods, funny enough, but also because it's got that 80 gigs in it, it's got more RAM, meaning that we can do more with it. I've put 256 into one of these 30 gig iPods and it just freaked out. It didn't like it, it would crash, all that sort of stuff. 128 runs really nice on this. I've seen people get a terabyte into these, so... let's do it. I want to see if it works. I don't think so. So I picked up this puppy nice and cheap because it doesn't work. Yeah, that's a dead drive. And the seller was transparent about it, and I went, that's perfect. Let's hope it actually works. Oh, blue ones. Normally you want to use one of these so you don't go, chipping pieces of your iPod out. I'm going to replace this front cover at some point, so we're just going to do it the old dirty way. A dirty way. I want to release the battery by pushing down the... Oh, you can't see it. And Bob's your auntie, mate. Looks like someone's been in here before. All right, we know this drive is a dead one. It is chirping and complaining. So the beautiful thing about these 5.5 80 gig models is they got a really big thick case to handle these big dungus broken drives. So they have thicker batteries in it. Like here's a 30 gig battery, like you can see. We're gonna put this battery in it. Look at the size of this thing. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to slide it under. Yeah. Now, I'm being wary of that. That's a grounding point. We might have to stick that down. You can use double-sided tape. I'm not sure if all this is going to work, so I want it to be removable, and I want to make sure I stick down that cat at the top. So be wary when taking this tape out that you don't want to pull all of these electronics out with it. To get this terabyte into this puppy, you're going to need an iFlash card. The quad, awesome. You just stick them in there. They don't even have to be the same brand. That's why one of them isn't. They ran out. This one's gonna do all you need. This is just a piece of gaff tape that I folded over itself that I like to just rest on that. I know there's pieces of foam that they give you, but I've got my own foam. Yes, that is good. That's saying it knows. It knows there's a hard drive, but there's nothing on it. Restore it. I've never put this much in an iPod before. I don't know what happens. Now we're talking. Oh! It will not be rushed. Oh, it doesn't have a thing for it, but it did it! Wow, man! Look at this. Sync music, all of it, 41,000. Include the videos, man. Yeah, just put all of it on there. This is a lot of stuff here. And it's only half full. Let's do it. I will have to report back, like, tomorrow when it's done syncing. It's finally done. Oh, well, that took forever. When you start running this much stuff in these old iPods, it starts to flip around in terms of flash is faster than the old school hard drive. But when you've got this much storage in it, it is the slowest it's ever been. Like, just getting this thing going. There you go. But it all went on there. It's not loud, but it's there. Will it play Shrek? Yes, it will play Shrek. But the big test for me, and it's the main reason why I love using these things, shuffling. Can it do it? It's thinking. Come on. Whoa, what the heckaroonie? We're giving it every chance of success here. Ooh. Okay. So, let's go straight to shuffle. Yep. This one doesn't even want to do it. You know, funny, before I pressed record, I had a quick go at shuffling it because I was so excited, and it crashed to the Apple logo. If you don't care about shuffling, yeah, you could put a terabyte in this and it'll work. It'll play Shrek. But if you're a dirty shuffler like I am, which for me is the best part of iPods, I'd stick to 256. That's about how much this thing can handle. If you want more than that, you're gonna have to think about a 7th gen. So to save some time, I've already done the same steps. There's a big Chungus battery within the big Chungus case. There's a piece of gaff ready to go. All we gotta do is slide it in there. Start syncing all the music onto it. Man, it takes ages. Yes, restore. Restore. Ooh, unknown error. That's annoying. Let the troubleshooting begin. Yeah, it recognizes it. Please work. You son of a bitch. Oh, you son of... Oh, you son of a bitch. Yeah, so I was packing up to walk away and it just turned on. Oh. Oh. Heckaroo. Oh wow. Oh man, I'm glad I kept pressing. Go. Oh, it deserves a name at this point. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, let's fill it to the brim and let's see if this can shuffle it. It's passed the Shrek test. So finally, the big one. Will it shuffle the library? This is where the last one failed. Come on, baby. It worked! Yes! Oh, I think I found my daily iPod with ridiculous storage. Well, there we go. Just a couple of bits left. Put that piece of foam in there. Just gotta tuck that under. One of these backs out even a little bit. It all doesn't work. Cool, there you go. 1 terabyte DankPod Pro is absolute overkill. Well, I'm gonna run this for a little while to see actually what it gets up to. Maybe I'll just fill the rest as a portable hard drive, just as a means of testing it. But that's wicked, that runs great. No. Yes. So in the last video, you saw me make the amazing and pointless 1 terabyte iPod, happily shuffling 40,000 songs, something the 5.5 gen couldn't do. It plays Shrek, what more do you want? But you saw I put a big old dungus battery in it, 3,000 milliamp hours apparently. And now, we're gonna see how long that thing lasts for. So anyone who's used these back in the day knows that as soon as the backlight goes out on any of these color iPods, that screen is invisible. It's like a Game Boy Advance. So in the interest of making a more interesting video, we're gonna do this test with the backlight on. Meaning we can't use Apple's numbers for their battery times and such, because they did it with the backlights off and like squeezed every second out of them. We're gonna do the economy equivalent of just revving engines in the car park and find out which one runs out of fuel first. So here it is, we got the whole gang here, a representative of every generation, all with brand new batteries, all pre-cycled. So we're gonna run them, shuffle on their songs until they die. I think the 3rd gen's gonna die first. I mean, look at it. It looks like a New Year's Eve display. Then the 1st gen, because that screen looks like an electrical fire. Then I think the 4th gen, which has a screen that's kind of like well-aged cheese. It's really gross in this kind of good way. And then finally, I think the iPod video is gonna win. It's the most modern. First hour in, everyone's hanging in there. Well, I mean, the 3rd gen's getting tired, but I mean, look at it. 2nd hour goes past, man, that 3rd gen's getting real tired. ColorPods are fine, and the 1st gen is just straight up lying. No way does it still have that much battery left in it. You watch, it'll just die at some point randomly. 3 hours gone past, like, 3rd gen is just ready to pack it in. She's had enough. iPod video's getting tired as well. I mean, the photo's in the lead, because we're not counting the 1st gen. That doesn't count. It's full of shit. It's a 1st gen. Surely it couldn't calibrate its battery as good as the other ones. Remember, this iPod was competing with portable cassette players and CD players. The big perk of not buying AA's was good enough. The fact that it even had a battery meter, amazing. That 3rd gen just sat in this state of near death. Hour 5, it finally dies. But then not long after that, the iPod photo died. And look at this, the 1st gen hanging out with the 5th gen. 7 hours, still going. I can't believe it. I mean, the iPod video is going to win. The 1st gen won? What? Oh, well, I mean, look at the backlight. It's got so few LEDs you can count them. 3. It's got 3 LEDs. But it lasted for 8 hours. But plot thickens. I mean, if I lay out the batteries of these guys, the 1st gen has a slight advantage, having a battery the size of itself, and the iPod video having this tiny little one. And then, the most damning of all, the side view, that's a big boy. Really, that iPod video did awesome considering how tiny that battery is. But enough of these plebs, we're here for the DankPod Pro, 3,000 mAh. I don't think it's 3,000. People say it's more like 1,800. I think that's more realistic. Using this test as a guide, backlight on, I think we're gonna get 18 hours out of it, and that's being generous. have to glove up. We're gonna have to glove up for this one. Look at this beauty. My favorite bit is it actually looks like it fell out of a car and dragged along the road. Yeah, and it's one of these weird HP pods. I don't know why they did it, and they're so common. The story goes, apparently back in the day, if you had a problem with your iPod, yeah, you had to go to HP. You had to take it to them. What are they gonna do with it? It does nothing when you press a button, nothing at all, and it's unlocked. I got this iPod for $5, and I want to repair this as dirty cheap as possible, as cheap as I can. Yeah, and we'll see if we can clean it up a bit as well. I got a few tricks. But first thing to do whenever you get an iPod like this is just plug it into the wall. Yeah, most of them do this anyways. No way! Hang on. Whoops, this isn't wall power. I think I plugged it into the computer. Sage Ross's iPod. Whoa, it works! Whoa, it's full of music. What do we got? Lacka Dacka. Beastie Boys. Black Sabbath. Cake? Girl Talk. Man, this has got some cool stuff on it. Let's see if it actually pushes sound out of it. Yeah. Look, even the clicker works. We're gonna get copyrighted. So yeah, the best way to get an old iPod working is just to find one that works. That's the moral of the story, kids. I honestly thought the hard drive would be cacking this, because look at the dents in the back here. I thought that's why it was so cheap, is because it was completely knackered, and you know, we're gonna put some other bits in it. But this iPod genuinely works fine. Like, I get so many of these, and nearly all of them have dead drives, so that's really cool. What I was gonna do is to show you how dirty cheap you can flash mod it, and screw it, we're gonna do it anyway. So flash modding these is super neat. You save battery, they're lighter, and you can really throw them around. My daily is one of these, and I treat it with no respect, and it's so much fun, and it never has any issues. So if you want the sure thing, if you want to do this properly, go to iFlash, not sponsored by the way, but you use their adapters and their bips and bobs, it will work. It will work perfect. This is the best way to do it. We're gonna do it the dirty scrub way. We're gonna use these cheap adapters. And because honestly, I've gotten these to work before just fine, but there is a gamble to it. Dingus, come on. Thank you. You can keep your iPod mini drives in the leftover cases. You know, if that's something you want to do. So when it comes to dirty cheap adapters, you want to get the ones that look like these. It doesn't matter who you buy them from. If it looks like these, you got the best chance of it working. I've tried this one. It didn't work. It stinks. So, it's also a beautiful time to flash mod iPods because flash storage ain't worth nothing anymore. I remember when you paid good money for 64 gigs micro SDs, you can get them for real cheap now. And that's the safe maximum for these ones. I've got 128 gigs working on one of these and it freaks out sometimes. But you can do it, but 64 gigs is really nice. You put it in like that, you put it in like that, you put it in like, that. But there is one more trick with these ones. You just want to bend that down a little bit, otherwise it'll push on the back of the screen and break it. Don't ask me how I know. Let's get this dirty minx open. Are we still recording? Oh, thank Jimmy. So you want to find the weakest corner, especially one as rough as this. Found it. Oh yeah, she's dirty. She's a dirty one. Yuck. Ta-da! Ah. That's really tidy. Except for that dent. Someone's been in here. Someone's been in here. That's the cheater's way. Lad, the screw's undone. Look at that. Someone's been in here. I think someone swapped the battery in it. Even though that's a factory battery, I think someone has done something. Well, first thing to do, lazy people, the things are bad. This is good. This is a good one. Like, wow, a spare drive. Good. We're gonna stick this thing, literally, you just put it in. Does the disk utility see it? Yes? No. That's not good. Ah ha ha! Yay! There you go. So, still restore. Other times it will say mostly it'll say it's corrupted and needs restoring. That's the same thing. Like, that's all sweet. And there we go. Beauty. There you go. Nice. But we're actually going to take the drive out for now because we're going to make this less gross. First things first, Icy Pro and cotton buds. Because there's a clear layer over the white, the dirt shows through on the front. Bent clip. Broken clip. I mean, look at it. Can't believe it works. Oh yeah, look at the mess on this one. Ugh. Pocket juice. That's why I'm wearing gloves, like, folks. Like, these live in people's sweaty, gross pockets. God, look at these gouges. They're all full of schmutz. Oh man. Right. Time to bring out the big weapons. The big one. The big lad. The brasso. Metal polish. But oh man, on plastics, it's just makes them shine. You should be doing this outside, by the way. This stuff stinks. Those scratches are so deep. You know, it is what it is. Best I could do. I mean, it's literally been on the road. Normally one of these iPods, I'd replace the battery, but I'm very suspicious because someone swapped this out. Because that's the lazy way. Normally that cable goes underneath the board. So if you find it over top of the drive, you know someone lazy's been in there. So I want to test this. Because, hey, if it's good enough, I'll use it. I like to put something like this there. It's just something to keep it off the components. Now, before we put this in, actually, I didn't need to do that. But the iFlash adapters work really good. They're really nice adapters. So yes, you can use these cheap ones, but you got to make sure that you really push them in there. You make sure they're in there. Otherwise, it's not going to work. I fought this for about half an hour off camera to get it going. When I put it back in there really good, it worked. Now, we're going to add just bits of blue tack. Because trust me, the tiniest little back out, it's gone. It'll be like a dead pod. I viciously road test my flash modded 4th gen, and that's the only thing that's let it down. It looks like overkill, but you know. So this is actually some acoustic foam from my studio room, and I like to just cut this little triangle's worth. Stick it on top of the blue tack that you already got. No click? Ah. That was quiet. Boo. Ah, there it went. So yeah, I mean, she's not beautiful, but I want to give that battery a charge, and let's do a battery rundown on it, and let's see how long it actually lasts for. Because look, it's still hanging in there. That's interesting.
With the information gained from my last YouTube video, where I raced all of my iPods with the backlights on, seeing how quickly we can drain the batteries, it's about 5.5 hours that the monochrome 4th gen iPods kind of throw in the towel. So being a used battery, oh man, I was guessing 2-3 hours tops. Well, hot dungus if the dang thing didn't last over 8 hours and actually took the crown away from the first gen that won the race. Safe to say, this thing has a brand new battery in it, so that's just a big win for me. I even got brave and put 128 gigs in it to see if we could break these adapters, and nah, working fine, shuffling fine. But a word of caution to anyone who wants to try this, you are gonna need a computer with an SD card adapter or a reader or something, because you'll be formatting it a whole bunch of times if this doesn't work first shot. This took hours to get going. The iFlash ones just work. They're awesome. In my opinion, they're worth the money. They just work. But the dirty cheap way, it can work, but at one point I actually swore that they were broken and I was about to throw them out. Adding up the costs all in total, we're under 30 bucks to have a flash modded brand new battery iPod. I just got really lucky. Most of them don't even work this good, and the best bit is, it didn't need anything. It worked fine. In my experience, the only adapters I've seen that fail is the compact flash to SD adapters. So my hot recommendation is to get the Dirty Scrub IDE board paired with the iFlash compact flash to SD adapter. That's a really good combo and I use it all the time, and it saves heaps of money and in my opinion works perfect. The video is over now.
Oh, portable Shrek. Do we dare to dance so close to the sun? I mean, what a technological marvel. It's easy to take for granted what's going on in here to create such experience, you know, what with modern phones nowadays. So to help demonstrate how amazing this thing is, let's have a look at the components. Motherboard. This has got your CPU on it, it's got your RAM on it, you know, helps convert those ones and zeros into the green face that we love. Hard drive, this is where Shrek lives. If he was ones and zeros, mate, you gotta be able to see Shrek. So, you gotta have a screen. You wanna hear him? Well, headphones, and finally, to power this whole thing, a battery. But also, here's a front case, a back case. And on these 5th, 6th, and 7th gen iPods, in the middle is this chassis. I mean, it's pretty cool, like what's going on in here, and everything connects to this. But more importantly, there are these grounding points here, and on the click wheel, it's got one of these as well. So all of this holds it together and makes it feel this like nice solid brick. But how much of this do you really need? Let's figure it out. So I just buy boxes of broken iPods, and usually the whole group of them, you'll have enough communal parts to build one working one, usually, and then all the spares I keep, you know, that's what all this stuff is. In the box of one of these big lot of iPods, just had this motherboard. I know it's a video iPod, because it says 2005 on it, but also because it's got that little grounding tab on it. That's only on the 5th gen, 6, 7, they don't have that. All of these parts you see here are just free. I mean, you know, we don't need no stinking case. These are all parts taken off of iPods of which I've already reclaimed their value for. So effectively, all of this costs nothing. This is just gravel at the bottom of my box. And let's see how little of it we need to use to deliver a portable Shrek experience. So you need the motherboard, like you definitely do. See, it's got the buttons for it. I'm pretty sure they can just work like this. I mean, why wouldn't they? Quick wheel goes on top. We don't have a home button. Well, you know, look, we can just press through. Here are all the connections on the back. That's how you get the touch wheel off. So first things first, let's get this thing in there. It's only a little bit cracked. I mean, we're taking a gamble here. This was just in the box. Look, if 50% of Shrek works, I'll call that a win. Right, up next, head behindies. Yeah, beautiful. Up next, we put the drive in. So with this one, I've already actually plugged this into a good working 5th gen, and I've already put Shrek on it. It's ready to go because we're not using any of the grounding tabs that normally connect to the chassis. So I just want to know that this is a good drive. And so if this actually works, when we plug it all in and we press the go button, it should just work. Yeah, hopefully. Oh. She's looking beautiful. I think this came out of an 80 gig 5.5 gen. I've been using it to test other iPods with, so you know, free battery, it seems to work. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Wow, the screen The screen works. Oh, if this works. Come on, baby. No. Okay, hang on. Does this work? Oh, the clicker works. Oh my gosh. Hang on. All right. Oh, my hands are shaking. I'm getting all excited now. Yeah, Shrek. Go. Let's see if we can lay this out. Oh, is there any noise? Cool. Wow, let's lay this baby out. Wow, look at this. Look at this mess. This is a working iPod. Look at this thing. It works fine. There's like a grounding tab not being used. Will it lock? Look at that. It works. I hoped we would be getting this far. I really hoped. Let's make a bootleg free case using only the finest ingredients. We got rubber bands. We got tape. This is as strong as welding it. We got zip ties. And also what I want to do is let's incorporate this. You get a box of iPods. There's like 2 of these in there, even if you didn't order any minis. Let's do it. We're gonna make the ShrekPod Pro. First things first, we need to secure this bundle together. Secret weapon, we got some blue tack. These little tabs here are held down by the top case, and that's what keeps the click wheel from flying out. So what I'm gonna do is, there are these gaps. It's like open brain surgery or something. It's still alive and going, I have Shrek. First things first, I think. Oh my gosh. Oh man, it's too sticky. We got it. Yeah. The screen's a bit awkward. There's no bezel to stick to. I'm gonna make a loop-de-loo like this. I'm gonna go like that. Mate, look at that. God, not going anywhere. I mean, it's already to the point where I'd call it refurbished. Like, this is new. This is ready to go. This is this is ready to play Shrek. But we gotta incorporate this somehow. Like, maybe we can just stick it like this. What I gotta do about these guys? As long as they're there, I mean, that's all that matters, right? Yeah, like that. That looks good. Oh, I got an idea. Because this corner's already cracked, can't see that bit. Like that. Look at that. Yeah? Because that corner's already cracked, so it's no good. That can just dangle freely. That's not a big deal. That's fine. Right, this is coming together really nice. So, I think it's time for the next stage. Zip ties. Pro trick. If you want to make longer ones, you just join them together. So, we're just yellow, because that's what I have. Oh yeah, wrong tool for the job, but yeah. And the cool thing is that's really sharp. If you need to cut open a box or something, trust me, that'll do it. God, look how good this is. Let's unlock it. Huh? Look at that. You can barely read it, but I mean, all you gotta play is Shrek on it. You know that's what's on here. You press that, baby. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where's my Shrek? Oh no! Oh no, what's happened? Where's my Shrek? I need access. It's a feature. Whoa! Come on! Yeah! Let's just skip ahead using the functioning controls here. Look at that. Come on, you can take that anywhere. If you need to change the battery, boom, there it is. It's all in there. It's got a clip, so you can clip. Well, actually, you can't use the clip because I've accidentally zip tied over it, and I refuse to fix that. That's just how it is. It's the clip is now structurally integral to the entire iPod. If you weigh up the costs, right? You know, if an alien came to Earth and you showed them both of these, they'd look and go, that's showing the greatest movie of all time on both of them. How is that one more expensive? I've done it. I'm so happy. I'm so proud of it. I wasted my date.
Boy, these flash modded iPods sure can take a beating. Like, you can just stop watching the video now. Flash is more reliable. One of the most common things that kills these things are the drives. But I want to see it for myself. I want to see a brutal challenge before a standard iPod, leaving this guy victorious. The $5 flash pod from the previous episode, and like my actual iPod at the moment. I've adopted this guy, has my playlist in it, 128 gigs, and I upgraded it to an iFlash converter as well. I've essentially moved into this thing. I love this iPod. It hasn't let me down. It's my boy. But the comparison and the sacrifice to the internet gods is this matching and totally original 20GB 4th gen. Still got the old Dungus drive in it, all rubber mounted as you can see, no tears please, as it's actually pretty scuffed up and the play pause button is busted. I have many of these. I wanted a test to have both iPods go through the same trauma. Like, drop testing is neat, but I'm too lazy to set up a rig. So I just turned them into sadistic key rings, put a rope through them, found a private straight road, tied them to my motorcycle while shuffling music and dragged them up and down for a little while.
Well, I'm back from the ride, and it's awful news. It's not good. I mean, it's what you expect, wouldn't it? This is really violent. We're gonna start with the flash pod here. This is the iPod that I was so confident that it was just gonna get through. I mean, it was gonna get messed up. It's being dragged along the road. It's gonna get messed up, right? But I was so confident in this one that I was just gonna pick it up, laugh at the damage, and it would still be working, and I'd just keep using it. Just because it'd be funny. Like, fine. I mean, this is the $5 iPod from the last video. And then the worst happened, really, which is the whole reason why I did this was so that the case could remain shut and tight, so it wouldn't blow apart. It blew apart. Oh no. Snapped the headphone cable straight out, like the socket bits completely gone. Look at this. That's snapped out of its post. The USB connector is buried. You can't actually put anything in there. The foam totally saved all this business, although that took a hit right there. That's all bent out of shape. No idea what's happened to the rest of it. It did have a battery in it. It was still connected, but it was so kicked up and dented that as soon as I got home, I put that thing in a jar and just shut it. Like, I got proof that the battery was still in it, but it's like police evidence footage now because the scene is gross. This is my boy. This is my boy. This is the iPod I chose to use out of all the iPods I have. Oh, it's not safe for work. Oh, my boy. Look at his little guts everywhere. I'm like, the noise behind me is different. Oh no, it was just this. That's all that was left. And I go back and there he was. You know, imagine me, he's my boy. Had to scoop him up like this and run back to the bike. This isn't even, I'm intentionally hiding the front because it's, oh my boy. Oh no. I know it's gonna get messed up, but it is messed up. This is my boy, damn it. We're gonna save my boy. We have parts. We have parts. Go. Blue tack. Look. Huh? It held it in there. I need to save my boy. Oh no. Oh, it smashed the. No. We're in trouble. Oh, my boy! Ah! This is a test battery if you're not sure. All right, we're gonna fix this. We got a spare. Oh, we got a spare cable. You guys don't even want to see the hard drive pod. This is the flash one. I was so confident that this one was just going to breeze through this and be totally fine. It is seriously, like, I think it's dead. I think we killed this thing. Oh, no! My boy! Come on, my boy! Oh no! Oh no, that's not good. Alright, we need a test. This is a good one. Holy smokes. Look at that. It's been blown to smithereens. Well, we're laying to rest the $5 flash mod iPod. What a beautiful legacy. Give me that battery. Give me that. That's mine. Oh, and of course, hang on. Give me that. That's still good. May we lay to rest my sweet boy.
I got this iPod for $5.
You don't even want to see the other iPod. You know why? Get that out of here. You know what? Get out of here. That's disgusting.
Disgusting!
You know why you don't want to see this other iPod? Because it works fine. There is nothing wrong with it. For the record, the pause button didn't work before the test began. That is so violent. And it still worked. But did the iFlash survive? Did the cheap board survive? Is my boy still in there? Ah, look, it's mint. Someone's been in here. Strongest drive in the world. Invincible. Come on. Whoa, no. Yeah, it's missing the jumper. Hang on. We're down to this. This is all that's left of my boy. Yes! Yeah! My boy! Yeah, that's swinging. But the pause button doesn't work, and it's never worked. Oh, we're gonna have to rob my boy's corpse. I refuse to read any information. Give up your organs, boy! Wah! Got him! I've never done one of these before. Couldn't tell. Yes! Yeah. Hope this works. Ah! Okay. Yep. Yep. Yes! Woo! I've never put one of them on before. Wow. There you go. So, that broke. This broke. This broke. This was already broken. And this is the most amazing hard drive in the entire world.
So you want the full Doom experience, but you don't want to use your PC. You want the full Doom experience, but you want it to be portable. You want the full Doom experience, but you want it to fit in your pocket. That's the Switch gone then. Unbeknownst to you, hiding in your drawer of junk is the perfect Doom console. That's right, your iPod can play Doom. Just do a satanic ritual and the iPod will begin coding the game for you. Now, as I said, this is the full Doom experience. It's uncanny. So much so I'm going to play one version of each, and I bet you can't tell which one is the iPod version. Now watch closely, it's the fine details that give it away. Could you tell the difference? Wrong. This is the iPod version, you goofs. Yeah, it's a homebrew of the classic Doom, obviously. But who cares? Because this is pure novelty anyways. A lot of folks hate playing an FPS with a controller, let alone a dungus click wheel. It controls like a cat fighting a vacuum cleaner. It's hard to aim, it's hard to look, it's hard to shoot, it's hard to see anything. It needs to be looked at for what it is. It's a playable tech demo. It's fun to bust out with a few mates, laugh at the idea of an FPS on an iPod, laugh at the controls, get mad at the controls, then quit. That said, as a spectator, it looks great, especially for this old iPod photo which sports the mankiest color screen of any iPod released. But to actually play, I'd rather have a relaxing game of game over this. Like, this is actually still fun to play. This is awful. But if you want to hate yourself and try this on your own iPod, download Rockbox and install it. I'll do a full vid on Rockbox at some point. It's easy to do, but you need a Windows formatted iPod, so if you only got a Mac, sit down. You're not allowed to play with us. But if iPod Doom wasn't brutal enough for you, like this isn't rough enough, then to haunt your dreams forever and to end this video, I give you Doom on the iPod Mini.
Oh wow, look how thick it is. Oh mate, it's so thick. Oh, must be so heavy because it's so thick. So I love using these old iPods. I work self-employed, so my phone gets real busy sometimes. And basically, there's nothing worse than your music fading out, followed by the noise of or no one can touch you on one of these. I am the one who presses pause. And it is true, I mean, these are thick. I mean, even this old ancient iPhone 5, you know, it can show you that these lads are pretty thick. But if you think this is a thick iPod, then oh boy, are you going to enjoy this video, because this is mid-tier. A quick note, this is not an all-encompassing kind of video. You know, there are so many different iPod models, and some of them are so similar in thickness, it's just not even worth looking at. Like, difference between a 5th and a 6th gen is just the thickness of the top case. That's it. Same with the 4th to the 3rd gen. So I've picked out 7 notable examples of big ladness throughout the years. All good comparisons should have a control, and I'm using the 6th gen. Honestly, these are like the most common iPod, and it makes sense. I mean, usually Apple was upgrading their iPods every year, maybe every 2 years you'd get a whole new generation, whole different looking iPod. They sold these for 7 years, all the way up to 2014 you could get a 7th gen, which looks just like this, 80 gigs, which was heaps. Like, that's a lot of music, even videos. These are so common, and they're good iPods, I rate them. So before we move forwards, I want to just do one step backward and acknowledge a thin lad. So this isn't the thinnest iPod, the Nano 7th gen, that takes the cake as thinnest iPod, but I love these little guys. They are so thin, and look, like, don't you talk to me or my son ever again. But you're not here for the thin lad, you're here for the big boys. In 6th place, ironically, the Mini. You know, it was small compared to the first ever iPods, at least by percentage and volume and whatnot, but they weren't really that small. Things we did for 6 gigs, the 5.5 gen, 80 gigabyte, the best iPod they made, arguably by many people. And it's the first in this as what I call a big chungus pod, meaning they had 2 thicknesses. You can see the 30 gig versus the 80 gig here, because the only way to get more storage was to put double height drives in them. If you want that 80 gigs, that's just what you had to do. In 4th place, the beautiful 3rd gen, so cool, no physical buttons, it's all just touch. Word of warning if you actually want to get one of these cool ones. I mean, they look so neato with all these LEDs, but read up on Firewire before you grab one of them, because you'll need it. So, in 3rd place, podium finish here, this is a big lad, the Big Chungus 3rd gen. 40 gigs, 40 gigs, so much storage, and just so thick, they're so beautiful and heavy. In 2nd place, the 1st gen. What? Yeah, the 1st gen came in 2nd. It is not the winner. That physical Oh my god, it spins! It's so manky. Yeah, in second place is the first gen. Isn't that nuts? But what? Wait, how can the first gen be in second? That doesn't make any sense. Progress moves forward. What is thicker than the first one they made? What if I told you they made a big chungus one of these? That's right, but they called it the second gen. 20 gigs. Oh, it was worth it. This is my regular use second gen, because I'm sick of dropping my first gen. When you pull one of these out of your pocket, people look, it's just so heavy. But my favorite thing, they didn't keep that font for long. That's how you can tell a first from a second gen. But oh wow, it's not thicker by much, but it's thicker by enough. But this isn't even my favorite comparison. It is gotta be the Nano next to the first gen, because unbelievably, this guy right here, while only being in second place, has the smallest amount of storage, 5 gigs. This lad has 8. And does video and photos, and with the right headphones it'll do radio. Oh, and the battery lasts 2.5 times longer. That's outstanding. So if the question is, what was the thickest iPod ever made by Apple? It's the gigantic second gen 20 gig Big Chungus edition. There it is. That's the thickest lad they ever made. Shrek. Scratches. Grrr. Oh, the bane of us collectors of weird, outdated junk. You know, it looked good on eBay, but then you get it and you're like, oh man, looks like someone's dragged along the road in some sort of sadistic test against a flash modded iPod, where the hard drive actually won. It still works. This guy, most amazing hard drive ever. This thing works great. It looks like sadness. So, we're gonna fix it and we're gonna use everyday normal stuff. So you can invest in like these expensive polishers. Oh, hang on. There we go. You can invest in these and they work, but man, are they expensive. Brasso. You can get this stuff from supermarkets, metal polish. Yeah, on the soft plastics of iPods, it just does wonders. People have been using them on their reading glasses. It doesn't really do anything to these ones, by the way. You can clean the screen, but yeah. So on a normal scratched iPod, you just get a nice soft cloth. T-shirt works great, and you just buff until all your scratches go away. This one's a little more advanced, so we're gonna have to try some more advanced methods. Let's get rid of this. Very, very disrespectful. Oh, that was my knuckle. I'm an old man. Hot tamale, go! Hot diddly dungus. Yeah. What a great job I did. Before we start polishing, what even is polishing? Well, effectively, we're removing a layer. Like each one of these scratches is just a low point. You know, we've all had those before. And so what we want to do is we want to take the top surface to the scratch's lowest point, and effectively, it's gone. Now, what's a video without an amazing thumbnail? Come on, we got to do something to get that thumbnail. It's good enough for who it's for. So yeah, polishing is removing material. That's what this stuff does. That's what car polish does. You're taking a layer off. So, Brasso, maybe with 1,000,000 years and just going and going and going, you might be able to get it down there, but we need some help. So we're gonna call on household ingredient number 2, sandpaper. The number on there is important because it tells us how gritty it is. So the higher the number, the finer it is. That means there's more particles on it. 320, that's pretty standard stuff, you know. But what we want is the really fine stuff. 1200 grit, and then finally 2000 grit. This stuff feels like velvet. It is so fine. But this is what we want. That's gonna cut down the big scratches, and this is gonna fine it up a little bit. I mean, you know, working down, you go down to 120, there's 80, 60, and mate, if that's not getting the job done, you bust out your one grit and you get her done right. Household ingredient number 3, mate, big celebrity, local hero, the WD. The WD is gonna act as a lubricant, which is gonna help lift all the stuff that we're scratching off of these effectively and help us clean it up. These deep gouges, all this dirt's actually going to be really useful because I just need to sand until the dirt goes away and then we're at the lowest point. There! So that's with the 1200 grit, that's as coarse as we're going to go, and you know, already it's pretty friggin' good. Like, I'd be happy with that. Now we hit it with the 2000. No lie, it's pretty amazing. It's just a little bit cloudy, but that's how fine that sandpaper is. I was rubbing as hard as I could. Now is when it's the Brasso time. This is like a sandpaper so fine, it's a liquid. You're a little dabble, do you, mate? And now you just keep polishing until you like it. If you still don't like it, polish it again. And if you still don't like it, polish it again. And again. And again, and again, and again. Now for the back case, I usually don't care. That's just a sacrificial lamb for an iPod for me. That's why it's made of metal. It's just gonna be sitting face up on stuff all the time. I've put new back panels on iPods before, only to watch it suck scratches from across the room onto it. Unbelievable. You handle it so carefully and it still gets scratched. So who cares, in my opinion? But I got a Dremel polishing tool. Mate, with Brasso's metal polish, Dabberoonie will do ye. And last touch, Icy Probe. I mean, baby, look at that! Oh, and before we move on, that little buffing wheel Dremel thing, don't use it on the front. It's very abrasive. Maybe you got the feng shui to make it work. I thought it just turned into a cloudy mess. But here we go. Time to remove the tape. Amazing thumbnail material. You've already seen the thumbnail. I haven't. Here we go. So gross. Two-Face, the iPod. Sandpaper and Brasso. This is so cheap. And like, looking at the back, is that worse? Is that worse? Let's not look at the back. Oh, the front though, big impress. I'm impressed with myself. I'm a genius. Now for the back by far the most requested thing on this channel right now is Bluetooth and iPods. Well, for folks who don't know, it's actually quite easy to turn something into a Bluetooth device. What you need is a Bluetooth transmitter. There are receivers and transmitters. We want a transmitter because we're trying to send the music out. Basically, anything with a headphone jack can be turned into a Bluetooth device. Oh, I don't want that to happen ever again. That was horrifying. Down by the one grit, we got a Bluetooth receiver. This means we can turn any set of speakers into a Bluetooth device. I done stole the aux cord out of the ute. And mate, look at this. In she goes, transmitting. Now all you gotta do is turn her on. Flashing red, cool, it's looking. Turn. Whoa! You doing it? Whoa! Hey! Look at this nice bundle you can get going. Isn't this nice? Isn't that a nice bundle? Come on, people like spaghetti. Look at that. Weave it in. Nice. But alright. This isn't what you guys had in mind when you clicked on this video. Look at this! Huh? The smallest aux cable ever. Made by me. See? This is much nicer. Look at that. Stylish. Aerodynamic. And it spins, mate. Kids love it. Isn't that nice? All right. Yeah, I know. You wanted something, nicer. Ever wonder what this is for? Well, you can get a remote attachment. There you go. Well, that's the video. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you all next. All right, fine. I know what you people want. I know exactly what you guys want. You think I'm some sort of weaver of dreams. You want me just to plonk down an iPod that has nothing hanging off of it, right? When we press the play button, Shrek's gonna kick down the door and All Star by Smash Mouth is gonna start playing wirelessly out of these studio monitors. That's what you want, isn't it? Are you not impressed? I thank you. That's right. That's the face. There it is. That's the face you're all making. Like, done, Dungus, he done did it. And you're all lining up going, oh, mate, I'd love to have one of these. Whoa, Bluetooth iPod Classic. I'm not having you on. It is genuinely playing out of this. Genuine. This thing is a nightmare. I got it all together. I mean, no headphone jack. There's a bit of a clue. This is the dodgiest thing I've ever put together. This thing was just silly fun to make. Everything's where it's supposed to be for the most part, and I just kind of taped it all together. This thing genuinely scared me. Let me show you why. Reveal the shame. If you thought this was shameful, look at this arrangement here. Check it out. Here's the transmitter, and here's an aux cord I made. Don't get more jank than that. Battery for the for the transmitter. This is normally where the battery goes for the 5th gen. And so where did it go? Well, it's down here where I've just wrapped the power cord around itself to shorten it. Now, if I ever see any of you doing something like this, right? If I ever catch any of you doing this, we need to hang out because it seems like we think alike. But like, joking aside, like this scares me. As soon as I'm done, I'm pulling this out. This runs on the same voltage as the iPod. I don't feel like leeching across or any that sort of thing. But this is a jank mess. Basically, that's why the headphone jack was missing. I've stolen it from here. It's on a ribbon cable. And so I was able to bend it around to get it wherever I needed to make this thing all close up in this gap here. Like, no kidding, this thing was terrifying. I couldn't believe that it actually went together to film this video. The screen was bulging out and it was this close to cracking. And notice a problem? If you want to activate the Bluetooth, voila, you gotta open the iPod. Think about it. What's the one thing stopping you from putting a new battery in that iPod you found in the drawer? Opening it. Imagine doing that every time you want to use it. I mean, we romanticize the idea of a Bluetooth iPod. Just grab your keys, grab your headphones, pick up your iPod, and pick up from where you left off. But no, it's grab your keys, grab your spudging tool, start picking at your iPod, have its guts all fly out everywhere, get the Bluetooth transmitter going, get your headphones going, you can't get the mesh back together and you just give up. This is a hateful thing. If you want to use this thing day to day, it'd be like having to give your dog CPR every single time you go for a walk in the morning, right? The walk is great, but getting it going is just so stressful and you think you're gonna lose it completely. It's just not worth it. Like, really, just these transmitters on their own, get like a little aux cable and just double side tape this on the back. I know it ain't elegant, but to get basically any device with a headphone jack, turn them into like a Bluetooth transmitter. That's awesome. As for what this receiving to, this is the guts out of this one actually. I've transmitted to these kind of crappy Sony headphones. That cheap little doodler over here receiver, that works fine. I know people are gonna ask about AirPods, but I'm sorry, I don't have any. I've already invested in some really nice sets of headphones. These are my ones that I use in my studio for composition stuff. These are the stuff that I use for live gigs and such. These are awesome to go for walks with. I've already got all these really lovely headphones. It would just be a quite crazy purchase to get a set of headphones that I can't use for composition work because of Bluetooth latency and such. And these are wicked for walking around town. If anyone's got one of these and they've got a pair of AirPods running to it, let me know. I'd love to know. Then maybe I'll have to buy some AirPods and do it for realsies. In terms of sound quality coming out of this thing, These are the only Bluetooth headphones I got, and they're way too bassy for my liking. And through this adapter, they are still way too bassy. So I guess that's a good thing. It didn't take any of the bass out of it. Unfortunately, I don't have a link for these, so sorry. I've had this before even I started this channel. But if you just eBay Bluetooth transmitter, this does receiving as well. But if you eBay that, you should find stuff that's similar to this. Amazing. Now, excuse me, mate. I gotta go do some sorting out. Give me my Shrek.
Now, the last vid was a bit of fun. I had that Bluetooth transmitter hanging around and I thought it would fit in a big chunky case with no modifications. Not even close. Even after tearing the transmitter apart, it was still a tight fit. But it ended up being a really good proof of concept, and I realized how with very little effort, and I mean very little effort, this is not the product of a proud man, how close this thing was to being a totally usable daily device. I scrolled through my contacts and called a proper old mate, James, the genius. The bootleg, jury-rigged adventures we've been on I will cherish forever, but this guy is 100% legit. I mean, look at his wares. Most of this stuff was picked up not working. Here's DDR, and yes, he fixed it. So I showed James the mess I made and just explained what it needed. It needed to be powered by the iPod's battery, so we didn't need a separate thing to charge. We didn't need to open it every time or cut a hole in it. The button had to be moved. I mean, who wants to open their iPod every time they want to use it? And so we're gonna put the button up where the headphone jack used to be, because, you know, I like the idea of taking the jack away. It's a very modern Apple kind of thing. The audio connection had to be direct, no weird aux cords or dongles or anything, and like crazy bonus points if we could move the LED to where it's discreetly visible, but the LED that's on there is so tiny, I figured that was impossible and we just had to live without it. James just said, yeah, easy. And like the LED as well, yeah, easy. And yeah, it was easy for James. He took all the stuff we didn't need off the board and instantly got the audio patch, took a nice clicky switch from an old treadmill and mounted it in the hole. He got the transmitter powered directly from the motherboard, meaning the battery isn't altered. So when this thing needs a new battery in the future, you just swap it in. Not only is this way more convenient, we didn't have to cut a hole in the iPod for another stupid charging port. Oh, and the LED? Not only could he add a new one, but he asked me what color I wanted. Look at him weaving magic here, changing the RGB color using a button cell battery. Depending on the angle, he can get the colors in between like cyan and magenta. But naturally, I had to pick blue. It's a Bluetooth iPod. And because of all the space that we saved, the battery could go back to its usual spot. The jank has been erased. It's all held in with strong double-sided tape, so it could be taken apart again, because yeah, I'd love to play with this some more down the road. This is a proper working Bluetooth iPod that I could happily give to a friend to use. I mean, let's compare the difference in experience here. In the first attempt, the routine was, get your metal tool, open your iPod, turn on the transmitter, turn on your headphones, and then try and get the mess back together, give up and quit. Now it's turn on the transmitter, turn on the headphones, and that's it. And you just charge it like normal. The battery's gauge is accounting for the transmitter as well. This thing is awesome. Wouldn't it be great to have this hooked up to one of those party systems so folks can just come up and set the music like a wireless music remote? It looks cool as heck and retro, and being wireless is heaps fun. Oh, and the best bit, when someone inevitably runs off with it for fun and then the music just stops, destroying your party. I can't wait. This thing works so well, I just had to make the stupid purchase, just to know for sure. Yeah, I got some. And I can't get them to sync up. Because it's funny, because the AirPods are recognizing the transmitter, but the transmitter doesn't want to make it happen. It just keeps flashing, like never turns a solid color saying connected. And like, trust me, I tried for like 2 hours making sure the AirPods weren't recognized by another device and the other Bluetooth devices around, all that sort of thing. No idea. But I had a gig that night, and the leader of the band had the first gen iPods. So I brought the iPod along and he let me play with it during the set break. No, it didn't work either. It seems to be the transmitter's fault. The AirPods are given the cues that they're synced to a device, but the transmitter just doesn't want to send anything over. And I've seen vids of people syncing AirPods to other transmitters. The one I used was the cheapest one I could find at eBay at the time, and I forget when I bought it. So, if you want to try and do this for yourself, just make sure you get one that talks to the device that you want to use it with. And I'd love to see this turned into a kit someday, because I think this is an awesome mod. This totally works. Regardless, this thing is awesome. Just sync it up to a Bluetooth speaker in the house and just keep it in your pocket as you wander around. It's like a little music remote. And to celebrate, me and James decided to explode the original transmitter's battery using a farm spec Excalibur.
Well, that's not good. I'm sorry, but what more do you gotta do to start a fight with one of these? Merry Chungus! And to celebrate this season of giving, I'm giving away... Oh mate, look at this. Oh, lightly used, low mileage. Oh mate, beautiful upholstery. Plenty of tread left on these tires, lovingly inscribed. Yes, it is true. I will be giving away this iPod. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. I will ship it to you. I don't care. To be honest, the further away this gets from me, the funnier. Spreading Will's love everywhere. I mean, I'd love to know the backstory about this because this was bought from Electronic Recycler, so somebody threw this out. But if you were already happy with this giveaway, it gets better. I'm going to be throwing in, no lie, an iFlash card, an IDE adapter board, which I know works. I've tested it myself and I've pre-bent that pin down. Don't ask me how I know what it does if you don't do that. I'm even throwing in a battery and an opening tool. Genuine DankPods heirloom. I've been genuinely using this, and I've put tape on it because this is like razor sharp. I cut myself just playing with it before I started filming. I'm even throwing in a bag of tools. Wow, how generous of you, everyone's saying. But let me tell you, every time you order any iPod part, they send you tools. This is all landfill. I've given you landfill. So how do you win all this, or how do you get it? Down in the description, you'll see a link to the Discord. There's a DankPod section with the competition. Just click the iPod. And that's it, you're in. I'm happy to donate this to you guys. I mean, literally a week and a half ago, I had 200 subscribers. I don't know where all of you people have come from. I mean, look at this damage. In fact, actually, I can easily fix that. Now look at this beauty, brand new, never used, $1,000, mate. No lowballers, I know what I got. That can totally be fixed, I'm just too lazy. But we need to quickly see if this thing works. Oh. Huh. Well, the hard drive was kind of boot looping there, which isn't a good thing. But that doesn't matter because you got enough stuff to put in your own. You gotta supply your own SD card though. I mean, 64 gig SD card costs nothing. These can take 128, they seem to work pretty good. 64's nice, I mean, how much music you got? Oh. Let me in. Let me in. C sharp. Ugh. Oh wow, this is a stubborn pod. Oh man. Expert strats. Oh man. Boy, did that put up a fight. Well, there you go, I've loosened it up for you, the next person who gets this. Oh, okay. Right, someone's been in here. There's no dingus battery in it. Oh, right, the drive's cack. Cool, this is a perfect candidate for this fix. So whoever wins this amazing bunch has one condition they have to follow. You gotta open it yourself and put it in there. Hey, look, she's not precious. You know, whatever. Just get in there. Hard drive's no good anyways. So all you gotta do is supply your own SD card and bam, you've got a really cool, big, chunky thickness, goodness iPod Classic 4th Gen. So, Merry Dungus, Happy New Dank, and, you know, thanks for subbing and thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll see you around.
Just before we get started, I'd like to take this opportunity to say, I'm sorry. Who would have thought a camera smaller than the front-facing camera of an iPhone 4 combined with this microphone would create such hateful content for all the senses? with pixels so big you can smell them, and audio so bad you can taste it. I'm telling you, what this microphone does is outstanding. I mean, it peaks so much. I can't fix it. You're too far in now. You can't turn back. You should have run when you could.
This hideous video and audio that you're enjoying is brought to you by a 5th gen iPod Nano. 2009, ooh, what a year. YouTube was just starting to take off and Apple was like, huh, those cool flip out cameras are really getting a lot of traction. Let's stick one on the iPod. And no, they must have found the smallest camera I'd ever seen. But you thought these manky old Nokias had tiny little cameras? Your iPod's scrumming it up in its own league. This is, So since you'll be struggling to even see what's going on this manky old thing, we're gonna do something classic. This is just an iPod that I found in my bin of eBay iPods. I picked it up because it's the yellowest. Look, HP. And all of you making fun of me for saying HP. I mean, it's a H and a P. What do you always say? Huh? Huh? First thing to do is just plug it in. Oh no. Yeah, dead drive.
Alright mate, let's get in there. Mate, I got him.
Someone's been in here. Someone's been in here. What the? This is all disconnected. I don't want to deal with this. Hot dungarees. Ah, I'm an idiot. I put it in upside down. It even said top. I'm such an idiot. Oh, someone has been in here. Look at the cheater's way. Ah, you meant to go under the motherboard, not over it. There's someone's been in here. Don't use metal on batteries, but I did. Don't do it. I did though, but don't.
We got a new one.
Proper. That's how it's meant to be. This drive is made out of sadness, and it doesn't want to function anymore. So we're gonna bring back a relic of the very first episode. That's right, Gear. Gear's making a return. This is Gear's iPod now. Whoa, she's turned on already. She's keen to be Gear. Gear. What? No! I refuse to believe it! I refuse to believe it! No way. No way is Gear bad. I just want to do a quick, easy video. No. This is the raffle pod. So, well done, Ruben, by the way. Congrats on winning it. We're gonna use it. We're gonna test it with Gear. Will loves you too. Yes, I'm borrowing all of your parts, Ruben. Just gonna have to deal with it. But it's had the honor of having Gear's iPod in it. Come on, Gear. Gear! Yeah! Gear is good. Music! Ah, good. It's a bad iPod. Oh, does that other drive work? Give me that, Gear. I knew Gear was good. Gear was always good. Oh, what's it doing? Oh, okay. Alright, that is genuinely a bad drive. It's a bad one. I gotta pack this up for Ruben anyway. Make sure he gets his big donkey hard drive. Ah, man, what do we do? Oh, look, can I put the battery under there properly and all that? Got him! Well, I mean, the point of this video wasn't really to fix anything. We're just laughing and trying to actually use a video camera that Apple tried to sell us as a YouTube camera. That's what this was for. This was a YouTube camera. And so a bit of fun. Let's see if we can get into this baby. I don't have the right tools or skills. Nope, I don't have any, I don't have this. We're gonna have to break him by force. Oh! It's the most Neanderthal way you could do this. Yeah! Just cut around the screw. Eh? There, look, the screw's out. Oh, yeah.
Come and get your data saved from me. I know how to open these.
Oh, that's awesome. I've done it. Look at that. There you go. There's a little arm. And it's covered in scoring marks. So this thing was grenaded. Oh, look at it. It's been touching. I don't know what else to say. Hold on to your butts! It's the 7-in-1 accessory kit for iPod Touch. Protect, play, charge! Look, all your favorites are here. A baby sock, free bum wipe. Oh, this is a good one. It's a fire starter for your house. And for those of us on the go, you can start fires in your car now too. Aux cord, genuinely probably the only thing worth owning in this whole thing. And the golden nugget. Look at this hideous dock. I love this. Look at the size of the speaker grills, but then look at the size of the speaker holes. This thing is just so bad, it has nothing to hide. What's with the yellow? Don't tell me this has got yellow on it. You know you're scraping pretty low on the bin when you're listing a cleaning cloth as like an accessory. Normally you just get it with things. Like that's pretty desperate. I love this. Look, they're so cheap. They don't tell you which color you're getting. It's like, it's either one of these. It's got some yellow scribbled on it. What is this? What is this blue section? It has nothing to do with anything else. Why has it got like a shadow gradient to it? Wait. I can't unsee it. Look at it. Look at the cropping. It's not even cropped properly. Can you believe no one bought this? Look, it's got that bit of yellow on it here as well. Oh, that's dirty. Yeah, right. Okay, hang up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 7. Yeah, you get two socks. Out of all the accessories that are on this thing, iPod socks, that's like the only thing you could possibly make at home. And they give you 2 of those. You're lucky to even just use 1 of them. There you go. That's whose fault this is. You know movies that go straight to DVD? This is like a product that just goes straight to landfill. It's brand new. No one's been in here. Easy does it. Oh, beautiful. Isn't that nice? I love that big like mold mark that it's got. Congratulations. Yeah, you wasted like $30. I remember seeing these on Target as a kid and they were genuinely like $30. And they'd be selling them alongside of like the good docks and they're like $100. And that's how they move these. People are like, oh, look how much extra stuff you get. Look, a power to USB cable. Great. Look, tiny oven mitts. Is an iPod meant to fit in this? These are tiny. Oh no. Verified. Hey, it's an aux cable. What do you want? Oh, it's just something nasty about this. Right, that's the logo. Oh man, like it stinks. It genuinely stinks. Oh yeah, I gotta be careful. This thing's a collectible. Get in there. Oh my. Whoa. Oh. No! What? You kidding me? I thought it'd have a 30-pin dock in it. What the? I charged this specifically for this video going, it'd be cool if this would be able to plug in and play through it. You know, I get it. It's for iPod Touch, but that is just... Listen, hang on. Come on, I wasn't that rough with it. It's just made out of hate. All right, so it's wall power only. It's not even battery powered. There, look at that. There it is. There's one of the features jammed underneath its own cardboard. I actually like the green. This is my favorite thing of this actually. And it's the one that's the hardest on. It's a quality bum wipe. Is there anything funny in this? Whoa! Alright, to their credit, this is really long. This is like, it's impressively long. What a janky mess. So you gotta line it up. So I got here. This is like a halfway decent iPod dock from back in the day. I mean, its only criticism really is that it's just hideous. But that's the mid-2000s for you. This was good. This was cool back then. Look, it actually has the dock connector. So, you can take your 30-pin goodness, big chunk special. You get it. You lost points. Come on. God, this is terrible. It speaks for itself. This thing is horrible. Get out. Get out of my wall! Wow. Let's reveal its secrets. Let me in. Look, maximum disrespect. Ugh. We're not putting this back together afterwards. Oh my gosh, they're so crunchy in there. I don't even know if I even think I got them out. Whoa! What is loose in there? Oh, I want in so bad. Oh, don't make me. Oh, I must resist. Give me your secrets. I genuinely, the screws are just spinning round and round in there. Ah, so annoying. Ow, it bit me. I'm doing it. The jank is being revealed. It's literally presenting to me. Look, it's just opening as I'm undoing this. Look, we're getting a peek at the treasures. Whoa! Oh no! I found the rattle. Come on out, you beast. Didn't need you after all, buddy. You got a day off. Yeah, like just like I imagined, it's just hateful. I'm too lazy. Give it. Yeah, just really don't care. I mean, just Dirty! Those aren't speakers. Look, they just stuck stuff in there to look like a speaker. Dirty. That's so dirty. What a pile of word I can't use. Yeah, and that noise was one of the speakers falling out. Look at the hot glue on that baby. Hot glue, baby. Oh, man. Give it, damn it. Look, we don't need this aux in. We don't need that speaker. We don't need that. Gather around, fellas. We'll show you the most high-tech there is. Oh, look. We get to use the aux cable. What is that? What is that? You hear it? There you go. Oh, shush. I know who's perfect. This is a perfect setup. Look, it's a match made in heaven. Oh no, it's become disconnect. It's disconnected. It fell out. Hang on. All right, there we go. It's perfect. Not good. Well, uh-oh. Oh no, it's doing that thing again. No, not now. We're right near the end of the video. Come on. Just cooperate. God, resist. If I push too hard on this, the hard drive grinds. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Don't do this to me. What an awful spectacle this is. Whoa! Whoa, what was that? Whoa! Are we back? No? Well, what happened? Are you good? Are you good? You're good. Shrek's a hard movie to play, by the way. Really stressful. Oh man, it's really unhappy. There's something about this setup that it's really not enjoying. Come on, sweetie. Oh, come on. Oh man, it's like resuscitation at the moment. Bubby, do it! Oh my god, don't tell me this is the end of the ShrekPod. Come on, we've had such beautiful history together.
Oh yeah.
Oh, don't give up on me. I can't hear it though.
Fairy tale things.
Yeah, it's not good, but it's not good. Well, there's only one way this video is gonna end. Ooh, wireless charging. Oh, imagine going back in time 10 years and shouting this to folks, eh? They'd poo their pants. Bring a bum wipe. But here's the thing, you'd bust through the door, proclaim you got the power of future wizards, and some demons frankly, because this is pretty amazing, but they're just gonna casually slap this out of your hands. Because, wireless charging isn't a fever dream of the 2020 generation. No, 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 my friends. Smell it. 2009. Now, when I bought this on eBay, first off, I just had to have it. It's just beautifully out of date, but strangely futuristic. Because, look, iPod, I had to have it. But this is all the picture showed. I mean, $10, good score, am I right? Imagine my disappointment when, what is this? What is this? It's like your dad promising you to take you to Disneyland, but then it turns out he takes you to a Disney-themed dentist. I mean, I'm looking at Mickey, right? They're singing It's a Small World after all. Oh, but not like this. I immediately lost all faith. Check it out. And I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll check it out. So you fold this up, and you just got this, like, screen-printed guff. It looks awful, by the way. This thing just smacks of effort. Look, there's like cutouts here for like the plastic. That's expensive. Lose the cord. Oh, that's trademarked. They trademarked that. Well, it's simple. You drop a charger. Oh, that's trademarked as well. There's no spaghetti. We like spaghetti around here. Energy saving. Charge 3 devices with 1 plug. Hang on. If you're charging all 3 of them from empty to full, I don't think it matters how you do it. They're taking that much electricity, right? All right, look, compatible with 3GS. Now we're talking. Hey, the 3rd gen's not written there. We'll have to test that, because that's the original dock connector one, isn't it? I don't know anything else about this. I don't even know if these guys are still going. Actually. No. Oh, no, they're still at it. It's life at 100%. Asus. Oh, they're moving too quick. You got Belkin. Hang on. Wait, what's that one? Insane. Well, no, it's gone. I can't say I've heard of them. Well, nothing left to it but to do it. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's so light. It's so light. Maybe that's a good thing. Now that is the most generic manual I've ever laid eyes on. Like, look, they're trying to be like, whoa, loose the cords, all this. And then you get to the manual and it's just, whoa. Hey, what? The first impression's pretty, well, even the gradient's good. And then it's all of a sudden like, yeah, marketing from the thousands. Power cube and the power mat. Nah, wait, man, we don't need this. We don't use the manuals. Here's the thing. Ooh, it keeps going and going and going and going. This is impressively long. I mean that's kind of neat, like a way to wrap it up. But it's made out of crap. It's the cheapest feeling whatever.
Here's our Aussie spec doodler right here, mate. We just stick her in there.
Yep. This is the worst power brick I've held, actually. It is sharp. Isn't that? Sharp. Here's this. Good. Here's Dad's Disneyland. There it is. Oh, God. Is there anything else? This box is just full. Look, the box has completely fallen apart. There's nothing in it. In that gigantic box, we got Dad's thing, this thing. Well, I guess this is pretty big, but it's really thin and it's really light. We need an iPod. Bluetooth iPod. It's nearby. Ah! Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I wasn't ready for that. Hang on.
The future, mate. Oh, if I made everything in the future, everything would go bleep, bleep, bleep.
Can you believe no one bought this? What? What are these noises? It works. Hang on. All right, hang on. We got a rap band here going on. How about you can't stop the Shrek? I'm already incredibly disappointed because like what the isn't this is the dream here, isn't it? And it charges. That's the point, isn't it? Where's the why does this have buttons on it? Oh, it's for scooting and cahooting. All right, hang on. This actually needs charging, so this would be good. Oh no, this is not as elegant. Oh, hang on. Oh no, huh? I don't know if you guys can see that. It's not ShrekPod compliant. Oh, I take it back. Go. Come on. Yay! It worked. Oh, doesn't it look good in this? So you scoot her back. So non-chungish, big chung. Here she is. Damn it! Doesn't fit. That's why it's not listed there. Oh, what? Didn't they have enough room for this to slide back for? Are you? No. I'll admit, in the last video, many people pointed out, and then you can chung on my wayward son. That's fine. But this is not big chung compliant. I'm not taking that. Sitting down. No, that's not appropriate this time because I don't want to destroy this. I got plans for the receiver inside of this. I just want this out the way so I can see if it's just a bad... Like, if this genuinely doesn't work with this, fine. Because I know these are different. These need more power, which is... that's probably why. It's because these need more power. Bullcrap. They said that this is just like a wall outlet. This can charge from a wall outlet. Let's twist again. Oh, yeah. Come on, baby. Yeah! Oh, good. There's sharp, pointy things in the way now. Anything for my chunk? Pointy. It doesn't work. But it did wake it up, but that's why they locked it out. There was actually a very wise... look, we could put that on there to cover up the screws. So there you go. That was actually a very conscious decision to do that because, no, these don't work, and that's why they said it doesn't. What is this for? This looks like it's just a pass-through? I mean, I like it. I guess. Oh, good, and that stays in there. Looking into this, this is how it's meant to be for all of them. You get like a generic thing, and then you put the tip on it, which does the thing that you want it to do, depending on what you have. So this one just happens to have an iPod one, and then that's it. So you're still plugging something in, but it's on the power mat. Friggin' get out!
Happy Australia Day! Bust out the Tim Tams, the Anzac Bickies, keep Nano in the loop with some TikToks, get a cuppa in you, and don't forget to put some shoes on, because this is the most Aussie iPod thing I've ever found.
To give you some perspective, we live on a huge continent, but there's only like 25 million of us. The USA has 300 million more than us. So we don't usually get special releases just for Aussies, but in this case, like, this one's so big, we have to move. We can't do this here.
Hold on, you Vegemite!
Ugh, holy doc.
Well, go on, mate, what makes it so Aussie then? That guy right there, mate, nothing says Happy Australia Day like having 16 Teds and having a spew in the Uber on the way home from the beach.
Also from the smell of 1600 BBBQs burning per every square centimetre on this day. I've only got one Tui's thing in the house, and it's this, which I found in 2011 at campus at uni, and then I put it in my bag, and then forgot about it for years, and now I'm just saving for a special day. Every year or so, I'll just give it a shake. Ooh, it reminds me. That special day's coming up, I know it! It expired in 2015. Ugh. Look at that. It's got flavor nuggets.
You won't believe how many babies this baby could baby.
I've done some research on this, and there is nearly nothing at all about this. I mean, it's clearly a promotional item, right? You know, that's reekingly obvious. And if you look at the back, you know, there you go. Promotions. Makes sense. This was a giveaway of some sorts, and the only information I see about it is people either selling theirs or there's a fantastic website which is offering it as a total $600 prize. Using the Wayback Machine, which is genius by the way, you can just look at Apple's site from 2011. That's how much an iPod costs. So, you know, more than 350 bucks people are saying that this nugget is worth. Only 2 years ago, someone bought one on eBay for 300 bucks.
$300
Look, it's got the 30 pin in it, and look at this childbearing dock. That is more than Big Chungus compliant. I am furiously confident that this one's gonna fit. So where did I find this genuine treasure? Where did I get this big old slice of Aussie oi oi oi? That's full of flies, actually, now that I look at it. Ew. So where did I find such a treasure? eBay? Gumtree? Maybe I literally dug it up pirate style. Nah, mate.
Oh, I found it at Cassie's, mate, where you can find your dreams. They've got wares and chairs and a bog downstairs, some clubs and tubs and hats for scrubs and out-of-date movies. So get on down to Cassie's, mate. You know it'll change your life. So get off the floor, head out the door, forget eBay, they charge you more and lose your life at Cassie's, mate. Good old Cashies. It's like a garage sale with dedicated business hours. And sometimes nonsensical pricing due to folks at the store just maybe having a guess at what it's actually worth. But that's the fun, really. You don't know what kind of bargain you're gonna find. So folks are paying 300 bucks for this not that long ago. Mate, I got this for 50 bucks and I thought I overpaid. Because I've done promotional work for big companies. I understand the dance they're doing, because it's like they're giving it away, so they don't want it to be overly expensive, otherwise they're going to lose heaps of money. But they're putting their name on it, so they don't want it to suck, otherwise people are going to start hating the company. So usually what they do is they take mediocre components and put it in a beautiful case. And this is exactly what they've done, because the acrylics held up good. There's no real like crazy spidering or anything. You know, it's pretty old. I'm guessing, you know, this is about 10 years old, and acrylic is not easy to work with. This is held up pretty good, like look-wise. I don't know why, but this font just worries me. I think that looks pretty lame. It's got little detents to help you find where the
where the center of the pots are, it's all right.
It's a big old slice of all right. Oh yeah, baby, that's where you want your aux in, right next to the power.
It's got the porting and everything. So if you're gonna make something on the cheap, making it in clear acrylic, brave, very brave. But you know, folks don't usually know what good components look like anyways. You know, it's all right. There's the amp and the power supply. I mean, the wiring isn't amazing, but I mean, it's not janky. It's just, I don't know, it's just not super tidy. But you know, again, it was designed to just be given away to people. The backs of these speakers though, I don't know why. For people who don't know, at the back of speakers are big magnets, and those do all the pushing, they do all the driving. And so the bigger the magnet you got, the more noise you can make, really. I mean, that's very layman's terms. People are gonna yell at me for saying that. But that's why big professional speakers weigh so much, because they got those massive hanking magnets in them. Whereas the cheap stuff, you said, I want a better dollary, dude. I got one.
It's got kangaroos on it. Can you see them?
I'll bet my dollary do that the backs of those are hollow and they're hiding little tiny magnets. That's where I think they're hiding the jank.
But enough gabbing, mate. I think it's time to plug this puppy in, eh? Oh, that's how you know she's working.
So they just stay on, huh? It's like that's dazzling or something.
Look out, there's 6 green LEDs. I'm blown away.
Pretty obvious what we gotta test first. You know, we gotta, is it big chunk compliant? Oh, good start. Uh-oh, you can barely see it. Oh no.
Mate, we did it.
What? Oh. That's odd. All right.
She works.
Oh man, look at the wobble on this dock. We got a wobbly dock. I'm not being judgmental to those that have floppy docks, all right? Like, you know, happens to the best of us. A little bit of FDS didn't hurt anyone, mate. Floppy dock syndrome. Oh. Do it. Oh man. Oh man. It is, what? Okay, alright, hang on. I'm just gonna break my 3rd gen. When I plug this in, it doesn't want to cooperate anymore. That's funky.
Nano.
Hey! Okay. It sounds alright. I don't hate it. It's fine, but it needs a real comparison. So we can't use this as a comparison because, you know, it runs on. That's not fair. This thing's plugged into the wall after all. So to spice things up a little bit, check this out. This thing is awesome. Look, metal grill. Anyone who plays like a musical instrument knows that Yamaha make really good stuff. They're a weird company because, you know, they make amazing drums, they make amazing saxophones, they make amazing guitars and basses, their grand pianos are amazing, and then they also make motorbikes, and they're also nice. I like how this thing looks, actually. It's heaps rugged. Oh man. Oh no. These docks really hate the 3rd gens. That is so interesting. But look at this. This is my favorite. They match. Isn't that awesome? It's actually using the iPod's inner controls. It's a really nice little speaker system. Interesting. Well, it looks like this is the hardest iPod to get working. But do you want to know my favorite bit about this?
It has a handle.
That guy has way more speakers and they're way...
Settle, mate, settle. You'll get your turn.
Look at the power cord coming out of this. Look at the one coming out of this. This could run on... come on. So I think that guy should have a huge advantage against this guy. Speaking full honestly, this thing sounds way better. It's actually a little bit louder as well. And this is so much smaller. And let's not forget, look out, Nano!
It has a handle.
For how big this thing is and how many speakers it has, and you know, God, it's pretty friggin' heavy as well. I mean, I blame the acrylic. It's made of super average parts. I mean, that little Yamaha just smacks it up and down the road. Not only is this a little bit quieter than that tiny little speaker, it needs wall power at all times. I mean, it's almost as loud, but it's just woofier. You're probably not gonna hear the difference through a YouTube video, but you just gotta take my word on it. And you know, looks wise, I mean, I like the clear acrylic. It smacks of the 2000s. It's really funny. Hey, it caught my eye, sitting there on the shelf of the local cashies. But you know, it's not really a speaker system for, say, like a philosopher or like the main hi-fi in the house. This is a speaker system you win at like the local footy, and it came with a meat tray or something for doing the most handballs for a hulu. This is the hi-fi for dad's shed. Or as affluent as it gets is probably the room that you keep a pool table in. This probably lived in a shed for ages. Think of all the epic work stories this thing's had to hear over and over again. Epic tradie tales like the time Uncle Kevo dropped his cigs in the trench, dug for a retaining wall, and Brucey got him back out with a digger attachment without tearing the foil seal. All that time old mate Steve got his iced coffee on the roof of the work ute only to get to the depot and find it's still there. True stories of heroism and patriotism. The only thing I want to do, get out of my wall. The only thing I want to do is check these speakers out, because again, I'm betting that dollary dude that those are hollowed out. I'm betting my dollary dude. But you know, these are rare. I can't believe I found one. Where am I ever gonna get another one of these, or even run into it? Doing my research on eBay, man, they don't exist. Oh my God, man, look out! Oh, head down to Cashie's, mate, if you want to buy the same thing twice. They were literally side by side next to each other. I was standing at the counter with one of them, and I looked at the other one. I was like, when are you ever gonna find another one of these? And the best bit, the dock's even worse. FDS and all day, mate. Floppy dock syndrome. It happens to the best of us. This one is 100% done goofed. All the annoying LEDs light up. No sound that come out of the speakies. My plan is, I've got one to keep as a historical reference to just Aussie's greatest product achievements. But this one, I'd love to actually gut this out and put good speakers in it and all that good whatever, you know, actually put a... God, that is so bad. So, these speakers are coming out, buddy. Oh, that actually looks cool without it. This looks cooler without the covers. Get on down to Cashie's, mate, where you can pay $50 for this. Compared to that, I think that looks cool. I mean, you can't trust it because, you know, like, you know, stray football kicking around the shed, mate. You punch them out. Oh. This case is actually pretty nice. Sounds completely hollow. Come on! Yeah! Just as I imagined, mate. Well, Sheilas and Bruces, I hope you all have a good Aussie day. Not too many Tim Tams now, right? You'll spoil your dinner of schnags with the dessert of more snags. Thanks for hanging around. I'll see you next week. Oh man, these iPods are hard to get into. There's no visible screws, and no doubt a massive deterrent to anyone who wants to replace the battery in theirs, or even to save one of them. You know, people will pull them out of a drawer, they'd see it's not quite working properly, they'd look at it and go, man, it must be so expensive to get into one of these, and then they just throw them out instead. But just imagine you're like me way back. You find your old iPod in a drawer, it gives you the old sad face, and before throwing it away, you figure, let's get into it, I want to see what's inside of one of these things. And you just dig through the house and you go, well, we need a tool to open it, right? What's the flattest tool in the house? Mate, it's in the name. Flathead screwdriver. It's the first pick for a lot of people. Oh no. And then upon that failing, you ask Mum, Mum, where's the butter knife? Yeah, that's much better. Much thinner. You got a slightly better chance with this. Some people mention in the Discord, like pocket knives and things. I'm not even going to entertain using like a sharp knife like this. See these? Where are they? See these marks here? See these scratches? I call those newbie marks because that's where I've slipped and then scratched it, and it first gen classic, and I dropped it several times. That's what happens when it's a daily. But now imagine slipping with this. Besides, mate, you call that a knife? This is a knife. And finally, just because honestly I can imagine my dad doing it, the snips or pliers or whatever. I have no faith for this, but you know, why not? No, I will not be opening my first gen classic just for a video. Mate, this is a teaching hospital now and we need some cadavers. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. 3 iPods for 3 different tools. I can't rest until I open this iPod with this. Nor can I rest for this one with this and this old mate to open up this one. Look at that face. Hey. I dug through my wares and these are the 3 saddest iPods in my collection. They are beyond useless and beyond completely valueless, except for their screens. Their screens are useful. Everything else is just junk about them. This one, literally, nothing works at all. I've tried for ages. I now don't care. So, to make things a little bit more interesting, I want to do it as fast as I can. I'm not setting out to be completely malicious, but I want to get in quick and easy. So, we're going to start off with the first one, the screwdriver, the classic, but I've got a pro strat in mind, and I'm slightly confident. This thing is really thick. I mean, look at the tolerance. Can you see a gap that fits this? Nah, mate. Alrighty, I got my pro strat ready. 3, 2, screw it. Pro strat, yeah, pro strat. Oh, come on. We got chunks coming out. Oh, yes. Stop. All thanks to the pro strat. quite disrespectful. As you can see, someone has most certainly been in here. Yeah, bad piece of junk. That screen's good, though. Ooh. Yes, I did it. I broke it. Ah. Sorry, iPad. This iPad does work. 15.8 seconds, a good start. This is all doomed for the pile anyway. Now, normally when the screwdriver fails, you bust out your butter knife. This is a bit more flexible, so I don't know how well the Pro Strat's gonna work. I mean, that's made out of tool steel. I mean, stainless. Pro Strat. Here we go. Oh no. Oh no! Oh yes! Yeah! Oh, I remember this one. It's got all this blue stuff in it. This came from the Ukraine, of all places, and it stinks like a port, like a fishery. Oh god! Oh, I hate this iPod. That absolutely stinks. Oh, look at that! If I didn't break that plastic bit, which you could replace, look at that, I bent that back. Hey! For how vicious I was, that's pretty good. This video is nowhere near as destructive as I thought. What about this one? Ooh. Not as well. That's pretty poor. I'm gonna be honest with you, that's pretty poor. And now, the last one. That's the face I'd be making. Okay. Now, like, talking about thickness, this isn't gonna work well. All right, I'm still gonna go for the pro strat. It's gonna be the expert strat if I pull it off. All right, here we go. Ah, gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, come on. Oh! With the power of gear.
Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna have to peel it like a can. Ah. Oh, it's still in really good nick, by the way. She's looking good. Oh! Come on, I'm so close. I'm just gonna cut my way there. It's like 41 degrees Celsius in this room as well. The aircon doesn't reach here. Ah, if you just give me your guts! This is dangerous now. This is really sharp. I hate this. Yes! Hey! Oh, gee. Yeah. And there it is in freedoms. Oh, that doesn't look too bad. That doesn't look bad at all. HP. Oh, look, this is still good. Look, you can fix this by going like that. And then look, that's good. And you can repair these pins just by going like this. In fact, you can just take it off. And now it's good. God, there's rubble everywhere. Well, there's only one last way, which is the proper way. Well, you know, whatever. You want to find yourself one of these. They're like $1, or they come free with an iPod thing that you bought. If you find one that looks like this, you want to wrap this in tape. It is razor sharp. Not sponsored. They've got one that's got stuff on it already, so it's nowhere near as sharp. I have a scar right there from one of these. It's no joke, they are that sharp. Check out how thin they are. It's like a knife. Oh man, I've already eaten up all my cadavers. Well, this guy. So the technique that you want to use, if you have a look, see, it's got all these hooks. So it's those hooks that clip under the case. You want to push these hooks down and it will pop out. Whereas what a lot of people do is they just stick it straight in and then just reef upwards. That's when you completely destroy it. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put this into the line and make a cutting downwards motion until it gets in there, and then you're good to go. Mate. And apart from the horrific damage that I've done to it in past videos, look at that. In and out, heaps quick, with no damage at all. You go back where you belong. Good work. Oh, my dollary-do moved. As for these guys, I'm afraid it's off to the pile. Oh boy, it's hard work carrying this thing around because I just need to check Wikipedia all the time, like constantly, and I'm pretending it's 2006 and my plebeian spec devices can't just readily get on Wikipedia to check every little factoid to burden my friends with. Mobile data back then, crazy expensive, no joke. Yeah, and this is hard work. And you know, not to mention, this is valuable. Not just the data that's inside, but you know, the MacBook itself is rather valuable. You know, I just hate for anything to happen to it. I wouldn't know what I'd do. So what if I told you this guy right here contained the entirety of Wikipedia from 2007? That's right, it's all on here. And let me say before we get started that it was a pain in the bum. I hated this. It just took forever. The software that this is running is from 2006, and man, did I learn the hard way that 14 years is a long time. Computers don't really dance the same anymore. I tried to do this on my modern Mac. Nah, it was like, you need a PowerPC powered Macintosh. What? They haven't made them in ages. But luckily, I'm a nerd. I mean, look, I got a telescope. You know, one time I thought I discovered a planet, but it turns out it's called the moon, and basically everyone already knew about it. Get it! Oh, yeah, this filthy beast. Oh, no, PowerBook. They weren't calling them MacBooks yet. 2005, and this thing still goes on YouTube over the wireless with great difficulty. But it didn't work for this either. This technically runs Linux. No, it doesn't. It does run Linux. And they say if you're running Linux, it's easier to do. I tried partitioning a drive on my Windows machine. I tried VMware, and I just couldn't get it to work. And then I remembered, I know James, the genius man who unjanked the Bluetooth iPod, and he just has this fantastic collection of stuff that runs on electricity. So many people asked if James had an Instagram or anything, and he's made one for you guys. So go and check it out. If you want to see more of his collection and stuff,
He's got an Insta now. He made it just for you. Then I felt better taking it to James because I saw how much trouble he was having with this. Windows 7, nada. We had Linux running on a laptop. It got us closer, but that was when we had to call upon a sweet old friend, a friend I haven't seen in a really long time. I'm talking of Windows XP. Ah, that friendly blue. So James and his fleet of ePCs got it running. It all took a little bit longer than expected, but that's just because a magpie flew into his chicken coop and it got stuck and he had to go and rescue it. So here it is. So I've seen a lot of iPods boot up, like, yeah, big deal. Like Rockbox looks super neat, but this is the coolest boot. Oh, that is so cool. To see that Linux logo on an iPod is so good. And then it's just straight up a hacker from the year 1999. So this thing has a few settings in it, like you can adjust the wheel sensitivity and such, and you know, the contrast or the clicker. Yeah, there's no backlight. What kind of, like, you know, you'd want to be like up late at night and you can't sleep, so you bust out your iPod mini that has Wikipedia from 2007 on it, and then just, you know, browse away in just absolute disdain. No, you can't do that. Hopefully you have bright studio lighting all times. So I remember when the iPhone was rumored to be coming out and people were like, oh yeah, it's gonna have a click wheel on it, mate, because it's Apple, it's gonna have a click wheel on it. I'm gonna show you why that's just the stupidest idea. Let's just type in USA president. Oh, I went past it. I'm lost, hang on. Okay, you. Oh no, I went past it. Oh man, and come on. T, yay! Play! Go! Is it doing it? It says searching. Oh, yes! Alright. Used by President Hayes, and the president of this often referred to as POTUS. But who is it? Oh no, it's just older guff. No, there's no thing on the side to tell me how far down I'm going. Oh look, there's a link. Look at that. You see that link? Make sure you click on the link. I can't do it. I can't. I don't want to type it in again. Yeah, let's just go for it. Come on. Oh my gosh. It's just so little. Whoa. Whoa. Hang on. Currently, George W. Bush. Hey. Oh man, I found it. That took a long time. And yeah, George is still in power. I mean, he's back there doing something. All right, let's do iPod. Oh man, go, my wayward son. Look up yourself. All right, brand portal me, please. Yeah, come on. The lineup consists of video-capable video. Yeah, 5G iPod. Yeah, there you go. 6th gen wasn't out yet. Oh, no, wait. Hang on. No, look. iPhone. I take it back. The iPhone's in here. Oh, I was kind of hoping it didn't have the iPhone in it. Yeah, I don't want to search up anything anymore. That took so long. So, yeah, should you do this to your iPod mini? Yeah, if you hate it. And you're like, I never use it. I hate it. I don't ever want to use it properly. So this is nothing but the text from Wikipedia of the time. No images, no hyperlinks. I mean, you know, just those dead ones, I suppose. No videos, no nothing. And it's 1.6 gigs. That is a lot of text. It was a nightmare to get this working.
Here
Gotta get that zoom. Oh, look at it! It's beautiful! It's slow as molasses, and at the end of the day, it's completely out of date. So I rated a 9 out of 10. Yeah! I had something fun planned for this week, but this smelly egg totally landed on my doorstep and it has just dominated my week basically. And it's now turned from a freak occurrence into something that's, I don't know, almost monthly regular. Currently it's weekly regular. I'm having trouble with this. So, boring context time. I live in Australia, and a lot of these cool, funky collectibles come from the UK and the US. It's just how it is. There's just not many Aussies to sell these to, so not as many of them came over here, or if at all in some cases. And to send stuff out of the UK and the US, there is heaps of customs forms, all sorts of stuff. So what eBay's done to help make it a lot easier is they got this eBay global shipping whatever, where what you do is you send it to their central location in Kentucky in the US, I forget where in the UK. Usually they'll open up the package, verify it, and then they handle the shipping to me. So they do all the customs, all the rubbish and stuff. So, enter victim number 1. This is a little bit before I actually started this channel, and I was just getting into the real weird iPods, you know, the Firewire ones. Ah, that's so weird. I love it. I'd never had these before. I'd never even seen one in person. They're just not common at all. I found one in the US for a price that I really liked. It was in awesome condition. The humongous fees and shipping to get it over here. eBay's global thing is actually quite expensive because you got to pay for shipping twice, right? To the facility and onwards, and import taxes, it's heaps. But I got it. Oh, damn it! Sorry. At the eBay site in Kentucky, they decided to open this up just with a box cutter, shunk, and just look at that. Through the wheel, through the button, just absolutely shattered this thing. This isn't actually the back that it came with. This one, I tried to use it for a little bit, but it turned into a parts pod because no amount of sandpaper and Brasso can fix that. And you know, you can feel it in the... It's just so carelessly destroyed. Yeah, I got my money back and such, but then the next cheapest one that I could find was in way worse condition. You know, this is the back from that. My experience doing iPods was actually flicking them and selling them on eBay. I bought this big lot of bits and components and whatevers. For the money, it had all the parts that I needed, looked like great value. And so this one actually came from the UK through their eBay global shipping whatever thing. It's the only other country that's got it. And so what these people proceeded to do was just empty all the contents out, go, oh no, there's no drugs in here, then scrape it all back in the box and just send it straight on to me. This is how the box arrived. It's been Ace Ventura'd to my door. I'm not even getting, look at it, and then you open it up and it's just... You couldn't be more careless if you tried. Everything was taken out of its paper sleeves and separators and things, and then at the bottom of the box was just the gravel, the technology sand. Where do you think the parts came from to make this? Why, I was so surprised that this thing actually booted up at all. And this has been planned up in previous videos actually, and people have suggested maybe it's got motherboard damage. Well, when you see the swamp that it was conceived out of, you can see why. I mean, yeah, I'm sure this has motherboard damage. So, this one happened only last week. Getting into these old iPods, especially the first ones, got me thinking about what were the devices that came before the iPod. I mean, this isn't the first MP3 player. This is, you know, probably about 3 or 4 years into the game this was. So there is a fleet of freaks and misfits that just didn't work out. Didn't capture people. I love these freaks. Look at this. Funny story, Samsung actually made this and then Creative just put a branding on it. There you go, kids. That's before USB. Serial. If you ever complain about how slow your Wi-Fi is, give Serial a go. Freakish. 32 megabytes. Look at this card. It's like out of Halo or something. Beautiful. So what I found was Intel made an MP3 player. Everyone had their hat in the ring. And I found it new in its box. It was all complete. It was a price that I was like, okay, cool, no worries. Like, it just looked like heaps of fun to pull apart and laugh at and whatever. And I was trying to reveal the label underneath. Yeah, this came from Kentucky. So what happened to this one? The old slash and dash? So what happened was, it got to the facility, they opened it, right? And they took it out of its box as well to make sure. And then what they did was then throw the box away. I'm not lying. This is all that arrived. What? Oh, God. Unbelievable. And then, like, it's so unfair on the seller because I'm like, yeah, hey, do you still have the box for this? I have had cases where people have gotten rid of the packaging to save on shipping, but, you know, they didn't do this. And sure enough, the seller got back to me to confirm that, yep, they threw away the box. So, yeah, thanks. The box is half the fun. I don't need a space nugget and crappy headphones. But boy, oh boy, this doesn't compare to what just landed on my seat this week. This one needs a little bit of backstory. So, people ask, why do I like iPods? What's the big deal? My actual expertise is as a musician. So since the age of 9, music's been really important to me. And in my high school days, the 4th gen was, I just lived out of this thing. I didn't have a lot of money, so I picked it up secondhand from like pawnbrokers and whatnot. And mate, the price that I was dipping in, it just came with the iPod, a cable, and all the scratches. Mate, those were free. I was studying music at school and then studied music afterwards. I'd keep all my exam music on this, you know, so it was with me in the practice room, it was with me in the exam, you know, it genuinely came with me everywhere. But because I was buying them with musician scrub money, I'd never seen the box for one of these. Never. I never knew what they looked like. So I found it for a good price. I liked it. I saw it even with the crazy price of eBay's global whatever and all the taxes. I wanted it. Oh man. And I've just gotten off the phone with eBay to get my money back for this. This is the worst one. Straight away. That's immediately what I see. Look at that. The old slash and dash, mate. Ugh. Look at that. Pitney Bowes, Mark of the Beast, Kentucky, because eBay's made it so only Pitney Bowes handles all of their eBay global whatevers. You know, there's Kentucky, this is the bag that was shipped to them, and this is how they decide to open investigate it. Cut. Look at that. Look at that. It's so careless. Unbelievable. Absolutely shattered. I only looked in the box to verify that it was the 4th gen I was waiting on, and then I was going to do like an awesome unboxing video because I'd never seen inside one of these. This is complete, it's all in there. But instead of unboxing it for you guys, I had to unbox it just to show you how absolutely destroyed it is. Look, through that as well, both sides. How hard do you have to cut? Even when I picked it up in this bag, you can feel that there's something light and cardboardy in there. There she is. Oh man, you know, this is stuff I didn't, you know, all the documentation, the Apple stickers are still there. So yeah, you know, I get my money back and all that, but I really hunted for this one. The price was so good. And it's like someone pooing on your birthday cake, leaning over and going, well, just eat around the poo. There's no poo on those bits. And maybe he's right. But the word here is just spoiled. Absolutely spoiled. And so carelessly as well. If they just, you know, one cut in the top and then just tear it open, none of this would have happened. Same way if Uncle Kevo would just squatted 2 feet the other way. And all of these come from the Kentucky site or that one UK one, and I'm just showing you the worst examples of stuff that's coming genuinely like, oh my gosh, that is careless. I've had some of them come in where they've been repackaged so awfully, I can't believe it arrived in one piece. I've had stuff that looks like it's been sat on, you know, when it's been all torn out. I've talked to eBay about this, wondering what's going on, and all of them respond with, oh, I've never heard of this before. But then if I do my research, look, there's people complaining about the old slash and dash. What's a positive I can finish with? The box is smaller than I thought, which means it will fit in the bin easier. All right, that's the happy ending. Oh, Oh, the fun vids just keep on coming, don't they? So in my last video, I was just having a big old open whinge about my stinky laundry with eBay's global shipping service. Well, now that laundry is so smelly, there are skid marks on the back of the t-shirt. So people who don't know what eBay's global shipping thing is, shipping out of the United States has a lot of paperwork, so much paperwork, customs, you gotta have all the information for it, the weights, dimensions, all that whatevers. And so eBay figured people would be more likely to international ship if they made it easier. So what they did was they set up the eBay Global Shipping Center, where what you do is you send it to Kentucky, which is where they keep their facility, which is then shipped over the world. They handle the customs, all that sort of stuff. So by putting all the information in your listing, like you normally would for postage anyway, they can work out custom charges and taxes and all that sort of stuff. And for the seller, it's meant to just be like a local post. You're just posting it within the country. Easy. But what actually happens is packages enter the Kentucky facility to be absolutely destroyed. One of the first things I ever ordered internationally iPod-wise, and it was slashed during the customs process when they opened it up.
Packages may be opened to gather information for customs processing.
I ordered a big box of parts. They just took it out of all the protective sleeves and just piled it back in the box. 3 weeks ago, a rare Intel strange media player that arrived at the Kentucky facility, and during customs, they decided to take the outer box off and then just throw it away. They threw the box away, and that all I got was the outside of it. Last week, this hateful thing rolled in where it has just been absolutely slashed and dashed. So my last video was just me airing out some laundry, but now this is a full-blown PSA against the global shipping thing. Enter today's. This is, I don't know, an hour or two old. We've only just started the massive processes involved. Look at that, Pitney Bowes, Kentucky. Keep an eye on this line here. You ready? La 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 la. Can you see that? Can you see the slash and dash? Oh, another one. This is 3 weeks in a row that my items are coming in just carelessly ruined. And yeah, look, I get it. It's just an iPod, whatever. And like, usually I get my money back. But the big part is, these are hard to find for me. To find someone who even wants to bother with international shipping and has bothered to keep the box. Out of things that I collect, things that come in cardboard boxes nearly never come with their cardboard box. Look, here's the first ever Sanic. It's in great nick because it's got a hard plastic case and it holds everything in it. Here's a really, really well-selling game that came in a cardboard box. Look what happens to it. You can't even find the boxes for these anymore. I'm blown away I've even gotten this one. So for me, to finally find one in a box that's actually in quite good nick, really, I mean, forget about that. And it's complete, everything's in there. Oh, and it's just, this one isn't as bad. This is nowhere near as bad as the last time. Last time was very impressive, but I'm not giving them any concession. And the biggest sting in all of this is that eBay's global shipping is more expensive. They gotta ship it twice. You gotta send it to the facility and then onwards to you. I'm the one paying for that. And that means it has to go through twice as much postage handling, which is more dangerous for the items. Because of all this, it takes longer. It's not that it's taking longer and it's more expensive because it's more secure and you're gonna get it in really good nick no matter what. It's more expensive, takes longer, and it's awful. People on my Twitter and such are saying, oh, well, maybe it's DHL or local postage. No way. Some of you guys have actually sent me stuff. I've never had fan mail before. And someone sent me a glow-in-the-dark 3D bust of Shrek. Look at that. Look at, it's so delicate and fragile sounding. And look, Shrek's ears survived. You want to see the titanium box that this came in? It came in this, with some foam. That was it. USA to Australia. And it arrived sooner than these, and it's perfect. There is nothing wrong with it. That stays there. Wait, no, you can't see his beautiful face. One grit, help him out. There we go. These friends here. So if this service is awful for buyers, it must be really good for sellers then, right? Hey, the convenience of not having to deal with all the customs forms. Yeah, right. You should see the conversations I have to have with people about trying to get this all sorted out. I have to message the seller first, and every time I talk to eBay, they say, oh, you have to issue in a refund. And then what happens for the poor seller is they just get a notice saying, so-and-so would like a refund for this item. A lot of people sell things you know, so they can buy other things, or maybe they need to sell their collection to pay for bills or something. And so just imagine you've spent the money and now all of a sudden you think you have to send the money back and take busted merchandise in return. It's very stressful. I always make sure to go in saying, hey mate, I know it's not your fault, this happened, this is what we got to do, but it's weekly at this stage I got to go through with this. And with the current one, we've only just gotten started. So I called up eBay Plus because I'm an idiot and I pay eBay even more money.
Hi and welcome to eBay customer support. This call may be recorded for quality purposes. Thanks for being one of our most valued customers.
And she decided to start the return process for me, which is nice. I thought she would include all the details because it's a case. Like, they have to look at it and go, okay, it was our fault, we'll pay. Otherwise, the seller has to pay. I told her the whole spiel on the story and the pictures and stuff, and she just wrote in the description, item arrived damaged. That was it. Our 15-minute phone call. Item arrived damaged. And I can't edit that to put in more details. So if you think the convenience of not having to do the customs forms outweighs having to deal with this stuff, no way. These are items that I just bothered to show you. Here's another one that got ruined, but I just let it roll because it wasn't that important. So this is just a silly thing that I bought. Just I don't know. I just thought it was funny. It's a just wireless cable. This was $2.50, but then I didn't see all the extra fees with eBay's, global shipping thing. I ended up paying $30 in the end, $28 postage for a $2 something cable. And look at that. She got slashed and dashed, but I just let it roll. Because big deal, it's just a joke, right? It also got sat on. Yeah, thanks eBay, you're doing a great job. So if it's not better for the buyer and it's not better for the seller, then who is it better for? eBay and Pitney Bowes. Pitney Bowes has just got this guaranteed contract, which is like one of the biggest international shipping contracts you can get. Oh mate, here's some free work for you. And eBay saves massive money because they do it all through the one facility. I actually found their global shipping video to sell this idea to people. Look at the opening video here. That explains it in a nutshell. They've got all of this international shipping being crammed through a single facility. That's horrifying. Usually companies brag when they got lots of locations. Oh, look at all the places we're at, so we're not that far away and all this. The fact that this damage is now so common, every week so far, they're just rolling in. I'm a different case. I'm a freak YouTuber from Australia ordering constantly from the United States. I'm just in a position where I can really highlight how often this happens. I'm gonna say that the workers in this place must be stressed out of their minds. The entire country's international eBay shipping through one place. Well, I've found their video where they're showing how it's all done. They say they're open 6 days a week, and I bet they ask these people to come in on a Sunday and just push around these empty boxes to make it look like we got this all under control. I want to see that place on a real day. No way is it just kind of mulling around like that. It must be a madhouse. Everyone's yelling at me, oh, stop using the service. It's like, damn right I'm gonna stop using the service. This is all stuff I ordered ages ago, and it's all just rolling in now. So yeah, luckily I haven't ordered something in a while, but I still got some stuff coming in. So yeah, we'll see if it survives. Oh, and check out this smelly detail. With this current case at the moment, I was telling the guy, this has happened to me a few times, and he mentioned, yeah, 2 packages got ruined over Christmas, and he didn't get it all sorted out. I thought the seller was always safe. Not. This service absolutely blows. After my last video, people said, oh good, you're giving us some exposure, so now hopefully eBay knows about it. Well, here's the thing. They already know about this. I real talked with the eBay rep and she said, yeah, they know about this. And that's painfully obvious. I was doing some research with the last video and I found cases from 2014. Upwards of 6 years ago, they've been doing the exact same thing of just slashing items inside the boxes and just genuinely not giving a damn. eBay has concluded that this is the cost of doing business. It's just cheaper to absolutely squash their employees by having it all go through one facility and make it exclusive for one transportation company and just pay out all the people whose collectibles are absolutely destroyed than it is to offer a good service. It ain't changing. My plea to sellers, just don't do it. Just do the customs work yourself. You can still sell on eBay. Just don't do the global shipping thing. It's not worth it. The only way this is going away is if people just stop using it. They've been doing this for years now. It's a good business model for them. They don't care. And you ready? To finish this video, I drew a diagram to sum up this whole thing so it's totally easy to understand. So, toys, iPods, games, collectibles, fun really, comes in this way into the global shipping center, right? And then out this way, sadness. The iPod absolutely dominated. I mean, it was like 70% market share at one point, and it wasn't because there was no competition. There was plenty of competition. Check this one out. Philips, nice. The buttons you use least often are the big comfy ones, where the up and down ones are tiny and cut into your fingers. This is nothing. There is nothing here. It's a joystick. This one's great. What shape is this? How would I describe this shape to anyone? Every other surface on it, it can't sit still. It's always rolling around. The only time it's sitting still is when it's face down. But I do mean, everyone was having a go. Dell was having a go. Intel was having a go. Look at this space nugget. This was before the iPod even came out. Translucent blue. The 2000s were weird, man. Don't get me started on its nugget phones. I don't know where this thing begins and where it ends. So since everyone's having a go, well, why not Lego? Does not come apart. Oh, you poor thing. Man, those headphones look like 2 tickets to Garbage Town. I can't wait to taste these in my ears. I guess they kept the Lego theme. They look like they're made out of the same plastic. What are these for? I don't get the marketing. They're just 2 bricks. Well, mate, here's that packaging we made for the new Lego thing. All right, mate, I'm loving it. She's looking good, mate. She's square. Square's good, mate. Looks like a kid made it. I've only got one problem, mate. I don't think people are going to know that this is Lego. Well, what do you mean, mate? It's pretty obvious that it's all made out of Lego. I mean, we even made sure to make the Lego logo, almost the biggest bit, mate. It's the same size as the player, eh? There's all Legos and such in the back, mate. Mate, I'm hearing you. I'm listening to what you're laying down, mate. I think you're completely off your face, mate. Throw a couple of Lego bricks in there, mate. I think that'll drive her home. And can you believe no one bought this? This is brand new. When I saw these headphones, I was thinking, right, this is 2005, 2006, perhaps? Because that's when the Nano was out. 2 gig flash was pretty normal. And it's just got this cheap element. I'm sorry. Look at these titles. The Cops. Stop! And Serving the Law. Back to the original topic about talking about when I thought this was from. These headphones are given away old. Really old. Turns out this thing came out in 2009. Talk about late to the party, but mine was made in 2011. This always annoyed me as a kid. Holds up to 500 songs. You look here and it's 500 songs at 128 kilobits for MP3 music. And it's 1,000 songs at 64 kilobits per second. Yeah, cool. You can cram lots of things into other things if you want to destroy them. All right, let's do it. Where are my teacher's scissors? I got my school teacher's scissors. Hey, it's one of my favorite brands around here. Famous Toledo! Priceless collectible. Quick, get the blocks! Wow! Wait. Wow! What are these for? Oh, yeah, nearly broke those headphones. Oh, nice package design. Look at this fugly bag they're hanging out of. It's the sort of bag you put dog poo in. Oh, get out! Get out! I'm gonna break them to get them out. Oh gosh! Get out, you minx! Can't wait to hear them now. This is gonna be so worth it. Oh wow, they feel like nothing. They sound like children's percussion. They're so hollow. That's not good. Oh, it's impressively long. Oh, this is just a plain black looking USB cable. It feels really nice. All right, here's the King Nugget. Oh, it's got 2. It is the sharpest thing. This is more comfortable. Holding all these metal tools like this are about the same. It's just as sharp as a handful of metal tools. Oh, check out the build quality. She's letting loose already. Only Lego can make... Oh, we got paper. Oh, man, there's stuff hidden in it. Oh. MP3 player. They didn't actually make this. Digital Blue made it. There it is, with its side headphone jack. Ugh. It has several cool features. Lego brick constructions that lets you cut your fingers while trying to listen to music. MP3 and MVA song ruining playback. Photo browser for viewing JPEGs. Ugh. 2 gig memory, yeah. It comes with the earbuds. Oh, they're good. So good they put it in there twice. I love that song name there, right there. Start! Well, we can just figure this out. I'm sure this is just like a flash drive. Show us your... Yo, look at that screen! That is the dimmest thing I've ever seen. My mission is just to put this album on it, which is just known as Shrek, the album. Isn't that worth your money? Right there? This thing is slower than even my oldest iPods. This thing is a total nugget. I didn't hook up the screen capture because I thought it'd just be click and drag. Here's a visual metaphor for clicking and dragging to make up for it. This is genuinely taking like 2 minutes to put one album in here. This is unbelievably slow. Oh man, that literally took, to put 13 songs on here, 100 megs, that was like 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and it's not actually ejecting out of the computer. Get out. I haven't seen displays like that since bootleg iPods in like... Oh wow, man. This is like the same interface as bootleg iPods way back. This is... What? I don't get it. Oh. Oh, all right. Oh, we're doing it. Let's quickly check the settings. Sleepy time. Ear friend? Oh, ear friendly. What the heck is that? No, out. How do I get out? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, man. This is not... I don't care anymore. Get me out. Send me to the music. This thing is slow. I'm telling you, this is slower than an old hard drive. All of them. Yeah, look, just give me all of them. Are you kidding me? For 2 minutes I watch you drag things in here. Are you kidding me? This is already harder to use than an iPod. Powering the player, charge the player's battery, and turn the player's screen. I did it right. I'm reading this. I did it right. It's just click and drag. Remember this? Does not come apart. Oh yes it will. Oh man, it's so slow. If this thing plays an MP3, I'll be blown away. And I'm just gonna call that a win. I pressed it! What the... It's that, oh! There it is! Do Murphy! Shrek, is it trying? Grab its genuine Lego plastic headphones. And they go on the side. It's not playing. Oh, I got it! Oh, it's the Eddie Murphy version. Hang on. How do I turn it up? What? How do you turn it up? What? How do you turn it up? No, that's turning on the shuffle. Play and pause. How do you adjust the volume? This is the most complicated little thing I've ever used. Uh-oh. Time is running out. All right, mate, you're coming apart. Let me in. Oh, it's just glued in. Oh, that's sharp. Ah, yeah, that's just glued in. Yeah, real Lego blocks, and then the weirdness begins. I'm not meaning to damage it, but I don't care. You saw it, it's resisting. You're under arrest. Wait, what were those song names? I need them as inspiration. It's the cops. Stop! This is police brutality. This nugget is just glued together. Just gonna go for the old bendy. It's flexible. Ah, this thing has got so much glue. Oh, you beauty. Come on. Yeah, give it up. You're finished. Your brain is mine. Hateful thing. Ooh, it's getting weird. Oh, yes, look. We're peeling away its smelly lies. Ah, yes. Come on, give it up. Oh, it's like real Lego. The smaller it gets, the harder it is to pull it apart. Don't make me grit you. All cares have exited the building. We're getting in there. It's Dad's turn. The pliers. I'm just going for all the bad techniques. Yes, this is how it's done, everyone. Just get... I may have slightly cut myself there. We're off the rails now. This damn thing. This channel is the pinnacle of safety, and I heartily recommend black and gold first aid strips. Oh, man.
Initiating gritting.
What, literally, genuinely, the worst MP3 player I've used. Gosh, all the dad tools are coming out. They really went out of their way to glue this in. Hey, we got around that. That's nice. This procedure got easier with the introduction of actual tools. And there it is, in its rawest form of hatefulness. And after I destroy it, it decides to show me Shrek. What have I done? What have I done? Where did the piece go? I'm a monster. Bootlegs. We've all had a run-in with these, come on. Whether it was an unsuspecting relative who's just decided to give you a present, they didn't realize they were buying a load of crap, or maybe it was part of like a deal that was too good to be true, or maybe it's in this case that you see them up for sale at transparently garbage prices and you go, that looks like a lot of fun. Like for instance, if I catch you talking to me or my son again, mate. Isn't it adorable? They got the colours so close. And yes, those who are observant can see that this has green lettering, and that's because the blue one broke and only had a spare green one. It's actually quite dangerous for me to have this here. This is part of a future video. Oh man, I hate to give away a hint about future content. Oh, that'd be the worst. This guy was a couple of bucks and it took forever to get here. Like 2 months, I think. Absolutely 2 months. And it just arrived in just literally a letter, like just thrown in the mail. So what I've done is, this is a genuinely old 1 gigabyte micro SD. It's just got some YouTube MP3s on it that are safe to play, because that's how they make these so cheap. They, all of these I'm gonna show you have a micro SD slot. All right. Oh no, this thing is notoriously difficult to get going. Dance for daddy. Hey! One of my favorite features is how thin the plastic is, but the whole thing is glowing basically. So it's got music mode and set mode. Press that. Light set. I mean, it's pretty neat. You can adjust. Oh no. Oh, this is unfathomable. Let's get straight to the music. So I got my little desk here, little USB desk, Yamaha AG06. I recommend. It's just like the Lego pod, how it's got the side headphone jack, and there's its corpse. Look at this poor thing. These cables are heavier than it is. All right, music. Music. How do we do volume? Ah. Hey, this is already better than the Lego pod. You can actually adjust the volume. That's cool. It only does songs in odd numbers. What if we go back? You can't go backwards. Well, there you go. So for a couple of bucks, you get a small MP3 player with a pathetic battery. It's got a backlight, and it will only play odd numbered tracks. But I actually like how it looks, which is why it's been hiding in videos and I've been abusing it actually. So that first one was obviously just a piece of junk really, but this second one, right, so you're gonna have to really put your eyeballs on this time because the similarities are really subtle, and this is one of those bootlegs that you might find yourself getting caught having and going, dang, I didn't get a genuine Apple thing. Right? Study it, take it in, notice the fine details, you know, colors and things. You know, is this a real one or not? I don't know. And here comes the other one. Right? Take it in, take in the colors, look for the inconsistencies. All right, quick. Which one is it? You goofs, this one's the real one. God, jeez, mate. This one was the most expensive out of all of them at just under $5. You know, when I saw it's just going to be one big piece of plastic, I thought it was going to be covered in sprue and pokey bits and all sorts. But I gotta say, I mean, it's made out of crap. It is actually squeezable. It's not going to show up on the video, but it's like the softest plastic I've ever felt. But it all fits together. The buttons are okay. I don't hate it. It's got all the features. That's the best bit right there. You see on the original one, it's got these little detents. That's so it clicks in there. Whereas, I mean, I love the janky engineering to make these as cheap as they are. It's actually quite hard to pull off. Ooh. Yep. That's fun. So, I mean, this is really offering all the benefits of this because it's got a rechargeable battery. It recharges via just plugging it in. But then it's better because you can put your own storage in it. This thing is 512 megabytes, which was pretty good in its day. Not so much anymore. But come on, mate. That's not this thing's killer app. That's right. I said app. Oh, and now you can wear it. I totally wore mine back in the day. Take that, $4 bootleg. You can't match the might of a shoelace and a plastic clip. Well, it came with its own. I'm actually really liking this one. The logo's so good. This was designed by MP3. The format itself made this. This is the cheapest feeling shoelace I've ever felt. I mean, this stuff's turned brown, but this is pretty dense. This is really lightweight, but it was under $5 and it's an all-in-one thing. It comes with its own cable effectively. Flush fit, that's good. Instead of all the shuffle options and such, it's just on and off. Wow, you can turn it up and down. Even these are better than the Lego Pod. These buttons are fine. Shrek Green, what an idea. And backing up how good those first-gen shuffle bootlegs have held up, this one here belongs to James. That's right, the same James who unjanked the Bluetooth iPod, helped me put Wikipedia on an iPod mini, and rescued that magpie that flew into his chicken coop. 1 gig. This one's eternal, and it's actually made of the same plastic as the original one. But you can see they've gone for the one color for all of it. But this still works. It's got the exact same font on the back and the same layout. All right, for this last one, you're really gonna have to put your eyeballs on, guys and gals and everyone. This one's super tricky time. Yeah, take it in, right? Notice the small details. All right, here we go. Take it in, study it. I'm even going to joke around. It's plainly obvious that the one that looks like crap, it's the bootleg one. I absolutely loathe how this thing looks. It's not even a square. It's like slightly narrow. So the top and bottom buttons are bigger than the side ones. And all they've done is just flipped it around. So instead of volume here, it's forward and back. I never really cared about any of the other shuffles other than the first one, but I actually like this one. I like how this space here is so that you can clip it easier. I like how the headphone jack is in the pivot point. So here's what you can get for a couple of bucks. Look, it's got the clip, but it's just like the resistance of the plastic with these very sharp teeth in there. USB mini, because USB mini ain't going away. On, off, headphone. This thing is just absolutely fugly. All the cards seem to go in upside down. Flush fit? Right, that's minor points. Why is that volume up? The layout makes no sense. Maybe you meant to use it like this? But then that doesn't line up. No one really thought this through. The buttons are the worst. This is by far my least favorite one. It is really, really awful. Get out! So with these guys, there is one extra element that I struggled to capture. I tried to record it on that little desk, but it's just too faint. And that is how noisy they are. These are rock bottom engineered devices. It's actually amazing what people can do on their race to the bottom. These two, pretty good. This guy though, apart from being the fuggliest and just the grossest, it is by far the noisiest. It sounds like a blank cassette with the volume turned up. Hissing away, you turn the on and off switch, it usually makes little pops and things. It's so rough that I gotta have a look inside of it. Whoop! Oop. Don't pierce the battery. Yeah, give it up, you oh, there's the battery. Oh, I get it. Ah, all of its guts just fell out. This is metal. Well, this has been extruded, like in a big line, and they just chop them out. That's just like an iPod mini. Where's the, and there's the controls. Come on, we got to do this ShrekPod style.
Look at this high-tech music player here.
I got to support the motherboard with two hands. It's so hard to push those, I feel like I'm going to split it in half. This guy was so awful, it's just not in contention. It's still better than the Lego one. It's still better because you can actually turn the volume up and down and it actually boots up quick. But it's noisy, it's nasty, and yeah, So it's between these two guys, and I don't know why we're even bothering discussing it. This guy can only play odd-numbered tracks. This is the hero of this episode. Yeah, out. Not only does it come with the lanyard and all that good stuff, this is the only one that will actually work as a micro SD adapter. You can put the micro SD in it, plug it USB into something, and use it as a flash drive. The other guys, they can't do that. It just won't recognize it. You got to take that out, put music on it, and put it back in. I found a spare 128 gig micro SD, and that worked in here as well. So there you go. If you, honestly, if you need a cheap micro SD to SD adapter, you might as well get one of these, because then it doubles as just like a cheap throwaway MP3 player for something. Ugh. So in the last video, we had a laugh at some really transparently junky MP3 players. You know, some pretty good, some not so good. And the fun thing about these is, these really aren't trying to deceive anyone. They're never listed as iPods, even though this one is it's trying to be a 6th gen Nano knockoff, despite the fact that it's huge. And for a couple of bucks with free postage, hey, you know, these can be a bit of silly fun. So I spend quite a bit of time on eBay just looking for interesting iPod stuff and whatever. And something that I keep seeing are these ads, which are obviously something's real up with them. You know, you look at the price, like $100 for a sealed 5th gen iPod. This isn't saying it's a generic MP3 player. This is saying it's an Apple iPod. Whew, with a warranty. Heck, that's worrying, because usually that's the price for a good condition 3rd gen, let alone a new sealed one. I'm gonna take the bullet. I've ordered one of these. So then I realize, well, I'm gonna need a point of comparison, because this is a genuine fear. At some point, I'd love to get some brand new iPods. Then I'll just, you know, keep them for a while before finally opening them up. And my fear is that I'm gonna get them, they're gonna look legit and proper, and then years later when I finally open them, to find out that they're total fakes. That scares me. So I ordered a genuine 5th gen box, getting a vibe on you know, what a real box is supposed to look like. These are a lot smaller than I thought, actually. It's tiny. So I go buy DankPods on eBay, because my original thing was selling iPods on eBay. Oh, I called it DankPods. I bought this, and then the person replies with, "Are you the guy from YouTube? I've never been discovered before. This is absolutely nuts." And it was really cool talking to him. And then it turns out that he likes the mod iPods too, and that he sent me He sent me 4 iPods. You're nuts, mate. That's way too kind of you. It's fun finding iPods and hoping that they work, but these ones he sent saying that, yeah, these don't work. When they arrived already opened, you know you're in for a heck of a time. But I'm gonna save these for special projects, and I'll be sure to shout you out every time I use one. Thanks so much. So back to that fear of mine that I'm gonna get an iPod, it's gonna look perfect, I'll be like, woo, yeah, cool. Well, I just got the iPod, it just arrived, I took one look at the box, and a lot of my fears have been kind of quenched. So, are you ready? This is what I got. So maybe from afar, but when you get close, are you smelling the JPEG that I'm smelling? Look at the iPod font! It's so close, but there's just something wonky about it, isn't there? Yeah, okay, except for, you know, again, smelling that JPEG. That side's pretty good. Not bad. That is the worst one. You can tell that this is like MS Paint spec box design. That's weird. Look on the bottom. Nothing at all. That's a bit thicker. Sizes are different, but you wouldn't know unless you saw them side by side. I know with new Apple products, they don't make any noise. They are all bundled up in there, but everything's just loose in here. All right, let's get in there, mate. Oh, I'm really excited. They sold 50 of these, and you gotta imagine the heartbreak when people get these, but maybe people don't realize. Oh yeah, another small detail, they don't get that Apple logo right. Same with the iPod here. It's sitting way lower. Keep an eye out for that, although usually what the scammers do is they post a picture of a real one and send you this one. This is fun. This is the closest I can get to a brand new one of these. I mean, they did sell me as a brand new one of these. Give me your treasures. All right. That's not legit. Why can't they get this font right? It's free. So straight away, it's already very different. Oh man, I got the Apple stickers? You idiot, you should have taken them, mate. Oh, they just couldn't spring for that color printing. All right, let's look at the janky one. Is this a photocopy? Oh, that's so funny. Look, it's a photocopy. Only, that's like a MacBook of some kind. I don't know what. I mean, for how crappy this bootleg is straight away, they they gave it a go. I mean, like, it's there. Oh, wow. I mean, look at that. That just reminds me of, like, 1996 and the teacher photocopying some work exercises for us. There's your hot and cold difference. Oh, look at this. iPod at a glance, using the controls. Are there different words in here? It's not a photocopy. It's slightly different. It's very different in very subtle ways that are somehow still kind of the same. Oh, ooh, it's new, guys. It's new. All right, we'll get to that in a second. We gotta finish exploring. What is in here? Oh, yeah, that's how you know it's genuine, when it sends you earpods. No Apple stickers. Boo, I want a bootleg Apple stickers. Well, we're definitely gonna be plugging it in with the cable that they give me. These are real ones. There's the fake. The cable's a little bit thinner, but the proportions are the same. I mean, you'd fool someone. These feel like nothing. Anyway, I know, I'm delaying it. This is way crappier than I thought it was going to be honest. I'm thinking what they're doing is, they're taking iPods that already work, right? And they probably still have a half-decent battery in them, and then they're just putting a new case on them, because you can get the cases for like, $5 or something. And then they're just selling them as new, even though it's genuine Apple hardware, and it works. That's what I'm thinking. Oh, that ain't Apple. Uh-huh. Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright. It's stuff that you see with a real one. You can tell that this is some sort of cheap top on it. Just like, there's like these weird details that make it look, I don't know if you can see in here. There's just a weird rough edge to it. Usually you can't feel a lip between the click wheel and the surface, but on this, yeah, you feel it. It's real rough. Yeah, alright. Oh man, look how wobbly, like, the plastic surface is. Look at that, look how wobbly. This is a dead one. This one that doesn't work. Alright, this is the real one. It's like a clown mirror. All right, well, I got the screen capture going. I got me iTunes going. Let's, yibbity mate, let's grab this crappy cable. Don't worry, we're gonna open this guy up and we're gonna have a look inside. Oh, wow, that fits awful. Oh, what a catchy name for this iPod. Administrator, that iPod. Is there anything on it? Interesting. That's fun because it didn't say welcome to your new iPod. It's gone, this is some Chinese manufacturer's administrator's iPod. So, yep, nice small details there, guys. Look, it's synced to another iTunes library. Oh, there you go, there's the computer that they were using. Oh, that's so manky. Well, the cable works. Oh, wow, that is so sticky. Let's try out these headphones. Oh, wow. All right, the headphone jack is so crunchy. I just went like that and it finally played in stereo. These headphones, oh man. Just gotta see if it's the iPod that sounds terrible or those headphones. I'm guessing it's those headphones. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yep. The real ones, these aren't bad. I actually quite like these. I use them quite a lot. They're very, I'm not precious with them. These are so fake. These sound horrible. These are like sub 50-cent headphones right there. Straight away, this guy's got a manky case, dirty sounding headphone jack. You know what? We're getting in there. Nah, we're not having this. Oh, yeah. Oh no, I've damaged it slightly. Oh, come on. Oh, yes. Yeah, it's still on. This is not coming apart very well. Like a real iPod actually, oh wow, look, this is all snapped out and broken. That does not happen on actual iPods. Oh wow, that doesn't have any screws holding it in. That's so rough. That's why it's so hard to come out. It's all binding up. Oh, that is garbage. Yep, that's a pretty typical replacement battery, which is... Oh, I didn't even do the double-sided tape. There's a... Bah. Great. What's this? I'm thinking this is just a secondhand drive. These parts are kind of dirty looking. It really does. I think these are just secondhand parts with a brand new battery, and these batteries at warehouse prices cost so little. I mean, and look at this, like that ain't new. Come on, I just want to quickly open up this one. This is a real one, just so I can look at the motherboard. I'm not seeing anything openly janky. I really do think that this is just a secondhand iPod quickly thrown together in a crappy box and then mailed off to you. If you bought the cheapest front and back case, this is what they look like. Oh dear. Oh, that's why. This piece of this goes together awful. It's the trademark of just these cheap top cases. They just... Man, look at that. There you go. There's no white bit there anymore. Yeah, this thing's nasty. Well, there's only one thing left to do. Oh, so crunchy. That's so awful. Thing about these as well, they're made of the softest plastic. With that lousy top case, it really doesn't look that good. I swear that this has got way more reflections on it. The problem with this one is it's got like a rainbowing effect to it compared to an original one. And it makes videos actually look like suck. Basically, yeah, it is a scam. They are selling you a new iPod, and straight away, it ain't. And it's just a used iPod with just bargain basement replacement parts. The back actually looks pretty nice. That's pretty cool. The front is awful. This doesn't fit good. Like, you can feel this weird edge because, it's just the cheapest parts possible. Yeah, it's got a new battery in it, and, who knows what the deal with that hard drive is? Who knows what that hard drive's been put through? They've probably just plugged it in, gone, hey, it works. Let's just run the gauntlet and see what we get. So that's my PSA. If it seems too good to be true, it just is. That's awful. What? What happened?
happened? So I didn't think I'd ever have a 100K channel. And it's like, wow, I might hit 100K in like a week or so. And then only to wake up to find that I've missed it. As I'm filming this, it's still 100K. So this still counts, right? I've never had fan mail before, and I've had people reach out to me wanting to send me cool stuff. And so I set up something in the Discord, and I figured what better time to show some of this stuff than for the 100K video. This is all thanks to you guys. I'm nothing without you guys coming in. The 3D printed glow-in-the-dark bust of Shrek. She's glorious. I've never had a 3D printed thing in my life, and I love it. It's so funny. And it's all thanks to a Discordian and engineer. Thanks so much. Like, super funny. Keep an eye on things up. Oh, he's not angled right. Oh, look, these Lego blocks. It's a Shrek stand. Oh, it was meant to be. So I can't believe people want to send me their iPods, which is amazing. And what I'd love to do for future giveaways is, the ones which are actually still working and whatnot, is to give them on forwards. Well, this one even came with a lovely note. Excuse the condition, and it's the first iPod I've ever owned. You're giving me your cherished childhood things, running Rockbox custom software, video game music. That's super cool. Ah, that's what I want. I want the Mega Drive ones. All right, this is my favorite line right here. It sounds like an epic end to a movie right before the hero gets killed or something, but the kid survives. Be kind to the boy. He's done well. You might need a charge first, so I hope that's not an issue. It's the biggest issue, mate. I can't believe you'd send me No, I'm just kidding, mate. It's all good. Here she is, 2nd gen Nano, which I'm really warm to because my first Nano was a 2nd gen, and I think they're one of the best looking ones. I love the aluminium. It's just like the Mini, really. Yeah, I mean, anyone who's owned one of these aluminium ones knows that it really doesn't take much to get this kind of damage and scratching. I don't get this, though. I mean, how do you get scratches like this? Are you using your car keys or something? The time to listen to another tune. Let's see if the boy works. All right, the boy's flat. That's okay. All right, that's good. Maybe it can't be plugged into the computer. Maybe it actually needs to be plugged into the wall. Battery pack. That one. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Oh, check out the screen. She's got some special garbles going on there. Uh-oh. Well, I can't do anything while it's charging. The boy needs to heal, all right? Let's put it over there for a bit. All right, so this next one is actually from a dude who has an outstanding eBay store. If you want a modded iPod, just go to him. He's already making them for really good pricings. I always put his link in my description. So he's the guy who owns Elite Obsolete. And so he sent me the Big Chungus 2 Gen, but with... and he said, I can't fix this thing, you might as well have it. And then my thought is, you're the actual guy. You're a guy who actually does this properly. You can't fix it? What am I gonna do with it? I've got a cable here. Let's see what happens when we plug it into a computer. Come on, Greg, give me my cable. Ooh, this guy's unhappy. Hang on. Oh, Shrek, no! Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 hang on. Is this thing working? What? Ah! Look at this happy user's iPod. It's full of music. ABBA, Aka Daka. Last played 2007, 2006. Let's find the oldest song. What's the first song that was put on here? 2005. Little Thoughts. Block Party. Good choice. What's the most played song on here? Raspberry Beret. Prince. Miss you, Prince. Oh, it's got Van Halen's Jump on it. 18 listens. Pretty good. This iPod works. Thanks for sending me a totally cromulent Big Chungy 2 Gen. How does it work? I thought the hard drive would be absolutely turned to dust after a hit like that. Outstanding. All right, well, let's leave happy user's iPod over here. Shrek, look out. All right, let's leave. This guy seems to be sleeping, so like, was having night terrors there for a little bit. It was flashing. So I've got to say, thanks so much, Tasty Snacks. I know we're not done with this yet, but just, yeah.
Beautiful letter, mate. Thanks so much. So the last person who sent me some stuff, Poppin' a Damn, he's promised me a shuffle, and then I get this. Oh, that's fun. Hang on. Merry Dankmas. But there's more stuff in here. Oh, there's food in here. Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff. I love the plain flavored chips. A brand new sealed 30-pin cable. That's so neat. I'm not gonna open this. This is gonna stay sealed. Because I mean, come on, I don't need another one. But that's awesome. Like, how'd you get this? And then also in here are these labeled extras with the hockey tape. Very good. Thing. Now it's extras, you know, like film extras. Look, this guy. You're an extra now. Go over there. What is it? Is this right? Am I sprinting correctly? Is this sprinting? I knew I was no good at it at school, but I mean, Bluetooth. But it's got a female connector on it. That's a radio one. Oh, actually, these work great, by the way, if you want to like send a signal to a radio and then have it like wireless in the car at FM quality, frankly. Thanks, I like extras. Good, delicious chips. Merry Dankmas to you and me. Merry Dankmas. Na, 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 na. Ah, the beauty. I don't know if it's as good as this one. Man, it's even got its cap. That's so good. No lanyard though. But it's alright, mate. You can borrow one of mine. There we go. Very nice. Ooh, I think she's very, very flat. Let's see if there's any treasures hiding on here. Ah, God. I've plugged it in, but it's not doing anything. Hang on, look, I got a keyboard here with the thing, which is super cool, by the way. Look, it's all matching. But it's not doing the do. Well, maybe this is a future video right here. Trying to oh! Did that change color? Well, let's let that sit for a bit. Oh, there it is! Ricardo! What's the most listened to? 6, 7, Lil Wayne. This is in better nick than the one that I got. Thank you so much. Is the boy ready? Our boy is alive. Okay, I want to find some Mega Drive. Toe jamming out. Hang in there, my boy. I know the battery's running low. All right, we got the cheapest aux cable in the world. Shrek, you hold this. We got to speak it. Come on, give it. Give it. Our boy is dying.
Power on. Bluetooth mode.
That sounded hot.
Auxiliary mode.
Anything you say, hey. Oh, wow, they're all on here. The theme? That's Mega Drive. Uh-oh, my boy! We're back. Our boy is healed. Let him charge for a bit. All right, let's continue. Uh-oh. Oh no, he's back. Oh no! Oh, we've lost control of the boy! No, my boy, stop! Stop, my boy! Stop it, my boy! My boy, I've told you to stop! My boy, what are you doing? He's unresponsive. Our boy's run amok. Shh. I know, it's been a long journey for you. You're really having a hard time. Told you, I'm being kind to the boy. It's basically sulking. Just to wrap up, thanks so much. 100,000, what the heck? Shrek, beautiful. Thanks for the fully working iPod, mate. Let's see if it keeps working after I unplug it. Yes. Yeah, uh-oh. Oh, I see now. Okay, well, there's a rescue mission right there, but that's awesome. It still thinks it's charging. Does it play anything? Oh. That's fun. It's a pretty noisy jack, but it does work. That's so cool. I smell a rescue mission for this. Yeah, thanks for the Nano 30-pin cable. Genius. Love this guy. And thanks for the bits. I don't know. Maybe someone can tell me in the comments what this is, and then I'll start thinking of a video for it. Thanks for the extras bag, and I'll see you all next time. Thanks again.
These things are great. You know, you normally got to add your own seasoning, really. But you know, it's nice that you can actually choose yourself. Cheers, mate. Ooh, check it out. It's the 1 terabyte iPod. This is the reason most of you folks are here. And reading through the comments, I was a bit of a trend there, which was, I would love one of these, but I don't want to pay for one of them. Which is truth. I mean, you know, prices in micro SDs are coming down all the time. And that's the only reason why I was able to do a 1 terabyte iPod. But getting a really nice 7th gen is pretty expensive. These guys are getting more collectible all the time. And also, I mean, who really needs a 1 terabyte iPod? I certainly don't. I mean, I've got a massive song library of like 70-odd thousand songs, but most of my stuff is CD quality. It's good enough for me. It's better than Spotify and while you're walking around, whatever. And this guy can only shuffle 50,000 tracks. For me, I really like to shuffle music, especially a big library like that. 50,000 songs at CD quality, I don't know, it's about half of this. And also the big factor, these are so hard to open, like genuinely horrific to get into. You son of a... iFixit is where you want to go to check out how to do this. I mean, this is how I learned how to do it. And yeah, very difficult. 24 steps. 30 minutes to 2 hours. If you're lucky. Like, yeah. And these are the legit guys. This is the best way to do it. This is my favorite step here. This is how you know it's real messed up. On a clean, hard surface, lay the rear panel down on its side. Carefully but firmly push down on it, rolling your entire lip back onto its proper spot. You have to bend it back into shape after you are done with it. And the thing about these guys is they're made of aluminium and it does not forgive or forget. You bend it too far, it will stay that shape and it will never go back together properly. There's these rails that run along here that it all clips into. If you just try and pry on it, they all get pulled out and it all binds up, and effectively you have to destroy it to pull it apart. My first go at one of these, absolute disaster. All I could save was the motherboard, the screen, and the click wheel. Everything else was a complete loss. But there are more model iPods than this. 5.5 gen. You know you got a 5.5 gen if it can search for songs. Ooh, look out for the features, guys. Oh. So in my 1 terabyte video, you saw this guy could take 1 terabyte, but their song limit is about 30,000 tracks. But it's made out of plastic instead of aluminium, and these are way easier to get into. I think they look better. I really do prefer these. It's a classic white iPod. So with CD quality music, 30,000 tunes, you know, 256 gigs is really all you need for one of these. That's a lot cheaper, you know. Hey, we're getting there. It's easier and cheaper. But you're probably going, mate, 50,000 versus 30,000, that's 20,000 less. That's a lot, mate. That's too much of a downturn for me. Let me show you how much 30,000 tunes really is. What are we up to? E, F. You know, look how far we still got left to go. F, G. Let me know when you get bored, right? That's a lot of friggin' music, right? You ready for the punchline? That's only 15,000 songs. That's only half of one of these. But the thing is, these guys aren't really that much cheaper than these. Like, the 5.5 gens, people argue are the best sounding ones, so they're quite collectible. And also, they use the same adapters as these guys. So maybe, you know, 256 gigs is a lot cheaper to put in, but you're still using the same adapters, so the costs are pretty similar. So apart from the costs of these, there's one other thing. I don't like the color screens. I mean, back in the day, I loved them because having the ability to watch videos wherever you're going was amazing. But I just use these as music players nowadays. And the problem with these is, if the backlight is not on, they are nearly invisible. They are so hard to see. Uh-oh. What? I just charged you. This is a Bluetooth iPod. Oh, gosh. Bring out your dead indeed. Oh, man. Alright, everyone, you've just witnessed the death of the Bluetooth iPod. I genuinely just charged this for this video. Rest in peace, you pilot. We can't use this guy as an example either because I actually dropped this and it caught the sads. Oh no. Oh, I know which color screen works. The bootleg Chinese one with the wobbly plastic.
I've put in the refund notice, I have not heard back. Now see, when I turn off the backlight, this is even with like proper lighting kind of getting on this thing, they are so hard to see. And that's a big issue because when I'm going on big car rides, I bring one of these with me, the Shuffle Big Library. But what happens is when I hear a song that I like and I want to see what it is, I have to touch it to turn the backlight on to see what's going on. While you're driving, that's not good. So really, I love the monochrome iPods. Those are my favorites. It just shows you what the heck is being played and nothing else. So let's bring them out. Come on out, boys. Come on out. What we got? We got the original generation right here. Mate, we got the 3rd gen. Get out of here. You've had your go, mate. And then we got the 4th gen. Oh, that's my guy right there. Look how visible that is. When you put sunlight on it, they're easier to see. And when it gets dark, just turn the fugly backlight on. Oh, they really didn't figure out illumination for a while. But you can see what I mean. When reflections get on these, the old monochrome ones are way easier to see. So storage wise, 256 gigs, 30,000 tunes. For me, that's sweet. I can live with that. Well, how much can these guys take? Well, these guys are limited to 20 gigs. They can't see any more than that. You can put 20 gig 3rd gen drives in the 1st gen iPod, but nothing more than that. It's because it's got this freakish reliance. Oh gosh. Come on. Hey, got it. Firewire. It's not like USB at all. It's a different kettle of fish. 3rd gens. I've seen some people put 64 gigs in these, and I say some people because I haven't managed to pull it off, to be honest. These are fickle. These semi-rely on Firewire. They need it for charging and restoring and such, which is super annoying. I've seen people get it to work. I haven't bothered either because, 64 gigs, that's nowhere near what I want. And then finally, monochrome 4th gen, my favorite generation. This model was my first full-size iPod. I picked it up back in high school days. I think the 6th gen was about to come out when I got this, so I got it for an absolute steal. It was covered in scratches too. These are way easier to flash mod. They take it really well. They use purely USB. You can use Firewire too if you want, and these guys can take 128 gigs. That's stout for one of these old nuggets. That's pretty good, and that's about 18,000 CD quality tracks, and that's more than I showed you flicking past on that iPod Touch. So not bad, but dungus, nowhere near the 256 gigs that I wanted. That's all the monochrome iPods, hey? Well, I guess that's the end of the episode. Thanks so much for... Whoa. You forgot one. It's one of the most important iPods they made. They invented the click wheel for this model. And this model was my first ever iPod. I bought it off a mate for $50 because he wore out the battery on it. And it was the first thing I ever fixed myself as a kid. No help from mum or dad. Ordered the kit off eBay for a new battery and put it in. Mate, Mini. That's right, the click wheel was invented for this guy. It's easy to forget how old the Mini is. These two were sold side by side. Not you. The click wheel. An idea so good it's stuck like dog poo on Nana's doona. It's got the monochrome screen on it, it's got the same iPod OS on it, and what if I told you this little nugget, it could take 256 gigs in a Mini. Now there is one condition, it's got to be a 2nd gen. It's easy to tell the 2nd gens from the first ones because the 2nd gens, the click wheel lettering is the same color as the casing. Now I've only got one 2nd gen Mini on hand to demo this, but it looks really sad, so please don't get too upset. I mean, this is how I found it, right? Alright, so if you look, you can see that the coloring. Can't look at him. What a sad little man. Oh, look at this damage. This little guy's completely cooked, by the way. I've already tried resuscitation. Who did this to you? You know what the best bit is? The dude scratched his name and phone number in the back. Damn it, Demery, I'll find you. No one's ever gonna disrespect you again. I mean, here's an example of a 1st gen. See, the lettering does not match the lovely pink. But how do you tell on one of these? Well, you look for the date on the back. If it's 2004, it's a 1st gen. If it's 2005, it's a 2nd gen. So yes, this is a 1st gen because the 1st and 2nd gens are built exactly the same way. So cool, it's got the capabilities to run 256 gigs. Is it cheap? Mate, people are throwing these away. I know eBay stores that don't even bother stocking them because they can't get rid of them. I was buying these in their bunches on eBay on big broken lots. But not only are they cheaper, these are genuine fun to open. This is a total geek project. These things are so massively over-engineered. It's amazing. See, they rate it as moderate. I mean, because yeah, it's a bit of a project, but it's not too bad. Way less steps. And check out, iFixit even has all the batteries and stuff. So, you know, go to them for the guides if you really want to know how to do this properly. They got step by step. It's super nice. So when you're opening up one of these, we need to get these plastic caps off. And so you want something really thin to kind of get in there and get it out. It is double-sided taped down, so it is going to fight you. But the thing is, this fit of the plastic against this metal is what makes it look nice. Or bad if it's been dropped. And this stuff is really soft, and you can cut into the aluminium, which is going to make big shiny spots. So I mean, in the case of a silver one, who cares? But on a pink one, it will look really ratty. So if you're trying to keep one a super good nick, maybe try using a plastic one, like a really, really thin, something made out of plastic. I don't care about this guy. I think this was water damaged. It's cooked. Here we go. Ah, the glue is no joke, by the way. Ah, look at all the glue. Yeah. And check out this business. As I'm saying, this thing is so overbuilt, it's amazing. So usually when you order a battery, it comes with the tools as well. You know, just make sure it does come with the tools. In my experience, having one of these is super useful. Having something really narrow like this is useful. There are these little screws here. See, it's already a weird iPod, the fact that gotta take these Phillips out. Oh. Alright, so to get this circlip out, well, it's kind of like a circlip. I'm doing it the really dirty ghetto way at the moment. You want to make sure you don't push through too far because there are electronics under here. So you can see these arms, you want to push them inwards. Whoop. Hey, we got one. So you only need to get one side, really. Hey, there we go. So this connector here connects the click wheel to the motherboard, and you don't just want to go in there and pry it out. You will break it. You can just peel it straight off the back of the connector. Don't ask me how I know this. So what I like to do is just a little lever on one side and a little lever on the other, and you just gently wiggle it out. Hey mate, there we go. Right, now we need to push all the guts out this way. Seriously, how cool is this build? How cool is this? Ready? There you go. Look at that. And how's this? If you want the click wheel out now, you push down and out. How cool are these? Look at this. It's got like threads tapped into it. It's an extruded piece of aluminium. Like super nice. And a perfect opportunity if you just want to swap the colors around. People actually make replacement cases, by the way. Now we get to the final topic in the cheapness. So with these guys here, to flash mod one of these, you need to get yourself an iFlash board. You can get ones that are just SD cards straight in. This one is a compact flash one, which means basically you have your micro SD into your compact flash adapter, into your iFlash board, and then into the iPod. The 5th gens are the exact same way, the exact same adapters like this. For these older guys, you need one of these style boards for the different hard drives that they got in them. But it's still a compact flash adapter, so you take this, like that, and then you put it in. Are you ready for this thing's party piece? So if we flip this around, there's a little battery, so we can go ahead and just unplug that. So at this point, if you just wanted to change the battery, you can just pop a new one in and stick it straight in, and you're all good. It's this, the micro drive. Now, we just got to get this tape off. There we are. Look at these tiny little drives. This guy was a marvel. Look at this. So I'm going to take all this rubber bumper stuff off it because, you know, this isn't going back in the iPod. If you want to reuse this, you do want to try and keep these rubber bumpers on there. So if we take a look at a drive, that looks familiar. I wonder. Check that out. They're a 1-to-1 fit. Genuine. This is the only adapter you need. Just because I want to tell folks all the options involved, you can get knockoff kinda CF to SD card adapters. These work some of the time. These are hit and miss. Like really, if you want the sure thing, go to the iFlash site. No, genuinely, not sponsored. These are the guys that make this possible, really. Spend the extra couple bucks on one of these. It's a direct fit. Then basically, you just put your battery back in. Oh, by the way, this board up here is designed to come off. So while you're trying to smush everything, if this pops off, don't panic, just stick it back on. And then basically, it's a case of just sliding it back into the casing. Just a word of caution when sliding this back in. See this guy here, C18? So you want to be careful that you don't knock that when you're putting this in, when you're sliding it through. It's really cramped in this little thing, and you don't want to knock it on the inside as you're sliding it through, because if you knock that guy off, all of a sudden the click wheel will just start behaving strange, and you'll end up spending lots of time trying to figure out what the heck's wrong until you find that little guy on the floor somewhere. Don't ask me how I know. Oh man, and don't even ask me how many iPods I've ruined this exact way. So basically, use reverse the procedures. You plug this into iTunes, you restore it, and boom, you've got a 256 gig iPod if you use a second gen and not a broken one like this one. Give me my thing back. Give me. I don't have to be kind to you anymore. I'm done with you. So let me introduce you to my actual iPod right now, and it's been my iPod for about a month. I teased it in a previous video. Yes, it's got a green click wheel because the blue one broke while I was using it and I had to swap it out. And it was the only spare that I had. Blue and green must never be seen. I like the blue one because of the blue and white click wheel. But anyway, so sure, a second gen iPod mini can take 256 gigs. This guy can shuffle 30,000 tracks. It can shuffle the same amount of music as a 5.5 gen. And it's got the monochrome screen, and it's a smaller size. It's a dedicated music player. Man, I'm telling you, this is the cheapest way. You only need one adapter. You can still buy batteries for these. These aren't impossible to open like these guys, yet they are far easier to live with than these guys, because these guys are limited by FireWire, and sometimes these guys aren't recognized by Windows 10. It just happens every now and then. These second gen minis, I haven't had any issues with Windows 10 with these guys. So you get all the retro coolness and the compact size and the massive storage of the later iPod. And then it gets even better. This is genuinely a little miniature iPod. This guy's even got extra games on it. Little backlights. Get the old school iPod experience in a convenient nugget. And this is a full-fledged miniature iPod, not just in a way that it works, but in also the accessories. It's got the same remote port, so you can take the remote accessory. I use this in the car. And boom, you plug your own headphones into there, and you can just skip through tracks like this. Mate, we gotta talk about the clip. Oops! With the blue and white it looks so good, and then with the green it looks awful. But just pretend that those are blue. Please pretend for me. They made a full-blown dock for it. Oh yeah, that ain't new. Yeah, awesome. Look at that, line out. It means you can have it plugged into a stereo of some sorts. Or you can just use it as a desktop charging stand and just have your headphones plugged straight into that. I mean, there you go. That's my recommendation. Second gen iPod mini. By far the cheapest one to buy. In my opinion, one of the better ones for just playing music because I love that monochrome screen. It gets way better battery than the first gen minis. Talks perfectly fine with modern Windows, and you only need one adapter. And it's a total fun project to pull apart. It's not this awful exercise of pain that these ones are. I recommend. Ew. So, some time ago we looked at fixing scratches on iPods. I dragged this behind my motorbike for a test between flash modding and a hard drive. And yeah, funny enough, the hard drive won. It's still in here, it's completely flat though. But with sandpaper and Brasso, matey, that's not bad. I mean, I had only a quick go as well. These are some serious scratches, I gotta tell you. Didn't have a lot of luck on the back though. I tried with a buffer and all that sort of thing. It just made it cloudy. So if any of you out there have any ways to really make these look kind of new again, I mean, that's serious damage. But let me know, because I got heaps of these back cases and we can shoot out some ideas on how to make these pretty again. But that is not the theme of this episode. No. Basically, I love patina. I love the wear on things. There's a difference between worn and damaged. Take my dad's old leather jacket, for instance. I love this thing. Still use it for motorbike riding. See, now that's worn. I've worn it so much that, all the stitchings come apart. Now that's damage. And there's no better theft deterrent than having a sleeper pod that looks like old junk, but there's actually got really good tech inside of it. But this is not the iPod we're playing with. this lad. If you're wondering where I get all these things, I look for large eBay lots of iPods, you know, where you get like 10 or 15 of them, and there's no guarantees that any of them work at all. That's why I was so excited when that hard drive with Gears iPod turned up. Had no idea it was on there, because, you know, it's a total crapshoot. So the thing with this guy, front case is actually pretty good nick. Yeah, I was really blown away that this one worked. Let's say it together. HP. But this is pretty typically worn, and you know, this is how mine looked. You know, to me, the back case is just the sacrificial lamb to these guys. It's gonna sit like that anyway, and anyone that's owned one of these new knows that even if you put this in a vacuum chamber, the air molecules being sucked out would scratch these. It's impossible. Now, relating to automobiles and motorbikes and all that sort of thing is, this back case is stainless steel. High performance exhaust systems are made out of stainless steel, and in the bends where they get really hot, stainless steel likes to turn blue, and that got me thinking, if I can't get rid of the scratches on this, what if we made it just look epically aged? And now, straight up, we're playing with fire. This is a map gas torch. I was having my hand at aluminium braze welding, trying to fix the mounting points on the bell housing of the transmission of my XF panel van. You could use butane torches. They don't get as hot as this. I don't think you need to go as hot as this, but that basically means this is dangerous, eh? So, you know, don't do this inside. Don't do this next to your petrol rag collection or any of that sort of stuff. Don't do this anywhere near flammable stuff, or even don't do it at all. This doesn't make your iPod work any better. You know, I've just got all these old guys and we're just mucking around. Ah, she opens easy. Someone's been in here. Yeah, I know that. I was in here because this one had a dead drive and a dead battery, and with a good drive and a good battery, it worked. The best thing I could do for storage is to take all that stuff out. So we're going to put this aside. We don't need this guy right here. So before we can heat this up to the point where it's literally glowing cherry red, we need to take all the plastics out. Oh, you idiot. Don't forget this guy on the bottom, because, yeah, like, we're gonna get this stupidly hot, and this stuff will melt instantly. So, we need to take this lettering off, because I'll show you what happens if you leave stuff like that on there. You might want to write something on there is what I'm saying. So I have done this before. I've had a couple of tests just to see how it worked, and I'm going to need a helper for this. So introducing the world's smallest anvil. I know it's not the world's smallest anvil, but you know, I need this, guys. Just roll with it, okay? Just be cool. Because what I noticed is the hotter spots turn the bluest, and if you just heat it up right in the middle, it sinks. It kind of like sinks inwards. And if you're flash modding it, maybe that's not a big deal. Maybe you like the look of that. And if you heat it up at the corners first, I don't know, I didn't like that very much. So what I'm going to do is rest it on top of this guy, and so it's got something underneath. So when I get started on trying to keep the heat even, so it all kind of has a chance to climatize, I suppose, and it's less likely to warp as much. It's probably going to warp a little bit, to be honest, because we're heating this up a lot. And here you go. Look at that. Check out all the detail on the scratches and things. And look at that. That's a bit of schmutz that I didn't bother to clean off, because as you can see, it'll actually leave a permanent mark behind. So that's why I took off that writing. It'll actually tattoo it into the back case. So if you want to put some crazy designs on there and then hit it, that kind of works, I suppose. I did a second one of these where I just heated it straight in the middle, and as you can see, it buckled inwards. It really distorted. You could get this back in the shape of some sorts. That's what happens if you just do it straight on the ground. All right, time to put it back together. Oh yeah. Ah, yeah, there's a little bit of warpage. I mean, you saw how it hopped off of the anvil because of the heat. But, there we go. Gonna grab old mate here. We're gonna do this the cheater's way. Everyone get mad at me. Look, get mad. Get mad. Someone said 256 cards can work in the photo, so why not give it a try? No, it doesn't want to go back together very well. It's warped a little bit. Uh-oh. Come on. Oh, dear. Ooh, she's not happy. Oh, dear. Yes. This This is why it's a pretty pointless mod, because it actually just makes this more difficult. Hey! Well, holy heck, look at that! It read it! That's awesome! I didn't know a 4th gen could ever get close to 256 gigs, so there we go. And yeah, I mean, with all the pieces in there, you know, it's neat. I kind of wish it didn't have these little hotspots, but it's kind of hard to control. I mean, I've had a few goes at this now, and yeah, it's not really for the faint heart. And well, yeah, that concludes this video in where you risk burning down the house and everything dear to you to make your iPod look worse. It's 2020! 2005 was 15 years ago. Oh man, I found myself muttering about how loud children are in the mornings. The first symptoms of catching the olds. And what a time warp 2005 is. Like really, buying products is totally different. You know, nowadays, you might not even ever see the packaging for stuff. You know, Amazon will just show you the product and then you read the blurb and click buy. I've had stuff roll in just in a plain cardboard box, which I'm actually totally cool with because, you know, less waste, less printing, less everything, whatever. But back in 2005, a really enticing box might encourage you to buy something. I mean, let's start off with a good example. This is how Apple sold the 2nd Gen Mini. There it is. There it is again. That's what it's called. And there's the guff if you give a damn. Clean. Ooh, comes with a nipple, which makes you happy. Here's a good third-party product from the time. Again, for the iPod mini, pretty clean. You know, being a third-party thing, it's got to say a little bit more information. FM transmitter, and on the back is where you find the guff. This is what you needed if you want to play radio on your little iPod mini, because Apple products have always been famous for having just a couple of features that they're missing. I mean, this was a competitor to the mini. Look, looks like a robot testicle. What kind of shape is this? Even this space nugget has a radio transmitter in it. Perusing on eBay, it's a bit like YouTube. The stuff that you add to your watch lists and the stuff that you actually buy influences what kind of stuff eBay decides to show you. And it figured that I really like manky looking accessories. And look, making stuff is hard. I get it. And sometimes you only realize the mistakes after you've released it. I mean, it's like wireless charging video. Heaps of people said, why didn't you put your AirPods on there? Why didn't you put like a modern wireless charging device on there? And to be honest, it didn't even cross my mind. Didn't even cross my mind, so I'm so sorry about that. I'm trying to release a product. I mean, no one's taken offers on my first Dingleberry kit. I mean, that's safe for retail. It tells you exactly what it is, pair of poo-poo shears, and economy spec bum wipe. That's the most expensive part of the kit, like honest. I had to do black market deals to find that sheet. $50 I paid for that. I think that's half a ply. Yes. It's a prototype, no one steal this idea. But what I'm gonna show you has gotta be the ugliest looking packaging I've ever seen. Take it in. Take a big breath. This actually made it to shelves in 2005. You know, if you think it's hard for the little guy today, where you can just make your own marketplace kind of thing, this was a retail package. Straight off the bat, it looks like my dad made it in a single night, only using OpenOffice. This font it just looks like the default font when you open up a new project. And what's with the layout? Nothing is centered with anything else. Fast Tracks. Oh, you gotta have a catchy name, you know? It's gotta be edgy like that, but then put no effort into like the logo design. Why is the R so far away? It's drifting off. It's like, oh, I'm out of here, mate. I'm not part of this. Really distracting. Like, oh, it's gotta have some sort of artwork in the background. All good packaging is artwork in the background. It's like some clip art of a click wheel or something. But like the menu is in the way of the tracks. And it's really distracting me. Velvet storage case included. Oh, like, it's in a clear plastic enclosure. You can see it. Like, have you ever looked at a product in its sealed box and gone, oh, geez, I hope that comes with it? Like, what? Is it for someone else? And not even this is centered. Before we move on, because it just keeps getting better. Packaging is expensive. Designing is expensive. I mean, that's why old mate just kind of had to go. But more than that, shipping it around is expensive. So you don't want a massive box because then it's going to take up more shipping space, which makes it more expensive. You know, so there's this big bulge here. And usually when companies do this, they're hiding like the adapter. adapter, the books, the cables, all that sort of stuff. And then that's also so they can make the rest of it slimmer, so you could stack two on top of each other and, you know, save a lot of space. And normally this area is hidden, like the box artwork goes around the sides. But this is transparently see-through and there's nothing in it. I can hold it like a hot dog for no reason. There's printing in there. Look, it's the same printing as the front. Like, printing costs money. This is so wasteful. Like, what a waste of plastic and, oh gosh. Like, on the other ones, it's like the front is clean. Yeah, like clean. This is like a full friggin' essay. High quality. ... no space, easy to use, allows you the convenience to forward, rewind, play, pause, and adjust volume. Why is there more info than that? Look, done. That's it. You don't need any more than this. Hold switch, ... no space, keeps your settings in place. Oh, that rhymed. Change settings with 4 slim buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 5? There's 5. There's 5 buttons. Don't lie to me. Prevents theft. ... So your iPod stays hidden so people won't think to steal it. Well, they're gonna see like this double squid of cables coming out of your pocket and go, oh mate, there's something cool in there. This is beautiful. Do you remember when the Mini was the same size as an iPod Video? I can't handle the cropping. Look, there's the bigger gap here to here. Why is the Nano the biggest one? Someone's designed this, like they're in like their mid-50s and they've gone, oh, iPods are all the rage. I don't know what an iPod is, but quick, I need to make a new product by tonight. Oh look, it's what it's compatible with. iPod TM Nano, iPod TM Video, iPod TM Photo, iPod TM Mini, and the iPod TM 4G. And maybe you could look at this and go, well, it's just meant to be functional. It tells you exactly what it's doing. It says the name, it's catchy, and here's what it works with. Hey, as long as it works. Well, here's the thing. It doesn't work. Look, it's fallen out of its spot. The packaging was never made in a way for that to stay in there no matter what. So, no. Like, every little bit on this is wrong. Even the warranty card's got an error on it. To obtain full warranty. Sorry, we're full pirate there, hang on. If you wish to gain from me the 1-year full warranty. Wait a minute. Data purchase. I can just write in whatever I want there. In the smallest font possible. You know, don't you love having that much space? Plus. The packaging is totally backwards. Clean at the front, and then business around the back. But this is the packaging equivalent of the mullet. It's all business up front, and it's chilled out at the back. I'm sick of looking at it, I gotta smell it. Oh, look, it's that kind of packaging that's like welded shut. Oh, I'm gonna have to open up the Dingleberry kit. I don't want to damage my prototype. Careful with that toilet paper. My life savings are in there. So delicate, so fragile. Oh man. Come on, poo-poo shears. Get through it! These are only meant for dingleberries. These are way out of their depth. Oh, we're gonna have to upgrade to the big poo-poo shears. Come on. Come on, let me in! Whoa! It stinks! I just got this big whiff of factory smell. It's filthy! And like, look, the print's not even on there properly. I love Penn and Teller, and there's this episode where they go to Egypt and then they're meeting this magician's family, and she's got this little bag that she puts an egg in and hits it, and then like the egg disappears. And Penn just referred to it as the egg bag. Oh yeah, you gotta make sure it stays uniform while it's filthy. Ah! That is the best egg bag I've owned today. Keep that there. Why is it dirty? It's made out of crap. It really is the cheapest feeling. You know what I mean? Right. Whoa, what the heck? Look at this. There's this inner packaging as well. What is that for? What is this for? And there's another piece of cardboard in there. Look at all this printing. What the whoa, look. It's got the egg bag on full display. This is a bunch of people who just didn't know what they wanted to make. More plastic. God, what? Why? Why? Why are the... There's something interesting. It didn't list the iPod TM3G. I think it's the first cat that we need to try. And this is fun because we get to bring the sexy speaker out again.
Power on. Bluetooth mode.
Oh, and when you plug it in, she goes into auxiliary mode. Dirty.
Auxiliary mode.
Oh, she knows. You live up there. Whoa, watch out, Shrek. Easy does it. All right, what the heck? Good start. Wait. No. No way. No way do you have to plug this up there like that. No way. No. No way. Nah, I'm not even going to try that yet. Oh, that's crunchy. It's made out of crap, I'm telling you. Whoa, I'm not sure if you can hear that. Hang on. Can you hear that buzzing when I'm pressing it? It doesn't do anything. No, it's not. It doesn't work with the 3rd gen. Okay, right, fine. Yeah, it's the theme of this channel, isn't it? Nothing works with the 3rd gen. Where's gear? Gear. Let's play some copyrighted music. I'm not plugging this in yet. I refuse to believe. 90 Carly music videos. That makes sense. On the go. What was on the go for Gear? This is literally Gear's music, by the way. Okay. All right. Oh my god, if music starts coming out, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This is how it's meant to be. Play pause works. The lock button works. It's the mankiest pile of crap. There you go. Oh yeah, this is nice. Get out. Sad, you reek of sadness. You want to see Apple's one? Lovely little thing. Plugs in there. Oh, Dancing Queen. Gear loves Dancing Queen. Iron Maiden. Sting. This is all Gear's music, by the way. This is what he listened to. Isn't that worth the extra couple of bucks? This thing is just... Look at all this waste for this. And it's not even a good idea. It's made out of crap. It's not even compatible with the original 30-pin dock iPod. And the only thing good to come of it is the egg bag, frankly. That's a great egg bag.
Power off.
Check it out, everyone. It's the first ever iPod Classic. Whoa. Nah, mate. You idiot. You got it all wrong. That's a 6th generation one, you silly goof. Oh, I can't believe you own an iPod channel, mate. This is the first one. You know how you can tell? The middle spins, mate. Check that out, eh? So, like, that's why you're totally wrong, mate, eh? Why you should delete your channel or something. I get to utter my favourite Australian phrase. Yeah, nah, mate. Yeah, nah. So, you're right. This is a 6th generation, but this is the first guy to be called Classic. The iPods before, you know, like you got the 5th gen, people called it the iPod Video. They called the color screen 4th gens the Photo. This was the Classic. And for me, the term Classic is the old school way of doing things. You know, not bad. I mean, that comes with all the respect that it deserves. When the 5th gen was out, no lie, this was the must-have phone at school. I was envious of everyone that had one. Oh, look at this. Oh, delicious camera for delicious 1 megapixel photos. You ready? Yeah! Look at all the buttons. And depending on what you're doing, they do different things. But this is genuinely cool. You ready? Auto selfie cam now. Satisfying. So you can't do that with the new razors and you hang up on your mate like, oh shit. So what you can do is you can just gently close it with respect. Please forgive the condition of my hands. You know, I was trying to fix the engine mounts on my old motorbike and let's just say the motorbike won. So phones were super complicated and the click wheel was just genius. But the thing was, all these guys have to do is shoot noise out of its hole and show pretty images on its screen. You didn't have to type anything using the click wheel. And you couldn't type anything actually right up until the 5.5 gen. Look, I can't search. You know, what a feature, am I right? You know, these came out in 2007. You know, Apple did release something else that year. I mean, you know, it was pretty low-key launch. The iPhone. And so a lot of people were keen to try that out. And Apple released the Touch. These were on the shelf, side by side. And let me tell you, they sold so many of these, I couldn't give a damn, to be honest. I just didn't get it. Apple wasn't selling it like a beefed up iPod because it's this amazing video player with full screen, you know, like it's got Wi-Fi and you can surf the net on it in actually like a totally reasonable way. Instead, they were selling it as like a nerfed iPhone. It was an iPhone without the phone. And it was the right thing to do, honestly, because everyone was all whipped up about the iPhone and wanted to try it. But the thing is, while this inherited all the power of an iPhone, it also took on the disadvantages. And it's as plain as this. So this one's got 120 gigs in it. Pretty stout. I mean, that's a lot of music, let me tell you. So these are comparable in price. And let me show you that. Oh no. So to me, the iPod Touch was a very beautiful, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's so thin. And it's actually made the same way. They were really going for the same thing. It's a very beautifully made and engineered, highly capable iPod Nano. That's just what it was to me. Because, come on, iPhone guys, how long were we stuck at 16 gigs for? But check this out, the original bend phone, iPhone 6, man, this has 16 gig storage in it. I can hear all the Android people chuckling behind their Galaxy S3s. That was the big killer for me, was just that the storage was just too small, especially for how expensive it was. You could get these in 32 gigs, but they were literally tied for most expensive iPod you could buy brand new. So for Apple to deem this as classic, the old school way of doing things with the click wheel, it only took 6 years. I mean, they made a lot of progress. The middle spins, which is super fun because, you know, it means it's just so old and manky. But the problem was that dirt would get in there and it would get grindy. And see, the buttons, they sit proud of the surface, meaning if you lean up against anything, it will just start pressing all the buttons. And that's actually super annoying. So you always gotta make sure you have that hold switch on. Basically, the iPhone was the one that took over. Apple was really struggling to sell these. It was when they announced in 2015 that they were getting rid of them. You know, you look at the iPhone 11, it's got tap to wake, raise to wake, crazy cameras and connectivity, you know, the Face ID and such. And that's actually looking really old school now. I mean, with the new folding phones and you can have content that goes up at a right angle. You know, what is a classic touchscreen device? So it took 6 years for Apple to call that classic. You know, considering that the iPhone X was where basically still are. You know, what was 6 years before the X? The iPhone 5. This is a very poorly example. I'm very sorry. No, it does not work. Look, it's got a dedicated home button. Having a headphone jack was not up for question. Of course it had one. And the very first iPhone to give us the lightning connector. You know, I like the lightning connector. If you look at what a chonker the 30 was on these modern smartphones. Simple camera arrangement. It's got a flash. That was nice. You know, bringing in the really old guys, you can see the DNAs right there. And this was the very last of the line with the old school looking iOS, because after this was the 5S, and then we got the Touch ID, and then we had slow-mo cameras. Individual parts of the iPhone started doing more stuff. This was when it was just so simple. So what I'm gonna lay down now is a brand new Apple device. Only just got this, ordered 2020. It's got an A10 Fusion chip. It does augmented reality. It's got raise to wake. 100% support for AirPods and AirPod Pros because it runs iOS 13. This is, no lie, a brand new Apple device. Like, look at it. This thing is old by today's standards. This is almost 6 years old. Touch ID. This has Apple Pay, by the way. And look at the size of the screen. I'll tell you why I really wanted this. This is the very first iPod to finally knock the iPod Classic off the top. They made the 5th gen iPod Touches and the most you could get was 128, but that doesn't pip the 160 gig Classics. It meant if you wanted the biggest music player that was an iPod, you still had to buy like a 12-year-old device. This guy has 256 gigs. It's not like a dinky micro SD. This is properly engineered to be a 256 gigabyte iPod. And you want to know the best bit? Because I know, like with iPod collecting, if it's got engraving on it, it's usually worth less. It's not worthless, it's just worth less. Because it's got someone's stupid phone number scratched into it, or some like live, laugh, love kind of thing, you know. I know that engravings just kind of take a lot of the value away. I had them scratch the word dingus in it. This is my iPod. I'm not selling this. And I feel I can say with confidence that this is classic because before I bought it, I checked out some reviews and the big complaints were that it's got got the small screen. There's no Touch ID, and that literally this design has been left unchanged since 2012. The 5th, 6th, and 7th gens almost look exactly the same, except this doesn't have the little keyring lanyard thing on the bottom, which is a bummer. I wish I could bring that back, but mine does say Dingus, so that's fine. One review was like, oh, for the money, you might as well get a small Android phone. And that kind of bugs me because this isn't a phone. It's an iPod. You know, a lot of people ask why I still use iPhones. I work self-employed. I work as a musician. I play the drums. Being self-employed means you are always at work. I get gig offers at like 11:30, midnight, whatever, and you gotta be the first to answer, and many times I am not the first to answer. Working as a musician genuinely is a gigging economy. First one gets it. And so my phone is super busy. And so working as a musician, I listen to music so much all the time that usually a lot of us will sit in the car in absolute silence, meaning that when I actually do want to listen to music, I really want to listen to music. And it really stinks when some stupid robocaller scam whatever rings your phone, and you have to pick it up because I've gotten bookings from international artists who use big, long, funky looking numbers, and then I don't want to listen to music. I found I was listening to music a lot less. And what I love most of all is no one can call you on one of these. When I'm listening to music, I am the one who presses pause. No one can reach in and do that. And this is no different. If you just forget that it looks like an old phone, that this is literally my favorite iPod ever. And I quizzed you guys on YouTube community. I asked, what kind of features would you like to see if Apple made a new iPod Classic? And yep, I use that term classic. And the big ones were Bluetooth, streaming services, and a headphone jack. Let's start with that one. End of story. You know why this is a classic? Because this is a brand new Apple device. This has full Apple Care warranty, and it has a headphone jack. It's the only new Apple device that's pocketable that you can get with a headphone jack in it. And look how thin this thing is. My sweet spot for an iPod is 256 gigs. I've got like a 70-something thousand song music library, which I work as a musician. I've been collecting a long time. But 256 is good. That's like a good stash of music that I can take with me. Because the big thing about an iPod is that it's an offline device. And I know a lot of you guys aren't in situations where, you need an offline device. For instance, I was touring in Queensland, off in the mangroves, and phone signal was so rare out there that I'm sure you could trade a sandwich for a Snapchat post. It was nuts. And then we realized that we were nowhere near a wall outlet. Our phones are all of a sudden very important because we're out in the jungles of nowhere, and we might actually need to call for help. Our phones were getting low on battery, and let me tell you, watching Shrek on this, in that moment when we're killing 4 hours of time before it was our turn to sound check, it might as well have been 16 IMAXs combined. This was a savior. And teaching music in schools, if you're lucky, you get a soundproof room, which is awesome. It sounds really nice in there. But sometimes that just snatches all the phone signal out of the room. Students will have their music exams that they got coming up, and they need their play-along music to play along with it. No kidding. My very last reserve was to have my iPod that had the tunes on here to play, but it was also a FAT32 expandable storage that we could plug into the school computer, and they can take the exam music if they absolutely needed to. And I had to call upon this strategy twice. And let me tell you, when you got year 12s hoping to go into uni and it's their final music exam, this thing was just... And to call it a classic is a big, bold claim. And to stamp this point home, put it up against the darling, the 5th gen, as a music player. Woo! Go get 'em. You watch this. How fast this thing shuffles music. Boom. And you can check out what's coming up next. This is so good. And look, you can actually move them around. You're like, no, I don't want that one yet. Let's do. And walking around outside, it's so hard to see these color displays when the sun hits them. These guys on full crank, you can see them just fine. Hey, Shrek ain't bad. I mean, it's a bit dim. Can we brighten it up? Yeah, that's as bright as she goes. I don't know about you, but that's actually a really good size screen for just watching stuff on. And the chin and the bezel are actually really good for holding. New phones you can't touch anywhere, everywhere's a screen. But this is just like this. This thing syncs to my 2007 iMac. It's so cool to have this guy and this guy syncing the exact same libraries. That's support if you ask me. A 2007 iMac still talking to current devices. This thing has iOS 13 on it, so of course it's got Spotify, Apple Music, oh man, Bandcamp, SoundCloud, and you think, well, what's the big deal? As soon as you leave the Wi-Fi, that's it, you can't use them anymore. But here's how that storage is awesome. You can just download straight to it. You can take all of your Spotify music with you offline. And sound quality wise, I think it sounds great. And the fact that this has Bluetooth, it'll talk to the sexy speaker perfectly.
Power on. Bluetooth mode.
Oh yeah. You don't have to mod it like this one. One thing that people said that they really didn't want was iOS. I can understand, if you're using iOS on your phone, that's a little bit different because your phone runs a really important part of your life. But let me tell you, as software for an iPod, iOS is amazing. Like for instance, people are like, oh yeah, it'd be good if it had like the fun little games in there. Look out, here comes phallic gun that looks like something I can't describe. Use your imagination. Or brick, door, action. Action! Truthfully, this actually controls pretty terrible. For the time, it was genius. Oh, don't mind me, I'm just playing Vice City on my iPod. It runs great. This thing is so overpowered for what it is. Jump, man, jump! Yeah. Sure, maybe you don't want to play the entire game on this, but if you're killing time and a game of brick was tempting, I'm pretty sure screwing around on Vice City for half an hour will totally suffice. If you just wanted to kill time and be dumb, like Happy Wheels on your iPod, this is genius. Go, Dad, go. Oh, we all lost the kid. I have Roller Coaster Tycoon on my iPod. I'm serious. In terms of being a time killer, it is amazing. It's got GarageBand. And like iMovie and such, these are genuinely super fun apps. It's got a dingus camera in it that does 1080. You could make movies on this and even make all the music all inbuilt onto this. I need to do that one day actually, that's totally my jam. But the big one for me is, I bought these for the Bluetooth iPod video and I was pretty bummed when it didn't work because I didn't really want a pair of these. I knew you guys would want to see if the Pros work, not the standard AirPods, so I actually sold my Apple Watch to get these, and yeah, it didn't work too good. Fun tip, if you want a genuine iPod that works with AirPod Pros, get a 7th Gen Nano. They work perfectly, it pairs up, all that good stuff. But this is better than that. This does the full sync. So I gave a few reasons why an offline device is handy. It could be a big plane journey. You could be going out camping in the middle of nowhere and just having this little pocketable video player. But I know a few of you guys are going like 256 gigs, big deal. You made the 1 terabyte iPod and that was smash all over this. Never minding how slow and unreliable this can be at times, especially when you load them up right to the brim. But what I want to do is show you just how much 256 gigs really is. I have 20,500 songs on the device. And just to give you a vibe on how much that is. We're up to C, still going. Look how far we've got to go. You get it. I showed the same thing the last video. I love pressing that home button, by the way. So you go, oh, that's super cool, man. That means you're all full of music then. No. Look, VLC. What are all these? These are my FLACs. That's right. When I said, what kind of iPod Classic would you want? People said, man, it should be able to do FLACs. This can play FLACs. Being able to play FLACs out of my AKGs, yeah, straight out of this, with the peace and quiet of knowing that no one's gonna friggin' call me. So I've got about 250 FLACs in here. Oh, and by the way, you can just airdrop videos straight into this and straight into VLC Player without using iTunes. So you're thinking, all right, well that's it. That's your 256 gigs then, right? That's a lot of FLACs. No, I've got about 200 songs downloaded in Spotify. I have 226 videos downloaded off YouTube. Oh, let's just mosey into Disney Plus here. 12 episodes of The Simpsons, every episode of The Mandalorian. We've got all the Star Wars on there, and Aladdin just for good measure, really. So surely you think it's full by now? Nah. Oh look, My Neighbor Totoro and Spirited Away, and the whole first season of Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and every single episode of Disenchanted, and Pokemon Detective just for good measure, really. Surely it's full by now. This is also including all these games. I have Goat Simulator on this. It loads so fast. I mean, again, if you thought like playing brick on an iPod was a fun time killer while listening to music, don't get me started on friggin' Goat Simulator, Vice City, Roller Coaster Tycoon. You can get Civ 6 on this. It'll play Fortnite, and that's including, it's even got GarageBand, iMovie. Are you impressed with how much, that's on top of the 20-something thousand songs on this thing and all the FLACs. And yes, you can see that this is on the internet. So I've turned off the internet just to prove to you. Completely offline. I can't play more than that, otherwise Disney will come and kill me. Do you want to know the real punchline to all this? I still have 51 gigs left. The thickest 5th gen iPod you could get was 60 gigs, and I only have one of them left over is spare. Look how thin this thing is. Getting into a big topic that people brought up, they want a high quality DAC in it, which is, you know, the thing that makes the music. I think it sounds fine coming out of them. These, honestly, I love how these sound. These are powered headphones, but I get it. You know, you want something extra. I don't know if you've heard of Theo. They make FLAC players. Look at this. It looks like an iPod. That's why I have it. Look, it's got a spinning. This will get a video at some point. You know, micro SD plays FLACs, but they cut their teeth making portable amplifiers, and they have come out with the i1 lightning connector in. Not only do you have volume adjustment and a microphone, by the way, so that way you're listening with your lovely audiophile headphones and you can still take phone calls. You know, this is if you're using it in your smartphone. I don't want any of that. But this is a DAC. It's got a chip in there, and let me tell you, it sounds better. But keep in mind, this is an accessory on top of already nice headphones. You are not gonna pick up the differences, you know, rocking a set of dirty buds like this. And those of us who like to use your phones, you know, for Spotify and all that sort of stuff, there you go. You get your headphone jack back, but bonus, you get a DAC as well. It does shorten battery life a little bit. It's worth it. I really love this thing. Something else someone said was they'd like to see more accessibility options, you know, so if their eyesight isn't so good, they can make the text different, or, you know, different swipe gestures and such. The amount of stuff that you can adjust is amazing. The text size, the magnifier, you can make the motion go away if you find all the swishy graphics very, you know, kind of distracting. You can have it describe things automatically. You can ask the home button to do specific things. You can use it as the remote for the Apple TV. You can beam videos to like a PS4 or a smart telly. This is the remote in my house, by the way. And when mates come over to laugh at YouTube videos, I just pass this around, and you can just type in the YouTube video, find the thumbnail, and send it to the TV. I friggin' love this iPod. You can set this thing up exactly how you want to be. So as I said, I like to have the privacy of that no one's gonna message me on my content player. So it's set up to have no iMessage, no email. Look down in the dock, it's just Spotify and Apple Music. A little thing that people ask for, it's a really small detail, but a speaker. I wouldn't want to listen to music through it, or really any good iPod needs to have a dock, and this is no exception. Apple makes one. It's even in matching gold. And kudos to Apple. You know, you can get this in blue, pink, red. I picked gold because I'm gonna bareback this baby, and I want to see the silver wear through the gold. It almost looks eerie the way it just hangs in there. It's got headphone out, so couple USB adapters, so you got everything being charged at all times. This little setup with these headphones on a desk, look at that tiny footprint. This is an awesome study desk setup, whatever you call it. Oh, look, they held!
And to address the elephant in the room, so many of you guys wanted to keep the click wheel. And that saddens me, because that means you didn't watch my Wikipedia episode where I tried to write the word president. It took so long. And maybe brick and phallic gun are fun with the click wheel. Yeah, that means you didn't watch me try and play Doom with the click wheel. It stinks. And take it from the owner of an iPod YouTube channel. I love the click wheel when it's within its comfort zone. As soon as you're outside of it, it just doesn't work anymore.
And the last thing to discuss is the price. $400 US for a 256 gig iPod Touch. And to me, that was $600 dues. That's a lot of money. I really had to stop and think about it. Using the Wayback Machine, looking at 2003, the 40 gig 3rd gen iPod was over $1,000 dues. Not even adjusting for inflation or any of that sort of stuff. What other 256 gig iOS devices Apple make? Well, the next cheapest is an iPad mini. I think the next one after that is an iPhone 11. And that's the only way to get 256 gig storage on iOS. And I know you're all rolling your eyes in the back of your head fast, and you can say yibbity yibbity yibbity. The fact that I'm comparing other Apple products in pricing to this. Yeah, I get it. And annoyingly, that's how all iPods have always been. You know, this screen is awesome. It's way better than an iPod needs to be. And I love the small size. It's the perfect one-handed device just to go like this. It's 100% totally up to date. You can sync it with the same libraries of first gen. Using iOS is endlessly expandable. You can load it up with all your favorite movies and songs from your favorite streaming services to play offline later. It is ridiculously thin and light, and it is super well built. This thing is super nice. And like a true Apple product, there's going to be bunches of you saying, hey, I really like that. I want one of them. And a whole pile of you going, I absolutely friggin' hate it. I can't believe this thing even exists. Oh, one more thing. I got sponsored. Well, I'm actually absolutely blown away. And it's actually a huge help. Yeah, I work as an entertainer, and with all the stuff going on worldwide, no one's putting on gigs or weddings or anything anymore. So to have a sponsor jump in and want to be partnered up. The theme of this episode was privacy, the fact that no one can call you on a dungus iPod, and the sponsor is ExpressVPN. As an Aussie, there's so much content that is not available to us. One of my favorite auto networks has V8 supercars on it, which is the Aussie racing series back when it was fun before we stopped making cars. And for some reason, it is not available in my country. An Australian thing not available in my country. Man, we're warm to VPNs down here because that allows us to watch this stuff, because usually we're paying the same price as you guys, but then we get this nerfed experience because some jerk owns all the content and doesn't want to hand it out to us. And a VPN's a bit like having a lock on your bedroom. Doesn't mean you're doing weird stuff in there, but it's just nice to have your privacy. We're totally doing weird stuff in there. But because this runs iOS, it has a VPN. Oh man, there's nothing more fun than to use this offline and have a private device, but even when I'm connected, it's still a private device. ExpressVPN sit in the middle, so it's coming out of Adelaide, but the signal seems like it's coming from Sydney. It's private, people can't see what you're up to. I think Facebook's kind of showing us how little they care for our personal data. If you sign up for 12 months, they'll give you 3 months for free. 3 months of private Shrek memes. Do we dare to dance so close to the sun? And if you're worried about the overheads of a VPN slowing down your daily interneting, you got 30-day money-back guarantee. This is your chance to go and try out a VPN and see if it's right for you. ExpressVPN.com/DankPods, links down below. Even just clicking and looking around, you'll be helping me out. So thank you so much, Express, and thank you guys. I know the world's nuts at the moment, but stay safe, and I'll see you all next time. So I'm sure a lot of you guys are feeling trapped in your homes at the moment, and I'm right there with you. Some of these days can be pretty long, but even though we're going bored out of our minds, we all just got to keep a cool head. And hey, while I got you all captive, I think it's time for an old yarn. So while the ShrekPod is the magnum opus of my engineering prowess, I've had successful products in the past. The Stop Rock. Mate, screen door won't stay shut as you're trying to load in 600 cans of tomatoes and 600 bottles of hand sanitizer. Put your Stop Rock there, mate, and look, she stopped. You worried about your life savings worth of toilet paper blowing away in the breeze? Mate, she stopped. Sitting out the front with no explanation, mate, even the local posties picked up on its stopping prowess. But if you see from this early clip that I showed you, this is from a couple years ago, look, the Stop Rock used to be bigger. In its days of stopping things, she's had a pretty hard life over the last couple of years. Literally, a chip off the old block. And mate, I knew she was special because the postie was intuitively using it over my trademarked product. The One Grit was born. I know everything kind of stinks at the moment, but for your viewing pleasure, I've prepared a montage of the One Grit doing what it does best, gritting. But we can't have cool music, we've got to have happy music. Play the happy music! Nano. Mate, let me tell you, when Papa Steve popped this out of his pint-sized pocket, there was an audible sigh from the audience. I'm not like, listen. This is the new... Oh, that's how friggin' tiny this thing was. But I can hear a few going, oh, mate, big deal. The caddy, the king of thin, mate. The razor. Oh, the mammy cut you, mate. Hey, give me all your Pokemon cards. No more Metapods, though. This came out a year before. Ooh, yeah, that's thin, isn't it? I only knew one family friend who had one of these who was just a real keener on technology and just sprung the money for it. Metal keypad, it was super cool. This phone is a year newer than this, and like, get a vibe. What a chonker. But at school, this was the cool phone. We couldn't afford one of these things. I mean, here's the thinnest iPhone ever made. The 6. A phone so thin that they actually bent. You could bend it in a boomerang and throw it at your mates, eh? Look at the LG phone, and now look at the Razr. Now look at the Nano. Like, genuine, it's almost as thin as the top bit of a Razr. Ah, that's so much fun to do. Check out how nice this screen is. Let's see if this even turns on. Look at that frame rate. You can take breaths in between each frame. My first Nano was a 2nd gen, which I loved it to death. And then I had a 3rd gen, which is my favorite Nano of all time. You know, little video player, that was sweet. And I understand, for people who are really keen on listening to music, these were too small, like they didn't have enough storage. But flash storage is no joke how expensive it was. Here's a genuine competitor to the Mini/Nano. Like this total nugget, right? This guy has 512 megabytes in it, but you could put SD cards in here. But in 2004, the first ever 1 gig SD card came out. It was $500. Not even adjusting for inflation. Guess how much this guy had in storage? Can't be more than this. 256 megabytes, because it does have a video camera. No, 5.5 megabytes. And here's this guy with 2 gigs. We're a couple of minutes in, I can already hear you guys going, oh, wait a minute. This is meant to be a smelly apple story. Oh, mate, I came here for the bad smells and you're spraying Calvin Klein everywhere, mate. All I can say is, relax, my friend. You will have your bad smells. But what I just want to quickly state is, like, the Nano was genius. It was amazing. Like, the leapfrog that they did in terms of like miniaturization. And unfortunately, to get these amazing features like a full-size 30-pin dock at the bottom of something this tiny and light, is that they are cursed. And I call it the black spot.
The black spot.
This is something I've only ever seen affect Nanos, and I've got one Nano that's just starting to show signs. The black spot. Browsing on eBay, I see so many Nanos with the black spot, and people say it's because I left it in a hot car and it's warped a little bit and all that sort of thing. No, it is far worse than that. That is the battery expanding and pushing against the display, against the glass. A lot of iPods that have this little spot, they work just fine. They'll turn on, they'll do whatever they did. I got this perfect. There was nothing wrong with it at all. And it started the little black spot. And so you think, oh, okay, so when you see that little spot, you just need to get in there, change the battery. Yeah, sure. Never mind how crazy difficult this is, but notice you have to slide all the internals out. So if that battery has expanded inside of there, what are your chances of getting any of the internals out? And worse than that, that means the battery is now unstable, and that means pushing it out, it could tear on any of the metal components in here, and then you've got a fire risk. In order to get them so crazy thin, they had to build them with no tolerances whatsoever. And so the slightest amount of expansion just causes everything to push out and break. This was the iPod where I learnt about the black spot. This is one that I was genuinely using. I was taking it to the gym because, you know, if it broke it, whatever, big deal. This was perfectly working fine. Even the battery held a good charge. And the little spot started, and I hadn't seen this in a little while actually, and it's gotten considerably worse. Oh boy. Yep. Look at this. How terrifying is that? Like, put it this way, this doesn't just sit around because I can't just throw this in the bin. It's genuinely a fire risk because, you know, what if it exploded in the back of the truck and burned down the truck or something? That's so dangerous. So I've just been resorted to keeping it in a jar with a safety label on it. And this guy lives outside on the concrete. In fact, because this guy's just begun as well, you know, you can join them. These are now a science experiment because every time I look at them, they're getting worse. So hopefully if it does catch fire, it's all contained. But even if you find an uncursed one, let me tell you, you have to solder the batteries. You have to desolder and then resolder. It's outside of my skill range, that's for sure. I mean, I'm not a technician, I'm just a drummer. That's where my relationship with iPods come from. So even if just getting in scares you, there are no clips or connectors. It is a proper, crazy hobbyist project merely just to get one of these running again. For me, you got the real classic crew. You got these guys, which are pretty friggin' weird, to be honest. I mean, that's just the same size screen, except that you hold it at a weird angle. And then you got the freaks, and we'll get to the freaks in a little bit. This guy right here, this is the iPod I used to film that episode where it was all done on this stupid camera. And funny enough, you look and see how dim that video is. That's with the same lighting as you're seeing here. This guy was so bad, I had to pick this glass out because while I was filming the episode, the battery expanded to the point where I thought the whole thing was going to shatter and catch fire. And by picking the glass out, the display could lift up and out. It was terrifying, genuine. And that's really the problem with these guys. I don't blame them because batteries are nightmares anyway. Even with devices where you can put your own batteries in, if you leave them in there, they will leak and corrode the entire board, destroying it. I've had old Nokia batteries expand and push their way out as well. I've seen expanded batteries on these as well, but there's so much room inside of these that it just doesn't cause any issues. It was just the cost of making these so crazy thin. Was there any difference inside of them which just caused them to bulge and pop, essentially? So many of you guys reach out and say, oh, you should do like a flash mod on one of these. You should do a battery mod on one of these. You know, yeah, do some cool mods with these. Honestly, there's none. Because that's the thing. Even just changing the batteries on these is an epic project. You thought one of these 6th, 7th gen classics is a nightmare to get into? Yeah, well, at least when you get in, the battery change is super easy and you can flash mod it. This has all the terrors of this guy with just none of the rewards. And then you still have a battery you gotta solder in yourself. So that's the problem, is that if they don't catch fire on you, they are nightmares to get merely working regularly again. It's the only iPod I consider dangerous in a lot of ways. But that leaves me with the freaks. This Nano is like an iPod Touch and a Shuffle had a baby, to be honest. It's a touchscreen with the clip. But I've seen that you can get watch kits for these, and yes, I have ordered one. And then you got the very last Nano, the 7th gen. I mean, look how little material there is around the headphone jack. These are microscopic. And it's got Bluetooth, and they work with AirPods and AirPod Pros. Although some people have complained about low volume. These are way easier to fix. iFixit rates these as a moderate. I haven't seen any black spot issues with these guys, but these are a lot newer. Maybe their day's coming, so you're just gonna have to wait. But I understand, the siren song of nostalgia is just too big to ignore. I get it. I mean, you know, while you're all enjoying your PlayStation, mate, I was enjoying 8 frames a second on my Sega Saturn. I love my Sega Saturn, but I know that it was just a total nugget. No one bought one. Same way that I'm sure some of you are out there nostalgic to this generation of iPod Nano, and I gotta tell you, this thing right here is king nugget of the iPods. I hate the oval shape. I hate this camera placement because it's forcing you to use it like this, which then blocks the camera. And the fact that it nearly caught fire when I was trying to use it to make a video. My recommendation is, if you want a daily driver Nano, find one without the curse of the black spot on it, order the battery, and then have someone do it for you. Again, look it on eBay. There are so many of them with these little black spots on it. It's a proper thing. This is something that Nanos like to do. And these are hard to recommend because these are expensive. Like, these are really holding on to their value. So while I loved my Nano, I don't know, I just can't really recommend them in terms of modding or playing with. I've honestly never seen a 3rd gen get the black spot, but they do enjoy having display issues that only show whites. You know, enjoy that. So I'm sorry if I disappointed you this episode. It's just how it is. I mean, I'm disappointed too. I want to put a big thank you out to my patrons, especially these smelly names right here. Stay tuned. Heaps more to come, and I'll see you next time. Hey, it's the after show, woo! And yeah, what a disappointing episode, hey? I mean, we'll see what these guys do in the future. You know, they got plenty of time to let us down. You know, display issues, fire. Genuinely, almost a fire. You have no idea how scary that episode was to film. I was just pretending that everything was cool in the video, but no, this was right near my forehead and I was just watching it the whole time. And as soon as it was gonna start smoking, out of there. But I want to talk about a Nano. Okay, yuck. Ugh. I want to talk about a Nano that has defied all. You see now how fragile these things can be, and the fact that they can just basically commit suicide. This one. This is my oldest brother's iPod Nano. I remember when he got it, and oh man, let me tell you, that isn't a dent. That's wear.
That's been worn that shape. He drove trucks, he mixed concrete, he worked heavy machinery, and this always came with him. It's just full of Dream Theater and System of a Down. What a brutal little thing. And how thrash it is. I went and saw him a couple of weeks ago and I brought up the iPod channel and he went, yo, I've still got my iPod. He had no idea if it worked. It did nothing when I tried anything. So I got it home and charged it up and well, it holds perfect charge. This is even on standby. There's nothing wrong with it. What a legend. But the thing that really gets me isn't the fact that it's absolutely thrash and still working beautifully. There isn't even a dead pixel on it. I've got one that looks awesome but has dead pixels on it. The thing is, this guy has also been put through the wash twice. And I was there. I remember when it happened. Mum found this at the bottom of the washing machine, was like, how dare you? We let it dry out and it came back to life. And then he did it again. If anything, it's a testament to how much we loved our iPods. I mean, because I flushed my second gen as well, unfortunately. It's because we took them everywhere. They were so light. The batteries lasted so long. They were such a lovely thing to use. You gotta think of all the near misses that this thing had before it finally went through the wash. It was just, yeah, we just used these so much. And that's just what happened. One day, I'd totally love to try and restore this thing. I don't know, maybe we take all the guts out and like replace everything and whatnot. But then part of me loves the genuine wear and damage. Better than this guy at least. Oh man. You can even see in the thumbnail all the distorted colors, and that's from the battery pushing on the back of the display so hard. If I didn't take the glass out, it got the biggest black spot from being pushed up against it. And yes, this does still work, by the way. I can plug it in and it will do things, but then you see the battery coming on out until you unplug it. Super dangerous, man. And I did say that I've got a watch kit for this. It's actually half the reason why I got a gold one, because I got a silver watch thing for it, and it should actually look pretty friggin' nice. Just to keep your appetite for the vids, man, we got some weird literature. I mean, check this nugget out. That's gonna be an absolute ripper. Can't wait. Elite Obsolete sent me a development board. I mean, oh man, cool. But if you can keep a secret, right? Can you keep a secret? Yep. Oh mate, I'm looking forward to this one because we're not breaking any new grounds with this one. This is a mod that a lot of people have done. One of my first ever mods was doing exactly what we're doing today. We're doing a transparency kit. I think it's one of the reasons why iPods have stuck around for so long is that people keep making cool stuff to do with these. But check it out, we got a transparent front case. Ooh yeah. And even better, transparent click wheel. How cool does that look? This is the future stuff right there. And the small touches, this unnecessary large box for, it's like the world's saddest lolly or something. A clear button. So if you're looking to get these yourself, look in the video description here. Elite Obsolete dudes stocked to the gills with all sorts of iPod stuff. And even better, if you cannot be bothered to do this yourself, or you don't even have an iPod to do it with, he's got pre-built in stock, so go and check him out, you know, if you want to get on board with this. So since this is such an up and down, straight ahead project, I predict no things will go wrong. Nothing at all. Oh, sorry, one great. Shadow, mate, shadow. So if you're looking for a detailed guide on how to do this, go check out iFixit. And basically what we're doing is we're replacing the click wheel since the whole front has to come off for that anyways. So basically when you reassemble, you just use the cool parts that you want. And now for this, I do recommend gloving up. And I love this packaging, right? So check it out, the illustration for using the sponge. It's the same illustration they used for handling a sandwich. Who handles a sandwich like this? So the reason why we want to glove up is the bare display is going to be out and we don't want to get any fingerprints on that. Otherwise, have fun getting them off. We also want to be careful of getting crumb fellows and dust lads in there, you know, because once you've sealed this up again, you don't want to have to open this up again. Oh, by the way, this is a Bluetooth iPod. It woke up. It's fine. Whereas in the last video, I charged it and then went to do the video and it just didn't work. Well, now it works again. No, I haven't even charged it since. Like, whatever. All right, mate, for this job, we're going to need a shovel and a screw doodler. In the corner, mate. Get in there. Oh, right. Okay. All right. I forgot about all this. Oh, no. I hope this doesn't make this difficult. This is totally going to make this weird, isn't it? So what we got to do is we got to get all these screws out. And that's not a screwdriver. All right,
That's gone. It's lost to the wind. They made a break for it. Oh, gosh. Totally dungus. Well, we're one down. The farm's down to 5. All right, so now we want to separate. You know, I'm not even going to bother taking off the headphone part because it's all tethered in anyway. Come on, you. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Et voila. We don't want any crumbs getting on this. Now, the most annoying part is we got to get this click wheel out. Normally, this thing would be free, and that connector there, that's our click wheel. So the motherboard is glued to this chassis. So we just got to push her out a little bit. This is a total mess, actually. I totally forgot that, the Bluetooth iPod. All right, there's a little stick down bit here. All right, that comes off. Oh, we're in the thick of it now. Oh, this is a mod you should do before turning it into a Bluetooth iPod. Hey! I haven't created a mess at all. So there's nothing wrong with these. I'm gonna put them safely here. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at them skills, mate. Oh, I'm so good. So I find the easiest way to get the button in is you flip it, shut down, and now flip the iPod onto it and over. All right, now we're gonna get this black section out of here. You have no idea how much harder this is with all the Bluetooth stuff soldered to it. This is a nightmare. Easy does it, mate. Easy does it. Easy does it. Oh, with all the screws that you didn't lose, it's time to put them back in. If you have lost one, like, it's not a big deal. Just make sure you put them in the corners, you know. All right, here we go. Oh, that's not good. Battery connector felt unhappy. We're gonna try again. Oh no! Damn it! Oh god, the fiasco begins. There's something about this setup that this iPod's really, really hating. I'm not putting up with that sitting down. Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on! Come on! Alright! That's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, what a shame. It looks so good. Come on, we're almost done. Yes! All right. So my rule is before you button it up completely, you got to have it playing something. And you know what? Let's get it charging because I don't trust it. This thing's all over the place. And since this has no headphone jack, this is the Bluetooth iPod. Who do you think it's got to have a quick word to? Come on, sweetie.
Device paired.
Oh! Yeah. Scroll, dang it, scroll. It crashed. Let's get back in there. Yes. Woohoo.
Power off.
Until next time, my love. Last bit to do. Check that out. How mad does that look? Absolutely awesome. You can get replacement back cases for these. You can even get inscribed ones for different amounts. Look, you can get brand new 128 gig ones, right? Go check out Elite Obsolete. This dude's got them all in stock. Well, there we are. That was a battle and a little bit with only a few mistakes. I love the little blue LED shining through the back. Thanks so much. Big thanks to these patrons. If you want to check out the after show, $1 a month in my Patreon, and I've got even more vids hanging out in there. Stay tuned. Heaps more to come, and I'll see you next time.
I gotta show Frank what I've made. Frank, look what I've done. Will you finally be proud of me? Frank, look. Frank, look what I did. Frank, are you alive?
Hey, welcome to the after show. Thanks so much for supporting me. I really appreciate it. Here we are, still got our gloves on. And what I want to look at with you guys is this friggin' my favorite detail is this is a really old book. You can just see it reeks with age, you know what I mean? It's like one of those books you find way out the back of the library, but the amazing thing is this has not been used yet. This doesn't have the... Look, ready? I'm the first one to do this. So, What I love about these books is, isn't the iPod meant to be straight ahead and like just so easy to use that you just go for it? Like, I'd never seen the box for nearly any of the iPods except for the 6th, 7th gen. That's the only one I ever bought new. All the other ones were secondhand. And I didn't need the manual or anything to figure out how to use it. You plug it in, and that's basically it. Hot tips and shortcuts. Let's have a quick glance through this, because a lot of this is really just like hoop and tat and whatever. But all these books always start with just a real big, you know, a smile on your face knowing that your favorite band will be there to accompany you every step of the way. I'm not taking off these gloves, by the way. I'm enjoying this too much. I say, wow, a precursor to the iMessage, maybe? Look at that. That was the full-size iPod when this book came out. I know this is stupid, but I loaded 2,000 songs on my iPod and I keep feeling it should weigh more with those tunes packed into it. And yet, somehow it doesn't. Magic! Sydney, Australia! Only Aussies will be. I thought Shrek could be heavier, am I right? Oh no, they've got some sort of philosophy on each colour. A bit of a gadget freak, you're drawn to shiny new technology like an electronic magpie. Now we're talking, that's Aussie right there, Maggies. And look, typical owners, Bob Marley. I thought he'd have the green one, am I right? Hey, right. White, not actually a colour. So you'd never be seen dead buying a cheesy compilation album. Like there's some sort of hierarchy on how you can enjoy your music. I got compilation albums, they're great. Ripping CDs, the mid-2000s, everyone. Wow, look at this. Right, you're too lazy to put it on your iPod for you. In London, the nice people at WePod will come round to your house and pick up your music collection and iPod and drop it back within 5 days fully loaded. What? Are you that lazy? Look at those horrible beasts. I'd love to get a new pair of these so I can hear what they're really like. The only ones I've got are thrashed. Oh, there's boomer humor. Look, we got visiting relatives jokes. Someone told a Canade's family, bored, argue, mother, can't stand your mother, Lucy Powell. Born out of my mind. No need to anger. Yeah, like all rallies are awful. We know some people genuinely like their rallies. Tidying the bedroom playlist, the relationships over playlist. Like this is all about just suck and woe. You make me sick. Get out of my house! So fresh, so clean. That's actually a bowling track, like genuine. That's a good one. I used to take an extra backpack when I travel just for my CDs. Now I just bring my iPod. You know, that's not even kidding. Like, that's actually a thing. CDs were, you know, they took up a lot of room. Oh, look, it's all about, like, don't steal music. Here are 10 other signs that you're an iPod owner. Bruises on your forehead from walking to walls while changing playlists. Highly developed thumb muscles. Bags under your eyes. Yes, but that's called stress and anxiety. You've taken up jogging. That's only for iPod owners. MyCokemusic.com. Someone needs to check that, see if it still works. 10 quid a month subscription to download stream tracks and stuff. Man, back in the day, that was really forward thinking. And everybody hated the idea of subscriptions. And boy, how we've changed. Breakdance! Breakdance, do it! That looks terrifying, doesn't it? Doesn't that look horrible? Other stuff you could do with your iPod besides play music. Audiobooks, okay. Radio shows, okay. Yes, your iPod comes with a lovely white pair of earbuds that provide great sound. Lies. Oh, these docks. These are just pure landfill. I need to find more of them, I suppose. Whoa, look at this cookie-looking thing. Oh, this stinks. These are all the accessories, but there's nearly no pictures. Looks like someone set their iPod in resin. Look, now it's invincible. Fugly-looking. Oh, DIY pod. Really want to stand out from the crowd? Customize your iPod. Hey, now we're talking. Oh, you actually get it painted. Oh, more jokes. Good. 5 things that should come with your iPod. Medical kit, so you can surgically insert those earbuds, like they have on ciggy packets. Hey! Oh, mate, now we're talking. You're going to be on the iPods instead of the 6, mate. Oi, mate, settle down there. You've had enough iPod today. Final thing, we've got to test our IQ. Take the iPod knowledge quiz. Where's Apple HQ where iPod was created? Saskatchewan. What's the shortcut for turning the backlight on? Yelling at it. What did the iPod designer Johnny Ives design before he joined Apple? Stethoscopes. From which decade is Steve Jobs' favorite style of music? The 1700s. What award did the iTunes software win? Best crash of the year. Which celebs have lent their signature to limited edition iPods? Oh, geez, mate, I'm pretty sure it was Celine Dion. Which superstar techno DJ played a set on iPods at the
Apple Store in New York? Me. The iPod is featuring at least 7 films. Name 5. Shrek, Shrek 5, Shrek 2, and the 5th one. Why do all blank CDRs have room for at least 74 minutes of music? Because I said so. I got every single one wrong. No idea, apparently. $3D. Ever since mankind's been able to put flashing lights on a screen, we've been obsessed with it. I mean, Master System had some sort of it. Virtual Boy much? Mate, even Sony had a go way back before getting the PSVR, and the obsession has never gone away. Back in 2001, mate, oh boy, I like how Donkey's got the 3D goggles on. Shrek doesn't need the 3D goggles, mate. That's just how he sees all the time. That's why he's so stressed out. Look how generous this is. DreamWorks knew they were offering up a party. And the best detail, these are filthy. These have been heavily used. Mate, she's had a few goes in the PS2, let me tell you. You know, all you gotta do is tell 3 boys at the yard, mate, look what I got, and they'd be over with weenies and tennies in no time. But I'm not talking about this. I'm off track already. This is what we want. That is the definition of fully cooked. Oh man, I sure drank that lava lamp. Oh, but it just looks so delicious. Hey Kevin, what are you doing to my hallucination, you goof, mate? Did you drink a lava lamp too? Maybe it's when I took a bite of one of these apples. Look at this grip she's got going on this thing. It's like she's holding a Whopper. I'd like to think she's actually sitting in a Hungry Jack's and it's all just kind of hit her and she's like, oh my god, guys, you gotta look at this teleportation device. I'm orbiting the Earth while I'm still underwater somehow. Kevin's doing some mad trick over a block? Is that just, what is that? Of all the fire out stuff you have going, yeah, like radical snowboarding and like, you know, supercars and exotic animals and big gems in a bubble, you put like a cinder block. Like, all the content's going this way too. I mean, she's not even seeing any of it. That scares me. 2010 apps, what are the chances we're going to be able to get this going? Look at the effort they put in. This has got Velcro on it. This guy just doesn't fit in. This crappy CGI looking guy. Like, nothing exists in one universe. It's just like they've just rated all the 3D art. Ew! I don't want that! Ew! I don't want fish in my eyes. Ew! This is brand spankers, mate. Can you believe no one bought this? Huh. Whoa. They've only bothered to protect one half of it or something? What the? It's like plastic toilet paper. Hey guys, like toilet paper's rare at the moment. This might be what you're using. Oh yeah, it grips. Oh yeah. Dad's gonna love that. Oh man, you got adapters. More adapters. Tiny little booklet. Doodlet. Oh. You gotta enter in codes? What? What kind of lockdown system is this? Blah, blah, blah. Put the thing in the thing. Right, because it's black plastic, it's just gonna heat up like heck and cook your device, basically. Now, I've got a beautiful 4th gen iPod Touch to test with this bad boy, but I want to have a quick look at the back of this. Check out Tom Cruise here. Look at this face he's making. That's the sort of face that you make when like a loved one gives you a present that's so close to what you wanted, but then it's like completely wrong at the same time. Yeah, no, I really did want a pet. 16 poorly cats. I mean, that's just what I wanted. Oh, good, one's pooing on the floor now. Works with specially formatted content only. Look at this. I don't know if you can see this. That's a sticker there. That's a really carefully blended sticker. So what are they hiding? Sneaky. All right, well, that was important to add. That just really... Here, mate, hold this for me. This viewer is intended for viewing 3D content only! Do not use while driving! Look, this is a sticker too. Give me your secrets. Oh, it just disintegrates. Charge and sync iPod Touch without having to remove it from the viewer. Genius! All right, iPod Touch. Get this junk out of here. Which is the one that we need? That looks right. Oh man, this is fiddly. When you actually get some weight in there, this thing really feels like crap. Okay, that's it. Look, it's in there. Right, so the big problem with this thing straight away is there is no adjustability for
any of the optics or anything. Like, I've had PlayStation VR before, and the adjustable optics is what makes it work. All of our heads are different shapes, our eyes are different distances apart and all that sort of thing. And this thing smells odd. It smells really odd. It might be because it's been sitting in someone's house for a really long time. I don't know if you can almost make out the time in there. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna do a kickflip. Oh, so there's one hurdle to get over. These stinking apps. So this thing came out in 2011, but it was hinted at in 2010, meaning this guy is the newest device that can deal with this thing, and it's running iOS 6.1. And annoyingly, dingus, this used to work perfectly, and in the interim of it just sitting in a drawer for like 2 weeks, it's decided to just explode the pixels. But hey, it still works, dang it. It still works. And yes, the App Store does work on these old guys, but as you'll smell... Go, 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 go! Go, go, go! Come on! That's it! Yep! Here it comes. There's no editing here. We're waiting. Yep! Yep! Yay! There we go. Look how responsive it is. It's like selecting apps over Skype. It's just got this delay to it. So, we gotta try and find these guys. Get them now! We're gonna try. So, My 3D. That's what it's called. Yep. She's making the same face I'm making. Come on! Okay, gotta put it like this. Okay. Real Vegas Casino. Good, good, good. Oh, that's responsive. Okay. Horse riding tails, wild pony. Yeah, that's probably it. Oh no. Oh, what was that? Oh, that looks good. We have to get that later. There's a lot of horse stuff. There's a lot of horse stuff. And lag. Are you smelling the problem that I'm smelling? It's like, not only is this thing just not doing too good anymore, the apps don't exist, and welcome to the big actually no, I don't want to cover her face, it's too good. Welcome to the big problem of old iOS devices. They depend on the internet and there being servers and stuff being updated. I've looked for a long time and I can't find these, and I don't feel like running like weird bootloaders and having to use Cydia or something or whatever to get these crappy apps to work, because this had heaps of coverage back in the day. Like Tested had a look at it because Hasbro hyped the guts out of this stupid thing. And basically, there are two kinds of articles. Articles that haven't seen the device yet and are just using the marketing blurb saying, it's gonna do this and that and whoa! And then people reviewing it going, don't buy it, it's not that good. Apparently the way it works is it uses two halves of the screen to do one side and the other, and so you get half resolution. So if you're using, watch out there mate, if you're using an iPhone 3GS or like the non-retina iPod touches, you're using half the resolution of that. You could taste the pixels. This is the best bit. See these areas here? Direct access to all controls. I hate it. I hate this control. But look, you can charge it at the same time. Got my charging cable. Get in there. Yeah, got my battery pack because we're going to be gaming for 5 times this whole thing's battery capacity. We'll just wrap it around like this. Get that in there like that. But look, we can still access the headphones. Sennheiser HD 280 Pros, mate. You gotta game properly after all. We're pretty serious about this. Oh, that barely fits. Get in there, you crap. Alright, and then you just wrap it around like this, mate. Alright, and you got your headphones. Headphones go in like this, mate. There you go. And then look, there's still one spot to game through. Oh, wait, hang on, I'm holding them backwards. And you get your fingers in there. There you go. Fingers in. It's time to game, mate. This is the viewpoint of a true gamer, mate. Looking right down the belly of the beast, this thing is. Oh, look, it's all holding together. Oh, no! What a wonderful pile of garbage this was. It was everything I hoped for and more. Give me back my things. Give it. Yeah. I mean, just another crappy accessory that came out for the iPod, which I adore. They're some of my favorite things in the world. So, thanks so much for hanging out. Big thanks to these patrons here. If you want extra videos, $1 a month by Patreon. Every main upload, I'm adding an extra video for patrons. Thanks so much for hanging around, and fellas, I'll see you next time. This is totally worth my time here. This is not a waste of time at all. Hey, it's the after show. Thanks so much for supporting me. Really huge thanks. You guys give me a bit of reliability in my weird life, and that's just, it means so much to me. Look, we still got a miss. Hang on. Hang out with the one grit. Yeah. Look at these two. Inseparable. Oh man, it's the one grit. Amazing. I'm starstruck. Let's get it. Oh. So, what I want to talk about is using old iOS devices. I mean, they're old. It's like 10 years old now. I'm very nostalgic to my iPhone 4. 2010, I was just moving out of house for the first time. I was a country kid moving into the city to go to university for friggin' jazz school. And, I was in a share house with 4 other people, and all I had was a mattress on the floor, a study table that was already in there that they let me have with my folder clothes on top of it, and my iPhone 4. And this thing was my console, it was my internet browser, it was my everything, and I happily used it. I friggin' love this thing. So for me, old iOS games and apps and things I'm very nostalgic to, and I want to talk about some of the pains of just trying to use old iOS. So this is 6.1, ignoring the friggin' exploded screen. This has just got a few apps on here that I was just wondering if they'd work, like here's Angry Birds, which I haven't even tried. Oh, no, it crashed. Okay, there's one that doesn't work. Weird. What about, where's my water? There's a classic. Nope, not anymore. Radiant, come on, Radiant's a good one. Still supported today, this game, by the way. I really like it. Hey, good old Radiant. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, shoot this asteroid. Oh no, it's just the dead pixels. So I'm really warm to these old guys. You can still use the App Store. It's a bit of a workaround the way they make it work, but it does work. And usually you can download an older version of something. I was trying to get iMovie to work on this, but without any success. What I want to show you is my way of enjoying old iOS apps. So ages ago, I made sure to pick up one of these for cheap. First gen iPad, and it works a treat. It's only got this really crazy dent in it, which I don't know how hasn't exploded the glass. But this thing is an absolute perler. God. Back in the day, you had to go on here to do the brightness. Check out the low-res screen. How cool is that? The colors are still really nice on this, but I have actually used this. I used to keep all my drum books on here as a backup for when I was doing teaching and stuff. Check it out. Look, it's a perfectly cromulent PDF reader. And when kids didn't bring their iPads, this is the iPad they used. Good old 30-pin, what a beast. But the first gen iPads were really beefed up, and they run these old apps perfectly. This is basically my iOS retro console. iPad 2s are twice as powerful as this, but they updated them so far past where they were comfortable that they are bricks now. This old mate, what's she running? She's running iOS 5.1. This thing is very comfortable, and look, it runs fine. And there are some games that just don't work on modern iOS devices. Super Stick Golf, the very first one, I loved this game. I still do, actually. Every now and then I'll play it. Ha! Remember when iPads had a hold switch? This plays beautifully today. Oh, I couldn't make it in there! These old screens are super reflective, by the way. Look, you can see my phone and my light and my, look, another light. Look at this old beast go. Man, this is a game. Gotcha. Man, when it's within its comfort zone, this thing runs pretty dang good. Remember this old school way of removing apps? No, don't open it again. No, God, Jungus. There you go. At 1, 2. Ah, damn it. Yeah, come on. Come on. This thing still updates my email. It talks to Game Center. Look at the old YouTube app. Sadness. Go, you beast. Go. Nearly there. Nearly there. Yeah, it's basically just as slow loading up the App Store as any other old iOS device. Come on, Internet. That's it. Can't remember why I was looking up that. Let me type on the keyboard. My keyboard don't let me type some words. Come on, you. That's it. Come on, sweetie. I mean, this is what browsing the internet on a first-gen iPad is like. My keyboard did not let me type on some words. Please help. Full stop, no space, or capitals. 2017, is the reason. And the rest of the website is blank. It couldn't load any more of it. Fantastic. So really, when it comes to using an old iOS device, first-gen iPad, very nice. Second-gen iPad, well, they overly updated it and turned it into a brick. So, you know, it's pretty good. Really, it's just like either a PDF reader, which it does very well, or it's just an iOS retro console. I mean, one last go. Let's try GTA Vice City. Let's see what happens. Oh, and there you go. Well, thanks so much for supporting me. I really, really appreciate it. Heaps of stuff coming. I'm gonna play Line Rider for a while. No, my boy! Oh no, we can't end the video like that. Hang on. All right. Now this is send off. So thanks so much for. Oh gosh, no. Oh, he's good. Yes. All right. Yay! Thanks so much for supporting me. I'll see you on the next one. He's gonna fall for forever. I hate you all! So many people have asked how to get into one of these, and the reason is simple. This is the hardest of the iPod classics to get into. This is a friggin' fortress. And I drag my feet doing this, because I hate it. When I did the 1TB video, did you notice that the 7th gen was already open? That's because I loathe opening these things. The only iPods I've ever drawn blood to was from one of these. The big problem is that it's made out of metal, whereas the plastic ones are flexible, so you know, you can really flex into these guys and it'll spring back into shape. Whereas these guys don't. You bend them too far, they stay that way. And this fit is so precise. And I actually recommend gloving up, and I'll tell you why. It's the same reason why I use my old iPad as a workbench. It's grippier. These are like bars of soap when you're really trying to get into these, and having a nice grippy surface really helps. Otherwise, it goes flying, or like you either put a big nick in the iPod, or worse, you cut yourself. We have to use these, not just one, we gotta use a whole friggin' pile of them. And please get them with this kind of stuff already wrapped around it, or wrap some tape around it, because these are literally knives. You know, I use these as letter openers, by the way. And having the gloves on just gives me a little bit of extra skin to deal with these, because I can't be bothered wrapping them. And the iPod we're doing all this on is this guy. I found on eBay, they said it was untested, but when I plugged it in, it turns out it was just uncharged. It's actually not in bad nick for an iPod that's, you know, seemingly not been in a case, and it works perfectly fine, and no one's been in here. So if you look at the fit there of this guy, right? Here's the 1TB iPod. Let's just say she's had the old in out quite a few times, and so this opens up really easily now and doesn't really close anymore. Whereas this is the only one I've got in the house that is like nice and pristine, because you want to see me fight this thing right to the end. Stupid friggin'! And I get the comment all the time, people going, oh, I can open up one of these in 0.6 femtoseconds. And all I gotta say is, bully for you. Whereas regular people, this is a nightmare. So the big scary reason why this is so hard to do is, you see that seam there, right? And you figure, okay, you got to get something in there. And what a lot of us do is we just put it in there like this and then just pull up like that. No way. You will destroy this. If you get this wrong, it will be impossible to open. A few spoilers here for future videos, right? But if we look at the inside of one of these, can you see these clips here? There's one there, there's one there. And what they do is, they clip under these bits here. So if you just pull up on it, you've just got these metal components with nowhere to go. And look, more spoilers. More spoilers. So what we need to do is we need to get this tool down like this to push all of these clips in, and it should go pop open. It should. Well, I've been delaying this video for probably about 2 months, and there's nothing left to it but to do it. Oh, jeez. Oh, you all know we're actually... Okay. All right, good start. Good stuff. Now, this is when you cut yourself because we're going to be pushing down. What happens is your hand slips and you won't even know you've cut yourself until you see blood all over the friggin' iPod. I'm not even kidding. You just got to wiggle it and get it right down. All right, that's one. Oh, I need a guide. More blades. Oh, hot dungarees. Oh, hate this. Yes, okay. All right. Now we pull this middle one out, and now we got to try and get the top ones. There's one right in the middle. Oh, it clicked. That's good. Oh, look at that. Oh, yes. Yeah, we're getting in. Oh, shit. You only need to do one side and it will just all fall out. So, like, I'm only working on one side of this thing. In. Oh, God, I hate it when that happens. That's when you put the newbie scratches on it. Oh. Come on, Bobby. Give it up. Oh, whoa, I just bent the tool. Oh man, there you go. How many episodes have I done with this? And look, I've just bent it. This is no joke. Oh, this is hard work. Give it up. Oh, yes. Oh, I think we there, fam. I think we there. Release. Oh, it's these last guys down here. Okay, all right. Oh, give it up, you swine. Oh, it should just pop right out. Whoa, yes. Oh, we're in. Okay, and then move that side towards. There we go. All right. Whew. Oh. All right, if you've gotten this far, the hard bit's over. If you want to do a full case swap on this, like a red one on there or a black one on there, that's easy to do. Now it's all just like screws and whatevers. Now we just need to get the battery out. No one's been in here. Beauty. Oh, it's a painting spatula from painting along with Mr. Bobby Ross. It's good fun. You got to give it a try. And I figured if I'm going to open up this thing, I might as well put a new battery in it. It'd be nice to have, like, this guy for, like, a reference, you know, for battery tests in the future. Just have a standard one of these. I'm not pushing very hard, by the way. I'm just wiggling. Aha. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. We got a new one. Oh, she's all bent and, oh, well. Look, it's the easy bit. You stick it in. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't do the double-sided tape. Oh, I burned the Chinese fake knockoff new iPod for the same reason. I nearly fell for it too. Not that it really matters. I'm more likely opening this up again anyway. Now, don't clip it back together yet. Don't. You gotta make sure it works first. It's the rules. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. Yeah, mate. Do it. Hey, what's on it? Of course this is on there. What'd you expect? Looking good. Oh.
Okay.
All right. Only one last bit to do. All right. I'm actually real happy with that. There you go. There's my point of entry. That's not too bad. And up there, hey, you know, honestly, that's probably the best one I've done. Yeah. And there we go. We've got a nice, fresh 6th gen one of these. So if we do future tests and whatnot, we can do battery whatevers. So, should you have a go yourself? You know, sure, why not? Like, if you found it in a drawer and the only way to use it again is to put a battery in it and you don't care if whatever happens, go for it. Just know you're going to want at least 3 of these bladed kind of tools. Wrap them in tape, please. You easily cut yourself. These could be handy too. And hey, if your iPod's already thrashed up to heck, just get some new stuff. Like, look, it's Elite Obsolete sold me these, but if you can find them more local in your area for shipping or whatever, you know, you can find 6th, 7th gen front and back cases. They fit both. And so you can just go nuts and just have a try at opening it and then basically just put new everything on top of it. Well, huge thanks for watching along. Big thanks to these Patreons here. I've got extra videos on there after show and such because I got a lot to say about the 6th, 7th gens and maybe they're not very good things. But anyways, thanks so much. I'll see you all next time, and mate. I don't even have the microphone set up at the moment. Just to show you, get out of here. Just to show you how easy these older ones are to open up. Yeah, no, just and matey, you're in, you know, and that's it. It's done. Hey, welcome to the after show. Thanks so much for supporting me. I really appreciate it big time. And I got something to say about these 6.5, 7th gen. Some people say there's no such thing as a 7th gen. The most controversial and annoying iPod to me personally. So I mean, like, to get out the way, you know, just the fact of how hard these things are to open. It's like a tomb. Like, so I got in actually pretty okay. I was blown away how easy I got in, but that's just because I've had a lot of practice. I've completely destroyed one of these, my first attempt at trying to get in, and then, you know, you see the DankPod Pro, you know, like, I actually sanded the outside of this to hide how brutal the damage was from having to get in and out so many times. And we still got to get in and out once more because I destroyed the screen. My dislike of these goes beyond just being hard to open. They can be deceptive as well. This is a 6th gen. This is an 80 gigo All Mate Special, and these guys can only mod up to 128 gigs. That's it. I've put 256 in one of these, only 128 shows, and so many people have reached out to me to say the exact same thing, and you know, I'm so sorry. Welcome to the 6th gen. It is super annoying. Whereas the 7th gen, which looks exactly the same thickness, the 160 gig slim models, they're the ones that can get up to a terabyte and start doing fun play stuff. The reason why the 6th gens can't do it is they've got like a weird formatting for the hard drive and such. I've never really understood it. I know a Rockbox you can get around it. I'm not the biggest on Rockbox, so I usually just like to run them as they are. But there's actually a bigger thing about these that I hate. So not even modding them, just general usage of these. I don't know. So in my cheapest iPod video, you saw that I was talking about, you know, the black and white screens, how easy they are to see, you know, in a car or when you're walking around outside. They get more visible with sunlight. There you go, like case in point, when the backlight goes off, invisible. Look at that, no backlight. Both of these iPods are on, by the way. And yeah, which one can you read? Ooh, baby, I want that chungus. So the way I like to use my iPods is my iMac is my jukebox that all my music lives on. And basically all these guys are just music shufflers. And when I find a song that I like, I give it 5 stars. And when I sync it to the iMac, it updates that. And then that's how I'm growing, you know, I'm sorting through my music collection effectively, which is why I got so excited when the DingusPod 7th Gen Touch would sync to this, because then I can use it with the others. And so I work as a musician. Like, I've played so many songs to death. I've had to learn them inside and out. I'm usually just after finding new music, and you know, if it sounds terrible, I don't care, you know, when it's on shuffle, because then I have fun tearing strips out of it as a musician. You know, why don't I like it? Something that annoys me about these guys is while you listen to music, they will default to the clock, to the time. I hate that. And the only way to get around that is to have the backlight on constantly, which is honestly the whole reason why I put the big Chungo battery in the 1 terabyte iPod, was so I can just run this with the backlight on all the time to get around that annoying thing. I mean, when this guy was released, the iPhone just came out. And so for some reason, they tried to give this thing more functionality by, you know, always displaying the time or something. It's just the most annoying thing to me. I hated it. I can't find a way to get around it. No, I don't want to use Rockbox just to get rid of a clock. But basically, I mean, while you're driving along and you find a song that you like, you basically got to press it like 2 or 3 times before you can even see what the song is that I've liked. That's dangerous while driving. And then it's the durability side of things. So these are anodized aluminium. So when they get scratched, that's it. That top layer gets shaved off. These guys get big, bright, shiny spots. These ones not so much. I mean, you know, whereas, I mean, I showed you with this guy how the plastic ones, you can buff and sand them and actually bring them back. I mean, this whole thing looked like this. I dragged it along the road. like a freakish keychain. And yeah, I could do the whole thing. I don't wanna. I love this two-faced vibe on this iPod kind of thing. But yeah, that came back fine. You know, the 5th gen ones, they're plastic front as well, so you can use the exact same tricks to get these going. Only these guys can you not do this trick because they're anodized aluminium. But it is cool that you can get like kits for red ones and such. Oh, it's gonna look so good. And the black back and 1 terabyte. Yeah. And on top of all of this kind of like, you know, drama with these old guys is the fact that like, they sold these for 7 years. The iPod was 7 years old when this came out. That, like, half the iPod Classics lineage is right here with this model. I mean, I had one. It's the only iPod I ever bought brand new. Was one of these, I think, in 2011, because it was $250 brand new for a 160 gig music player. Yes, please. Lots of people bought them. These are actually very common, and unfortunately, it means lots of people need to open these to get them working again. Or they got piles of 6th gens, and people don't realize that you can't actually mod them very far. That said, 128 gigs worth of music is a lot. In terms of darkness of the screens, these are the darkest. The 5th gen ones, they're nowhere near as dark. Like, you can actually see, just even when it's off, you can see it looks a little bit lighter. They did that to make the blacks better, so the video quality is better. I mean, yeah, this one is a lot brighter, but I think that's backlight technology more than anything. But let's face it, nowadays, you know, who's watching videos purely on this? And that's my whinge about these. I don't know, what do you guys think about these model ones? I mean, they look good, they feel good, I like how heavy they are. The metal is nice, it's just a shame that it doesn't wear very well, it's just prone to damage, it's hard to open, and all that. But anyways, thanks so much for the support. Heaps more vids coming. We're just getting started, let me tell you. And I'll see y'all next time. Well, I done did it this time. Confessional, this actually happened a little while ago. But I just had to walk away from it. Let's just say I mishandled it, right? And it may have made contact with the floor. And we know the floor's a dirty place. And that's when it caught an infectious disease. The SADS. All right, look away if you're squeamish. Oh, my poor boy. He's still alive in there. You can almost make it out.
Yes, when you dropped me and I hit the floor, I caught the SADS, which in turn has made me sad.
Oh jeez, my iPod's all sentient, hey? What a Wednesday this has turned out to be, eh?
This glitching you see are my tears, for I am sad.
Oh, come on, mate, I didn't mean it. I mean, how was I supposed to know I couldn't juggle 6 limes while trying to select music in a playlist? Like, come on, mate, put the past behind you. I'll never put this on you again, I swear.
I will never forgive you for every...
That voice is not natural to do. Alright, let's cut straight to the biscuit. Basically, this is a case of a display that is broken, but not cracked. I mean, I've never seen this before, actual. Like, there's no dead pixels. The display isn't cracked, but it is freaking out something bad. I've got a spare display here. But the scary thing is, I had 2 of these. I just checked my wares, and it turns out I accidentally broke the other one, because I'm not lying. I accidentally dropped my anvil. But the scary thing was, these were stacked on top of each other, so let's hope this one works. Man, people are gonna start thinking I'm like a stupid... Now, I know in the last thumbnail I said I never want to do this again, and that's truth. I absolutely loathe this. And actually, this is more dangerous. I mean, it looks easier to get into. I mean, look, you can see she's had the old in-out quite a few times. So while it looks easier to get into, there's an extra problem that could happen. So here's a back case for these, and you can see these clips here. So it's these guys that we got to push down with our tool, like this, for it all to clip out, because we don't just want to stick in there and jam up like that. It doesn't work. But all of this is kind of like spot welded into place, and what happens with these over time, you can wear this out and all of these can pull out, and if that happens, it's called nightmare mode. I'm really worried for nightmare mode. This has been open and closed maybe 6 or 7 times now. So basically what we're doing is we're putting in a new display into this, which means we have to tear this down to its bare components. Nothing left but to do it. Oh, God. Oh man, this is crunchy. Oh look, she's opening up real easy. Let's say us 2 have had some practice. Look how brutal it is on the inside. This actually used to be a good condition iPod. Oh God, it's still putting up a fight. Get out. If the internals get jammed up, nightmare mode will begin. You should just swing straight open. I don't know how this is managing it, but this is actually harder to open than the pristine one in the last video. You quit it. Oh man, this is so dangerous. I hate this. Come on out, you swine. Look at it. Look at it. It's open. Why won't it open? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, the nightmare's beginning. Look. Look, you can see the chassis has broken. See that? Broken chassis. Nightmare mode is beginning. No wonder why this isn't coming apart. Oh, it should just pop open. Can you see in there? I can see bent over components. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh no. That's it. That's it. We're gloving up. This is getting real serious. This is putting up the big fight. You want that big fight, huh? Oh mate, you're gonna get the big fight. Get that big fight. Out the way, innocent civilians. This is when the big fight begins. Dun 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 dun. Ah. Yes. Oh no. Look, that's the metal chassis rails coming out. Yep, look at that, look at that. See that there? That's the inner chassis rail coming out. This is, oh. Yay! Come on, sweetie! Give it up! This is really when you cut yourself. Look at this. That's the chassis rails in the way. Nightmare mode. This isn't opening. This is absolutely cacked. We're just gonna have to pull it. We're just gonna have to rip it and grip it. Sorry, 1 terabyte iPod. Forgive me! Come on! Oh. There you go. You see that? See that there? That's one of those metal clips that got stuck and it's just pulled itself through. That is absolutely cooked. This is bad, guys. Oh! Oh, that blue tack did a good job. Oh no. Oh, look at this. Look at that. Look how bent out of shape that is. Right next to the battery. That's the tree for bats. People are saying just put the new case on it, but it's not. I can't do it yet. I've got big plans for this, and it's not the case. The case is the very end. We just got to get this guy working. Okay, that's the headphone assembly out. So behind this panel is our screen. We're gonna take out all the screws. Give it up. Give up your soul to me. Oh, alrighty. So, top case off. Put that up. Slide that out. And then the two can fall away. There you go. Just the chassis, which is broken. So, we got the old display, which looks deceptive. Sad. Alright, so we don't need this one anymore. Let's pick up this non-smashed one. Update at minute 20. The chassis is so bent and distorted and ruined that this is not going back together very good. Everything's metal. It wants to, it only wants to fit together in a particular way. Alright, I think we got it. Yes! Hey! It's... Oh! That was a bad noise. Oh! This is horrible and I hate this. Alright, let's see if we've killed it. If I've really killed it, then these next 3 videos I got planned are not gonna work. That is not a good start. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh, this is the worst. This is now officially the worst. That screen is not in very well. Oh. This isn't a 7th gen screen, I don't think. Whoa, okay, I've seen this before. What you're seeing here is what happens when you put a 5th gen screen into a 7th gen. It's the exact same, like, plug, but it can't do all the colors and shading. Oh. There you go, look, there's Shrek for you. Hey, can we brighten this up? Yeah? Whoa! That's as Shrek as it gets. Look at that. Oh, gosh. No, this isn't good. Well, I broke the other one, and this one's sad too. Why won't that go away? What? All right. This doesn't work anymore now? No, that... All right, it's official. The 1 terabyte iPod is now completely screwed. I was just gonna quickly put a new display in it until I found one broken, and now it's... Oh, look at the damage. That's what happens when, like, you open and close it like 10 times. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother with these screws because, yeah, we're not putting this back together, and unfortunately, I don't have any spare screens. You know, I was originally gonna call this video, I killed the 1 terabyte iPod because I did kill it. I busted the other display. Now I truly have killed the 1 terabyte iPod. Oh my... What a disaster. What an absolute disaster. I'm not even going to bother trying to put this back together because it is absolutely cooked. I am genuinely sorry if you wanted to see this working again. This was not on the books. I did not plan this. I thought I had 2 displays and I don't, and that one's the 5th one and the case is destroyed. And that doesn't work properly anymore. That screen, like, I've lost the click wheel is gone. Like, it's so good. Well, thanks for watching anyways. Huge thanks to my patrons. I've got an after show and other vids for, you know, $1 a month. You can jump straight in. And I've got to do a big thanks to Audible. I didn't know Audible had been around for ages until, like, I got one of these nuggets from the 90s. I mean, look at it. It's like, Diamond made good looking MP3 players in the 90s, and then the 2000s happened. But check this out. This thing's from 1999, and look on the back. Audible ready. That blew me away. I had no idea Audible had been around for so long. You know, being Aussie and our slow internet, we're pretty behind the ball with a lot of things. I'd honestly never used Audible before, so I decided just to type iPod in, and man, the Japanese have just got this all sewn up. I mean, these are semi-recent as well. What am I missing out on?
サードパーティーから出てるいろんな音楽のそのプレイヤーに対応してたんですね。で、iPod が画期的だったのは
Astounding! I don't know how many of you guys knew this, but Shrek was a children's book way before it became a movie, and it's on Audible. Sign up for a free 30-day trial to Audible using my link, audible.com/DankPods, or text DankPods to 500 and get unlimited access to each month's collection of Audible originals, which is like a lot of stuff. A lot of us are stuck inside at the moment, so here's an opportunity to enjoy a whole bunch of stories. I mean, stories are one of the oldest forms of entertainment, so whack in some headphones and drift away. Just give it a go. So huge thanks to Audible. Huge thanks to you guys, and I'll see you on the next one. No one thinks about the mess. Yeah, look at you. No one thinks about the mess. It's all just the fun, isn't it? Haha, oh, so fun. Oh, I put them in wrong. This is all your fault! Hey, it's the after show. Thanks so much for supporting me. Right, really big thanks. The mess is still here. I blame the mini anvil for ruining this display. This would have been the golden ticket, and friggin' this is a total mess. And basically, I'm just gonna unplug this. Let's get that out of there. Let's get that out of there. I need to order some parts, and then I'll put this back together. But for this after show, I want to show you something I found on eBay, which is basically this whole channel, isn't it? I found this. I've been trying to find my first ever MP3 player. It was like the cheapest Dick Smith branded 128 megabyte MP3 player. And the problem is, you know, they just fall apart. It was cheap. It barely lasted for me, and then you just huck it in the bin and you're done with it. But I found this, and it is so close to my Dick Smith branded MP3 player from when I was way back that I just had to get it. Because before this, I had a cassette player. The iPod was out, but man, I couldn't afford one. And this is brand new. Look how lovingly it's been packed and how it's turned gross with age. It's just like us. The only difference is that this has a cap, whereas mine was retractable, but the retractable felt awful, so you know, whatever. Oh, 128 megabytes. Let's just hope it works. It is disgusting to hold, by the way. Fugly headphones, can't wait to put them in my ears. Beautiful instruction manual. Looks like the font for Donkey Kong or something. Whoa! Wow, I don't have a mini disc reader. Oh, what's this? Oh boy, free cardboard! Oh, and the Unimax warranty card, which is stuck in the bottom. Use the CD to get it out. Come on! Get out! Oh, there's nothing on here. With flash disc, amazing. None of the things have been ticked, it's like no one cares. But then they put a magnetic latch in here. I don't get it. Priorities all over the place. Ooh, registration card. Warranty card. My name is Dank. I live in Dank House. I'm running out of space. Shop phone. That's 049ZQ and 3 U's. I'd love to find a date on this. I can't find a date anywhere. Locating the controls. There they are. This looks like my Nana's old clock or something. So to turn it on, you press play for a long time. This is all in perfectly fine English. Oh wait, operating stats refer to auto or fell. This sentence is beautiful. Many MP3 users are puzzled by the problem of information disclosure and private data access by others. When others borrow MP3, you may have to delete the private information, which may cause big bother. However, the private space function provided by this player completely solves the bothering problem. If only I can have all my problems solved just with a button. Wow, you can get a 64 megabyte one. All right, let's get to the nugget. So a big thing about these guys was the fact that it was also a USB drive. I know 128 megabytes sounds pathetic, and it is, but back then you didn't need a lot of space for a lot of files and things. This was back in the day when I was watching End of Z World and like playing Drag Racer, Flash games on like the compact school computers. And my first flash drive, no lie, was 32 megabytes. 32. The first flash drive I ever saw had 8 megabytes in it. 8! This was a monster. I rolled up to school with this going, "Oi boys, 128 megs, mate." And they're like, "Oh my god, mate, that's like so much." My friends at school had these. These were super, super cool. This was the flash drive essentially. So, we all kept our homework on these, which was great. Friends of mine had 512 megabytes ones of these. This one's actually a gig. Like, no one had a gigabyte one of these at school. Way too much. So basically, that's the whole music player there. And this is just the battery caddy. I remember the instructions. We've got to press it for a long time. Whoa, it just turned on its own. Let's plug her in. Ready? Like a microwave. Wait a minute, this has already got something on it. This has the Benny Hill theme on it already. What? Is that meant to be a joke that you ordered this junk? I've put one tune on here, which is I'm a Believer from Now That's What I Call Shrek. Let's get this baby going.
Power on.
Get my junk aux cable. Auxiliary mode, initiate.
Auxiliary mode.
Oh, you're gonna love what we're plugging in. The thing's made out of crap, I'm telling you. On. Whoa, I don't have the back case on. The back case is coming off. The back case is falling off. The back case has fallen off. The back case is gone. Hang on. What the heck's going on here? This stupid junk. Brand new and it's given up. Alright, we're just gonna have to run it without anything in it. Oh, gosh. Can you believe no one bought this? That's the hold switch. That works. See, now this is why you're not unfathomable. I should be able just to pick it up and go. Play. I know there's music on here. Play. Yeah. I don't get it, man. Oh, look, I can select things. This is the menu, by the way. How featured. Come on, just plain MP3. Don't you love how this juts out like that? Oh my god, I need the manual. Locating the controls. See, I found them. Oh yeah, that looks good, doesn't it? Pressing mode button may enter the menu system. It may enter it. Browsing music, choose frontward by pressing. That's a button. I get it. That's a button. No. Whoa, we're nearly there. All right, you press it. Hey, go. I'm not lying. It's got the Benny Hill theme on it. Next. Hey! Oh. It said error when I punched it. Hey, oh, it's still going. The battery is falling out. Error. I punched it and I broke it. That's it. It's over. Error. I just killed it. Give me my battery back. That's still good. Yeah, I think there's only one last thing to do, really. Thanks for being a Patreon, and I'll see you guys. I'll see you next time.